Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Almost like that's the name of the show. Hey, how's it going, everybody? I hope you're all doing well. Oh, great start. I just made myself a cup of tea because I screwed up and totally forgot to make that earlier. So, welcome. You know what? I just realized something. I totally made the wrong tea. I grabbed the wrong tea. Oh, I guess it's black tea instead of Earl Grey today. So, alrighty. How's everybody doing? What's new? Hey, Steven. How you doing? I like how your shortened name is essentially just like a government name, so that works. Anna, how you doing? Tragic Mammal, what's up? I'm trying to change it up a little. Forgetting tea is unforgivable. Plus, wrong. Yeah, I'm in prison. What'd you do? Was it for watching Pep Talks? It was for watching Pep Talks. I knew it. They watch you, sucks, but they let me watch your show and they interact. I mean, that'd be wild. That'd be even wilder if that wasn't like the first thing like that you just mentioned, like, by the way. Unless that's exactly what you're doing right now. Oh no. Don't prey on my gullibility. Anyway. Oh god. I was going through some of the stories before you know what? I'll allow it. Just hey, remember, we gotta clean up the language just a little bit on Twitch. Just a wee bit. I know that they let us get away with things, but for some reason, I've also been getting like, hey, by the way. It's like, oh, really? I'm only watching because my parents made me stay in my room. Great. I feel so good about myself right now. Wow, man. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Anyway, you guys know the deal over on YouTube as you, Oh, Ruben! Yo! Hey, I don't know how the hell... Okay. Chat's doing it again. Give me 1 second. Alright, there we go. That should work. Hey, guys. We're at almost 4 minutes and 20 seconds for consecutive viewers. Let's keep it up. Charlie Martini, what's up, dude? How you doing? Right. As I was just about to say, I was going through some stories, and I got really distracted by the Tim Pool stuff, because it's kind of surprising how many people are covering it. And I mean, like, really surprising, because it was some mainstream media sources that were just straight up like, who is this guy? And then they had one, like, mini expose on him where they're just like, Tim Pool is a podcaster, and he's one of the he considers himself alternative media, not left or right. And like, I had to openly laugh at that. And then they showed him in the presser, and he, oh boy, you didn't see. Okay, so I think we're gonna start with this one today. He was in the Tim Pool was in the press pool. Hey, like, for real. Like, he was in the White House press pool, but my favorite part about it is he wore the black hood, like the hoodie, like the stupid hoodie that I've been making fun of, and his fucking hat, and I can't get over it. I literally can't get over it because I one of the things I remember blatantly recently was him losing his effing mind over Zelensky not wearing a suit because it was disrespectful. It's kind of wild, man. I have to be honest. I almost respect it. Where it's just like, you know what? Be yourself, Tim. Be yourself. Just, I hope you can apply that whole, like, charity that I just gave to you to other people. Yeah, one can only hope. How's everybody over on Twitch? How you doing? Wow. That was like an inward burp. Wow. Haven't had one of those. That shit glued to his head. I don't know. Maybe he uses command strips. You know, like those, yeah, that's what he does. Like, he waxes his head, then he'll put up, like, the little command strips on that have, like, the double side on it, and then he'll just, like, tap it down, because you don't want the wind or anything pulling that beanie off. So, God. The beanie jokes are getting a little stale, but at the same time, why not? He makes it easy for us. It's just, haha, Tim Pool bald, which... in itself, isn't it all that funny? Like, I've thought about that. Because somebody was even like, hey, I'm bald. Hey. It's like, yeah, I'm sorry. So, we just make fun of Tim Pool because he is so self-conscious. Well, no, we don't do that. We don't do that either. No, it's not because he's self-conscious. It's because of who he is that he's self-conscious. There we go. Beanie Baby Tim. Yeah. This sucks, man. I had to miss like 90% of Majority Report today. It was one of those family days. We're getting closer. Oh, here, you know what? I'm going to put this in the chat now. Man, I've got to get a chat bot for just doing this one specifically. I think I've mentioned that before, but yeah, we're getting closer to my mom's memorial, so I'm going to drop that link if you guys can help out. I appreciate it. Either way, hit that like button over on YouTube. Help grow this channel, because I need to I need to get caught back up in that algorithm. Yeah, look out for a few videos coming out. Gonna be chopping some stuff up this weekend. I used to think he was cool during Occupy Wall Street. That's the problem. Like, he sold me on that shit too. Like, I hate to say it. I've mentioned this several times, but I met him at one of the local Chicago events before he went to New York, and he was kind of okay. Like, as far as he treated me nice that time. I've had a few interactions with him before that, and they weren't positive. He was just like, he wasn't even a bully. He was just one of those dudes that was like, he hated stoners so much, and he was like, I'm a pure skateboarder. There's no place for you. You're ruining the vibe of the skate park. Like, you're also ruining skate culture. Get the shit out of here. It's like, ugh. Which is kind of surprising, because I found out he's not straight edge, so it was like, oh, the hell is, like, what was his problem? I don't understand. Maybe it was just his thing. I have no idea, but either way, yeah, we are coming up to my mom's memorial, which, oh boy. I think I just mentioned that, yeah, family's calling in, which is weird because I have, like, these situations where occasionally I'm just like, this is, I've been streaming and stuff, so I haven't, like, been really thinking too hard about it, which is kind of on purpose, let's be real. I have definitely had my time, so I try to do the thing where I let myself feel really, really bad whenever it comes, and then just let it out. And then it allows me to feel better and do this kind of stuff. My therapist called it healing, and it's kind of cool. I hate to say it, like, it's kind of nice to know that, like, it's kind of nice to get, like, a merit badge where you're just like, oh, I'm doing well, cool. Even in grief. Weird. Is that weird? Yeah, that's definitely weird. So do we want a downer stream to suit the moment, or an uplifting one to get the to get the BS? Well, I mean, I could have a downer stream and just literally talk about my failings. No. It's gonna be a downer stream regardless. At some point, we're gonna get to some bad news that's gonna make me just that teeny tiny bit angry. The student loan one, wow. I'm not sure if you guys saw that news, but he made it so you can't defer your student loans, and then he made it so you have to start paying your student loans, and he wants you to pay like the backlog. So this is going to bankrupt a lot of people, man. Well, not bankrupt, because you can't declare bankruptcy with student loans. That's right. What is up with this country, man? We live in a really, really, really weird time where people are just like, oh, what? I was doomed enough by Trump, but now AI is starting to freak me out even more. Why is AI freaking you out even more? What's it doing that you're freaking out? Freaking out, man. Also, Ruben, how you been, man? I feel like I feel like it's like you get lost in the shuffle of the of cat, and then I'm just like, oh, buddy. Unless you're just lurking today, then that's cool. Oh man. Oh, okay. All right, I gotta crack my back. This is gonna hurt. Oh, that felt good though. Oh, okay. Excuse me. That needed to happen. All right, let's get to this Tim Pool thing, because this is wild, and this is from Fox News. So, oh shit. Oh, that's not. That is my schedule. I've been busy starting a new job. Oh, how is that? I hope it's going well. Hold on. My screen is messed up here. There we go. Again? Hold on. What is happening with Streamlabs again? This is awesome. Every single time I try to pull this up, it was just like, nope, we're going back to your start screen. What's this? St. Peter's Square. Oh, right, the Pope. I was like, wait, why are they focusing on... Oh, right, yeah.
All right, let's get to it. We have a individual in our new media seat today. His name is Tim Pool. He's a political commentator and a media entrepreneur with millions of followers, a very big platform. Currently hosts Timcast IRL, a daily news and discussions show, and The Culture War, a weekly podcast exploring cultural and political issues. His programs
Doom. What's that?
Feature in-depth conversations on topics such as free speech, censorship, identity politics, and societal change, often engaging with a diverse range of guests. He's in Washington today because we are also hosting a local media row across the street in the Eisenhower building, which is a testament to our commitment to bring new voices into the White House to cover the president and this administration. So, Tim, why don't you kick us off today?
Yes. Many of the news organizations that are represented in this room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax. Where...
Oh no, Tim! The Maryland Man hoax? Are you really going against due process?
MS-13
This is already starting off with...
gang member adjudicated by two different judges, I believe, is just simply being referred to as a Maryland Man over and over again. Now, in an effort from the White House to expand...
Well, it's because he is a Maryland man.
...and access to new companies, you've created this new media seat. So I'm wondering if you can comment on... following this expansion, you've had numerous outlets disparage the companies that...
What up? What up? Oh, by the way, 421. Let's because I am late and I saw Starman's I saw his chat in a delay. Oh no. Cheers, everybody.
That you've had sit here, as well as the reporters. I'm wondering if you could comment on the unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to expand access to new companies.
Sure. Well, we certainly welcome diverse viewpoints in this room, which is one of the reasons we have you in here, and there's many new faces in this room in comparison to the previous administrations. We want to welcome all viewpoints into this room. We welcome
Wait, then why not Hassan? Wait, is Hassan going to be invited to the press pool?
unbiased journalists who really care about the truth and the facts and the accuracy, and you rightfully pointed out the Maryland Man story, which I
Maryland Man.
from this podium, when The Atlantic published it on that very first day, I came to this podium and said, this is
PDOOM is a term in AI safety that refers to the probability of existentiality, catastrophic outcome, or doom as a result of artificial intelligence.
wrong.
Oh.
The press in this room have this story wrong, and we
Why not AP? Yeah.
have
Wait a
seen
minute.
more and more evidence.
Yeah, we welcome all points of view except, anybody who is an American that has a a leftward point of view from us.
Come to the
I mean, dude, let's be real. The AP is as centrist as you get.
table that we have had all along. We were always right. The president was always on the right side of this issue to deport this illegal criminal from our community. And it is despicable to see the media continue to refer to this individual as someone who is just a piece.
So he just teed up, like, did they talk? And was that like a wrestling thing where they were backstage and it's just like, all right, so here's your spot. You're going to tee me up, and then after that, I'm going to say the Maryland Man hoax, and I might kick it back to you. And how in the hell does her new nose look worse than her old nose? I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that. All right. Let's see. We got some more coverage on that. Oh, great. We got Adam Mockler. We can do that one. All viewpoints except literate ones, as long as you're actually incapable of telling your ass from your elbow. I haven't heard that one in a while. Or willing to tell any lie for a few coins. You're in. Anyone else? Fuck off. Yeah. Yeah, even a half conscious or conscience, they do not want you to have that. They're just like, nah, we can't have any thinkers in the house. That's crazy. That will definitely that'll set us back. In 2023 survey, AI researchers were asked to eliminate or estimate the probability of future AI advancements, the probability that future AI advancements could lead to human extinction or similar severe permanent disempowerment within the next 100 years. So do you watch Terminator a lot and you're just like, it's coming. It's coming. The mean value from the response from was 14.4% with the median value of 5. Maryland hoax. Yeah, this is how normal people talk about current events. Well, that's also part of my problem. How just when we talk about the normalized media sphere, how this is it. Guys, dude, it's almost worse than the fake news. When we were dealing with what's her face, Kellyanne Conway. Yeah, it's almost worse than that. Because again, we keep forgetting that this is what's at stake here is due process, and the idea that they could just do this and then subvert the courts. And I don't understand how the Supreme Court hasn't actually held anybody in contempt, whether it's a lawyer from the Defense Department or what. Unless there's they need to hear that at some point here. Is that coming up in the future? Does anybody know? No, just watch Naomi Klein. Tim is going to get flamed by normies and further push his audience into the right-wing pit. Yeah, I could see that. Because, again, just that's how he used his time, really? Because I don't mean to do this, because I don't actually like when people are just like, oh, Tim Pool should have asked these questions. It's coming from us. It's guys, he's not our representative, therefore I don't care. But what I will say is, just as an objective observer of this, it's really, that's the best you could come up with? It's okay. At Pep Talks, do you think conservatives were calling for Biden's impeachment for Hunter's drug gun charges, or for his business dealings? I want to know your perception. I don't give a fuck. I'm not even. I don't care. I literally don't care. I think the form of is unconstitutional, and so is the arguing with conservatives about this. I know they were talking about impeachment. For what? For what? They couldn't. Impeachment is reserved for like high crimes and misdemeanors, which you can like. This is the problem. You can prove it with Trump. I'm tired of this fuck. But the thing is, I'm also tired of the fact that people want to weaponize like these things, and they don't understand how it gets turned around on them because they are just so bad at like reading the room. They're really bad at doing the like the Democratic Party. Think of it this way. And I'm talking like just the Democratic establishment that's been there forever. The fact that they constantly just roll over and get embarrassed is kind of, it's beyond sad. But at the same time, it is just kind of showing like, oh, they're all in cahoots, and they did the impeachment thing to literally do like to soften it, where it's like, oh yeah, he's not. That's my own conspiracy, is that they were trying to make the American people just so numb to the idea of impeachment. Liberals are so bad with weapons. They're bad with weaponizing language. Yeah. They're like weaponizing, anything really. No, that's a common misconception. A too common misconception. Honestly, the new polling that I've been seeing about like leftists with guns, that's something that it's almost a passé joke at this point, because it's like, joke's on you, buddy. Now conservatives are freaking out when they see the, pink-haired cat lady at the gun range and also shooting better than them. That's what you're saying. Are you telling? Wait, are you? I have told you that acronyms are not my thing. So I had someone tell me that conservatives were trying to impeach Biden over drug charges, and I was like, I don't think that really happened. That didn't really happen. And again, you can't impeach somebody over what their fucking kid did when they weren't even an official. What the fuck is with conservatives and the idea that you can fucking do this thing where you can you can't look into a school shooter's family and no, that was a slippery slope, remember? But they see this shit and they're just like, well, his kid fucked up, so he should go down. Like, dude, the fact is, stop entertaining them. Just at that point, I don't want to say turn the other cheek, but turn the other cheek. Like, just turn around and just go like, I'm not even entertaining this. Like, this is one of the dumbest conversations I've ever heard. Imagine a movie just called The Liberal, and it's Denzel Washington, John Wicking MAGAs that stole his daughter. I'd watch it. The weird part is I thought about that for a hot second. I'm like, you laugh. But that could actually be a pretty banger. I mean, I love The Equalizer, so. Don't they have another one of those, like, you don't touch my family, with Odenkirk. What's the one with him? The Neighbor or some shit like that? I don't know. Mr. Nobody. It's Mr. Nobody. It's a good movie. Destiny is leading the liberal gun-toting streaming corps against David Hogg, I suppose. What? Oh, is he actually doing something against David Hogg? And I'm gonna just say, if David Hogg is making, like, I totally get where he's coming from. He kind of has a point, and he definitely is coming from a Mr. Nobody. That's what it was, yeah. Really? After the sex pestiny bullshit? Come on, bro. Like, at this point, if you do, I hate to say this, man, then I kind of question your moral judgment, because, nah. I've actually done this in my real life where somebody was doing some shit like that, and I was just like, you know what? Nah, I'm not associating with that. So. God. I hope that nobody ever has to deal with that shit too. No, David Hogg is getting flack from the centrist Dems though. For what? Really? Wait, I saw this story. I think it's from the Humanist Report. Let me see.
He's a contemptible little.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's James Carville. Ooh, okay.
He's a Let me get my little bib so I'll have my spittle all getting all over my shit.
All right. I only heard him, so let's see. Is he wearing purple? Of course he's wearing purple. Why would he not be wearing purple and yellow? And just, God. Can we just admit that, you know, purple and yellow works in certain ways? For some reason, what is it, LSU or whatever the fucking university he's really big into down there, it doesn't look good. It just doesn't look good. Maybe it's the fact that he's wearing it, but this is just my hot take on purple and yellow.
Twerk.
Frankly, he has not won an election since before I was born.
So, James Carville, who is an insufferable Democratic Party strategist who's frequently wrong about basically every single thing that he says, is fighting with the current Vice DNC chair, David Hogg, about David Hogg's plan to spend $20 million primarying.
Honestly, like, is there no recourse for them just being blatantly wrong? So they just keep hiring the same guys where it's just, we'll get it right this time.
Incumbent Democrats in safe blue districts who he believes aren't doing enough to fight Donald Trump. Now, even though David Hogg's plan is to target older Democrats because he wants a generational change, he says it's not really about age, and in the New York Times, he's quoted saying that the plan is to make room for a new
How the fuck does he look 30 already?
generation to step up and help make sure that we have the people that are most acutely impacted by a lot of issues that we are legislating on that are actually going to live to see the consequences of this. And he adds, more than anything, it is, do you want to roll over and die or do you want to fight? And too many people look at our party right now and feel like we want to roll over and die. Now, while he hasn't announced who he's planning to target yet, his plan is to take on Democrats who coast by on seniority by doing nothing. And this is seemingly a repudiation of James Carville's strategy, which is for Democrats to roll over and play dead and basically do.
Well, is it also a repudiation of, oh my God, Chuck, what's his name?
Nothing.
Schumer.
And if it sounds like I'm being uncharitable in describing Carville's strategy, those are his words, not mine. In a guest essay for the New York Times, Carville argues, with no clear leader to voice our opposition and no control.
My brain is James Carville right now. Just, I don't know what's going on, you guys.
In any branch of government, it's time for Democrats to embark on the most daring political maneuver in the history of our party. Roll over and play dead. And he goes on to explain that he doesn't think there's much Democrats can do anyway, so if they just sit back and watch Republicans destroy the country, then they'll also destroy themselves and embolden Democrats. And in the next election cycle...
Are you saying James Carville is blatantly wrong in his clothing choices? Yes.
Americans...
Yes, I mean that really smart shirt that this guy's wearing, you know, yellow, blue, white stripes with that little mix of puke green. Real smart choice there.
Will inevitably come running back to Democrats with open arms.
Oh my God, and he's got the flat collar.
Assuming, that is, that we still have free and fair elections.
Why does his wife dress him like a little 7-year-old from 1952?
In this country. Now,
Gee willikers.
this quote-unquote strategy is idiotic for obvious reasons, but a lot of Democrats seem to agree with Carville's approach because they're already not doing anything. So if they say, oh, well, it's a strategy for me to sit on my ass and not fight Donald Trump, that makes them look better. David Hogg, however, is using his position as vice chairman to let these do-nothing Democrats know that if they don't fight, they're out. And it's expectedly ruffled some feathers within the party. Axios reports that House Democrats are pissed, saying it's inappropriate for the DNC vice chair to threaten incumbents, and others are anonymously calling it a circular firing squad, while members like Hillary Scholten, who could be one of his targets, I guess, accused him of doing this for online clicks. And I've got to say, seeing their tantrums and how entitled they think they are to their seats demonstrates why they should be primaried. But Democratic Party leadership...
Well, again, this is kind of... Why is it David Hogg? Like, I hate to say this, guys. Like, this is kind of on us. Like, I've been thinking a lot about this. The fact that we don't have a lot of young candidates, we don't have a lot of people that have, the ability to primary just through even like being smart with their social media.
Leadership has always shielded corrupt, incompetent Democrats from primary challengers.
I see humanists in the background.
So now that David Hogg is shaking things up from within, they don't know what to do or how to respond, since people in
Ryan Lopez, welcome.
his position have traditionally protected people like them. And even former party leaders have come out to denounce David Hogg's plan, including Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the notoriously corrupt former DNC chair who was forced to resign in shame after she was caught.
Dude, there's nothing more that pisses me off more when somebody like on the conservative side is just like, how about that Debbie Wasserman Schultz or Nancy Pelosi? It's just like, no. I will high five you on that one.
Sabotaging Bernie Sanders'
they suck.
2016 presidential campaign.
Suck.
But on MSNBC, she ironically decided to talk about the virtues of leadership and scold David Hogg about what he should be focused on as a member of leadership.
Can we just take the moment to appreciate that his name is David Hogg?
Well, our job is, when you're an officer of the DNC and
HOGG
or an office holder of the Democratic Party, like I am, our job is to make sure that we can go to bat for the American people every single day, and politically that we're able to return to the majority. And that is the first, second, and third goal of.
No. This is why we need term limits on everybody in Congress.
Of achievement for November of 2026, and the pathway to winning the 3 seats that we have to do to make Hakeem Jeffries the Speaker.
Want me to tell you why humanism is silly?
The House of Representatives, which I am confident we will do.
Give me your take.
Is through districts that are marginal. We have to make sure that voters understand.
Could introduce yourself, though.
Stand we're on their side, and the Republicans are on the side of billionaires and wealthy corporations.
It's forever now.
And people who want to take their rights away and don't believe in democracy.
That's rich coming from her of all people, since part of the reason why she had to resign in the first place was because she tried to subvert democracy in the 2016 Democratic Party.
This is their temerity. This lady is singularly among those responsible in cheating Bernie. Yep. No, she was literally like the one. I think she was the DNC chair at that point to guarantee Trump and Clinton. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but remember how she was just like, we have to make the safe choice. We have to make the safe choice. And you know what? Hillary has the momentum.
Primaries. And while Republicans are obviously orders of magnitude more corrupt than Democrats overall, Democrats are still very much so corrupt. They're still beholden to their corporate donors. Democrats like her in particular prioritize their donors in the payday loan industry over her own constituents, and that is part of the reason why so many Americans just don't trust Democrats either. They win elections simply because they're not Republicans. That's it. But nobody's excited to vote for Democrats most of the time. They win because they're not as bad as Republicans. And David Hogg acknowledges this, and he wants to raise the bar.
And I appreciate that.
Understands that the party can't just skate by every single election simply because they're the lesser of two evils. At some point, you have to actually give people a compelling alternative to Republicans to break this death spiral that we're in. And that's what sets him apart from all the other leaders and strategists who are coming out of
them still be holding that donor money
the woodwork to denounce him. And I think that he had a great response to all of the people who are saying this is a terrible idea.
Let me let you address some social media criticism you've gotten. Matt Bennett from the Clinton-Gore era. This is insane behavior. John Anzalone, pollster most recently for President Biden.
Yeah.
$20 million should be spent on swing state legislative races, meaning state legislative races, and down ballot, not on this. Steve Shale, a Florida Democratic strategist, saying the DNC's vice chair should be focused on this kind of engagement, meaning engaging in places in battleground states where Democrats have lost ground, not over which Dem in a plus 20 seat should be primaried and knocked out.
You know, look at the last results of the previous election. Those are the purported experts that brought us here.
That is undeniably true. The same people who were advisors for John Kerry's losing campaign.
The family unit was intact? What the fuck are you talking about?
Campaign.
You do realize that it's mostly because of power over women. Like, yeah, that is a bit of a hot take there.
Went on to become advisors for Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris.
Like, you're not wrong. I'm just saying, like, if you, like, if you just say that it's silly, it's like, how is that silly?
Losing campaigns. And the reason why there hasn't been this paradigm shift in the party, aside from corruption, is because the losers who keep feeding Democrats bad advice election after election after election are never purged from the party.
Apparently
since
he's one of these virtuous guys that thinks that he needs to I should be able to control all women, but he's definitely one of these guys that would have a side piece.
Have seniority.
Yeah.
The strategists who've been there forever, like James Carville, well, they hold more
a chauvinist prick
sway over the newer strategists who have fresh, bold ideas. And the party's
I bet he hides it behind a dose, just a dose of that the cross or
deference to seniority is why we see them make insane decisions like electing Jerry Connolly, somebody who was old and literally dying over AOC, a young up-and-coming leader who the base seems to like. It's part of the reason why the party has completely stagnated, which he explains in the following clip.
When I was studying history in college, one of the things that I studied was the 1968 DNC. Many of our oldest members of Congress got involved with politics following that DNC and the reforms that came to create the popular primary process that we have today. In our party, we've replaced those back rooms filled with smoke with a culture of complacency that says that the litmus test of whether or not you should be somewhere isn't based off of how good you are or how effective you are, but how long you've been there. And to me, that's unacceptable. It's anti-democratic, and it's not good for the future of our party.
So the goal for Hogg is to force Democrats to prove their worth.
It doesn't they do not. Okay.
Matter how
this
long.
Makes sense why everybody's panicking about this.
You've represented your district. What matters is what you've done for your district.
So long, though. Like, why? I hate to say this, and it has nothing to do with David Hogg, but why was this not like an obvious message to just kind of be like, hey, these people be old, right?
On MSNBC, he had a message.
Women be shot.
That I can get behind.
If you were an effective leader and you're listening to this right now and you're a member of Congress, you have nothing to be worried about. And if this brings you anxiety, you should ask yourself why that is. Yeah. Because there are young people out there ready to meet this moment, and our party must do a better job to show our young people that we're here to win them back.
Yeah, so needless.
Yeah, and they also do this thing where they try to convince us, like, we know better than you. Like, honestly, dude, I'm 38 years old and people still treat me like I'm a fucking teenager when it comes to this kind of shit. Trust me.
To say some
it's wild.
Democrats aren't feeling too safe given the threat from the sitting vice DNC chair.
The way I look probably plays just a teeny bit in.
And to that I say, good. Fuck him. I like that he's doing this, but as you're going to see in a moment or two, I do have some problems with what he's doing, specifically the lack of clarity. But I love to know that some Democrats who haven't done shit for decades are squirming right now. But with that being said, who he chooses to target does matter. And he just hasn't been very clear about that. Nonetheless, the meltdowns that have ensued following his announcement have been glorious to watch. I'm not going to lie, but no Democrat has shit themselves harder than James Carville, who went on a warpath against David Hogg for daring to suggest that these Democrats who've been there forever should be primaried.
All right, now wait a minute. Let's get this straight. He is the vice chairman of the Democratic National Committee, and he is talking about raising $20 million to primary other Democrats. Well, when I look at the DNC, ideally it should be an organization that's trying to beat Republicans, not other Democrats. But when you're talking about using the power of the DNC, whatever power it has, it's not very much, but you're using that in
people who are that obsessed with their university really just...
We're paying, Democratic donors are paying...
I love everything about that building. I love everything about that campus. I love everything about that. I had the best time of my life there.
David Hogg's salary, they're paying David Hogg's staff.
Grow the fuck up.
And he wants to run against other Democrats. Well, that's America. Run against who the fuck you want to, but don't resign your position. Have guts, man. Have guts. Stand your ground.
What? That doesn't even make sense, James.
Yeah, that didn't make sense.
Why would he resign if he presumably ran for the position that he's in so he'd be able to do what he's doing right now? And why is he a coward if he doesn't do what you say he should do? Are you trying to reverse?
Sit down and just shut up. You're just you're a youngling.
Apology him like out of this position.
Dude,
or 5
it really is coming across. Am I wrong? Am I wrong that it is kind of coming across just like condescending just because he just so badly wants to be like, hey, he's too young to be doing this?
Chess him into not doing this. It makes no sense. But I mean, that kind of brain rot is part of the problem. That's the kind of person who has been representing Democrats for years. So the thought of turnover scares people like him because if his brand of Democrats lose power, he'll become irrelevant. But, aside from just steering the party off of a cliff for decades now, people like him also worked with other party elites to keep the left out of power within the party. And in that same interview, he admitted that he doesn't actually think that the left should have a seat at the table at all. In fact, he thinks that they should just start their own party, go in their own path.
I think these people should get their own party. Don't call it anything Democratic. Call it the Socialist Urban Justice Community Unity Party of the whatever. Right. And then after the election, maybe we can have negotiations, or you can, vote for a Democrat to be the speaker if we win. But I actually think that it might be at a point where there are certain elements in a Democratic coalition that we just can't live in the same room with these people, because they actually learned nothing from 2024. They learned nothing from history, and they are hell-bent going this direction. And maybe what we need to do is say, you go, people, go ahead, go, and then we'll see you the Wednesday after the election.
Now, as much as I'd love to have a new left-wing socialist or communist party, he knows that our system is rigged against third parties. So he's trying to bait the left into taking a path to powerlessness, so they marginalize themselves, so that way him and his ilk will be able to maintain their monopoly on the Democratic Party. But that mentality right there, this anti-left mentality, is part of the reason why the Democratic Party has lost credibility with so many people. I mean,
well, anti-youth too. Like, let's be real. Like, the fact is, they have been kind of on the warpath against younger politicians too. Like that. Look at the way that they condescended to AOC, and still do to this day.
Think about the way they...
She's been in... What? She's been there for over 5 years, so...
Talk about the left. When it comes to the left, well, maybe we have irreconcilable differences and we should split. But when it comes to neocons and Republicans like Liz Cheney, well, we're Big Ten, so we've got to be open to diverse points of view if we want to win. Never mind the fact that Kamala Harris literally just tried to win with anti-Trump Republicans in lieu of progressives and lost the election. Never mind the fact that James Carville himself recently admitted that Bernie's more progressive populist message would have actually paid off, even if it pained him to admit that Bernie Sanders was right about anything.
Was this an economy election? And if so, is Sanders right that on populist...
Oh my God, he's in so much pain. He's like,
class kitchen table issues, the Dems didn't do enough.
I think Senator Sanders has some of a point here.
Fast forward to today, and his demented brain has already reverted back to homeostasis, and he's not only saying that the party should split with the left, he's straight up attacking people like Bernie Sanders and AOC who are breathing new life into the Democratic Party, which is precisely what it needs right now. Nonetheless, James...
What is their strategy for winning then? I mean, for real. Just keep pivoting right?
Carville thinks that
like, do they really think that the Republicans, like the Mitt Romney Republicans, are going to save them?
They're bad.
We've tried that experiment. And now you're just like, no, we just need to do it with the white man.
Make a point about...
Like, God, he might as well just fucking be that guy where it's just like, yeah, the reason that we lost was because we took a gamble and we went with the black woman, and instead what we're going to do is we're going to bring in a white man like Gavin Newsom, and it's going to be a safe pick, and we're going to be very happy with him.
About Bernie and AOC. But Bernie went to president twice. He's lost twice. AOC, in her kind, and this guy, David Hall, they want to run again.
How in the hell? Like, how in the hell did she find the worst genes?
Yeah. They don't run against Republicans. Well, when you beat a Republican, come back and see me, and I will be impressed.
This is the guy who Democrats treat as some sort of a fucking oracle of wisdom when he's demonstrably wrong about everything he says. As Adam Carlson put it on Twitter, AOC outperformed Harris in terms of raw votes and vote share, outran her by 6.7 points against a Republican. Bernie has defeated 13 Republicans, including ousting a Republican incumbent, and the last time Carville advised a campaign that beat a Republican was 29 years ago. But the reason why people like him continue to steer the party in whatever direction they go in, which is usually the wrong direction, is because of seniority, as David Hogg pointed out. But later on in that same clip, Chris Cuomo groups AOC and Bernie Sanders with David Hogg in order to make one of the dumbest false equivalences I have ever heard in my entire life. And the mention of David Hogg then triggers Carville, who then rants about how David Hogg should be sued. So buckle up, because this one is quite the doozy.
What you see with Bernie and AOC right now is MAGA playbook. MAGA playbook. Make the masses angry. Dave Hogg, that's MAGA playbook. Go after your own and have a purity test. But what beats you, if you become that, you're not going to beat it.
Right. Well, I don't think that most of the Democrats are that. and maybe we.
I hate to say he's not wrong about the purity testing thing sometimes, but this is not that case.
We need to have a schism. Maybe we can form a government coalition. You know, this happens every time in parliamentary things where you come in, you say, okay, you want to be part of our coalition. But when they spend all
leftist media, leftist audio,
time running against us. By the way, why don't somebody sue David Hogg? He's an officer of the Democratic National Committee. He is the vice chairman of the Democratic National Committee, and he's running against other Democrats. I would like to know, and you went to law school, does he have a fiduciary duty toward Democrats? If you work for News Nation, you can't promote CNN. That's because you work for somebody else. You have a fiduciary duty to your employer.
The hell is he talking about?
Which anybody can understand. He's being paid to run against other Democrats. I think it's an outrage. I don't know if I have.
What? You do know campaigns cost money in the long haul, right?
Standing?
Wait, what?
But I might give the DNC $10 and sue him. He's a contemptible little twerp.
Okay, that was a lot of stupidity.
Wow. And all right, get off my lawn.
So I guess we'll just try to unpack it in chronological order because I don't know how else to address it. First of all, Bernie and AOC, they're not making people angry, Chris Cuomo. They're already angry. People are mad, and Bernie and AOC are trying to harness that anger so people are...
it's divide and conquer. It's what MAGA did.
Mad at...
But we like what MAGA did.
Oligarchs.
Because it's good ratings for us, right?
The people who are actually causing their pain and suffering, and not immigrants or trans people who are not causing their pain and suffering. But speaking of, using the MAGA playbook, why don't you talk to your sex pest brother about that? Because he's functionally as close to MAGA as a Democrat can be without switching parties. Second of all, Carville, again, proposes that leftists go their own way and floats the idea of some sort of a governing coalition like they have in Parliament.
Well, no, I mean, you don't see what they're doing with, the autism diagnoses and how they're trying to actually, the next thing they're going to start saying is, oh, look, there's a correlation between autism and left-wing views. Oh, look, there's a correlation between, autism and being gay. Oh, look. And then they're going to, that's why they're going after the data, and that's why it's oh, well, guess what? We had this time period where we helped these people. We're going to have these hospitals where they can't leave
systems. The problem with that idea, James,
and we'll cure them of that pesky that woke mind virus,
is that as much as I would love,
this is all coming from a guy that had admitted brainworms, which is wild to me. I mean, I couldn't write that kind of comedy.
That we're not in a fucking parliamentary system. So you're asking the left to effectively give up all of their leverage by leaving the party. And while I'm not convinced personally that the Democratic Party can even be reformed at this point, I'm even less convinced that Democrats would ever agree to some sort of a power-sharing agreement with a new leftist party.
Well, the second they said that, and I was immediately like, shit.
When they won't even share power with the leftists.
I'm not even joking. I did have that moment where I was just like, oh, well, I guess I'm on a government list again.
Their own party. Finally, James Carville floated the idea of suing David Hogg for, I guess, having a strategy that he doesn't like, which is brilliant. Listen, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, as DNC chair, literally violated the DNC's...
I mean, I'm not going to get mad at David Hogg for doing what he's doing. He's got the right idea here, but again...
own neutrality.
I was trying to say this earlier about Bernie Sanders, and we have David Hogg coming in. He's got very similar politics. He's throwing the wrench into the system. So, I mean, I love to see that he's pissing off James Carville. That's how you know he's doing something right.
Clause by colluding with Clinton to sabotage Sanders. And do you want to know what the DNC's defense was in
Hogg got Riz
court when they?
I gotta be honest. The fact that he's getting under these people's skin, the fact that he's getting more exposure just from creating these viral moments of James Carville getting really fucking pissed.
We're sued for that?
I mean, dude, legit, I haven't seen that much slobber on him in a long time.
They argue.
He's a little twop.
Argued that the DNC.
Gotta love how he says twerp.
Was a private company. So if the party wanted to go back to picking candidates and smoke-filled back...
Sorry, I'm not making fun of his Louisiana accent. I'm making fun of the fact that James Carville is just James Carville.
Rooms, they could do that, and there's fuck all you could do about it. So the idea that
Democrats.
now you think...
Thank you for that.
It's the time to sue the
Democrats.
Democratic Party.
He does not say his R's.
Or a
brilliant.
leader in particular for malfeasance.
I didn't notice that before.
Is pretty funny. Now, David Hogg responded to Carville's tantrum, and what he had to say was perfect.
Superb observation there, Anna.
What's his plan to deal with our 27% approval rating? That's my question to him. The fact of the matter is right now, our party is in
base, dude. That is okay. See, right there, just challenging with facts and a little bit of riz.
crisis. We are seeing people lose faith in our party. They're losing faith in democracy across the country, and we need.
Actually, I kind of like this. Because thinking about it, like if he was part of DSA or another party, he wouldn't be able, like this would not be putting the pressure on them. You wouldn't see Chris Cuomo and...
We need to make sure that we're getting people to vote for Democrats, not simply because we're not Donald
Old man Louisiana
Trump,
freaking out.
but because
old man Bayou.
We have a better message, a better option for them, not simply the less bad of two options.
Oh, man. Bringing back a classic. All right, all your base are belong to us.
I think Carville tries to promote.
Haven't thought about that one in a solid minute.
When he says, well, we just shouldn't say anything. Carville believes in a politics of being timid, of hiding. I believe in fighting. And that is what people want to see right now from the Democratic Party. And we just saw an example of that with
the days before they opened it up to the Korean servers when I was actually good at that game, and then I learned that I really wasn't.
Senator Van Hollen going to El Salvador to say we need to meet with this man. And yes, Democrats obviously are in the minority right now, but let's be clear, we cannot win back the majority if we do not convince the American people that our party offers something that isn't just not Donald Trump, but is substantially better than Donald Trump, that fights to lower costs.
Was that the golden age of the internet? What I feel like it was. Strong, bad, Homestar Runner, all that.
For Americans across the country, whether it's healthcare, housing, or the foundational building blocks of the American dream that feels so out of reach for people, or addressing gun violence. We can't simply just hide, as Carville repeatedly promotes, not to mention the fact that, frankly, he has not won an election.
No, and that's a fair assessment, Anna, is that just nobody trusts them anymore. They see him as these corporate entities that have allowed Trump to just fester and all this shit to beat them, and then they go, this is part of our plan. This is just part of the long game, and you're like, what?
Since before I was born. I think it's time for some new voices in our party.
Well said. And that's part of the reason why he's trying to promote generational change.
Isn't he running in a district near you, Anna?
Same people who've been dictating the direction of the party for decades are responsible for the predicament that we're in.
Well, yeah, but that's why libs are joining these protests en masse with Bernie and AOC.
People are desperate.
Probably
because
from Hollywood. Yeah.
Things aren't getting better, and neither party is doing enough to address people's material needs. Hence why people are becoming susceptible to radicalization, because they're so desperate. The neoliberalism embraced by both parties has hollowed out the middle class and facilitated the rise of fascism that we're all dealing with today. So David is right to think that the same people who got us into this mess aren't going to be the same people to get us out of the mess, since they made the mess in the first
My God, how did that become a hot take?
place. With that being said, even though David's heart is in the right place, his plan is quite frankly ideologically incoherent and at times contradictory. For example, he won't say who isn't fighting enough, but when you ask him which Democrats he thinks are fighting enough, his answer is genuinely fucking puzzling, to put it charitably.
There are great older people in our party that are leading the fight against Donald Trump and have been doing so for nearly a decade at this point, like Congresswoman Pelosi. We also have people, obviously, like Jan Schakowsky.
David. David.
And so many others that are meeting this moment. But the reality is, we know that 27%, only 27% of our base is approving of where we are right now as a party. If we had a proportional number of 25 to 30-year-old people in Congress, as we do in the general population, we would have over 40 members under 30. But currently, there is only one. That is part of the reason why we're losing our young voters. And what we have to do to protect our democracy is show our young voters that we are here to use democracy to fight back against the special interests that are killing the American dream and fight back the special interests that have put them through school shootings.
So in one breath, he says it's not about age, it's about effectiveness and a generational change and getting rid of Democrats beholden to special interests. But in another breath,
yeah, that was a little incoherent.
He's praising Nancy Pelosi and Jan Schakowsky, even though both of them are
Guy always reverts to school shootings. Gee, I wonder why.
antithetical to his own stated goals. Now, on one hand, I think that Nancy Pelosi is somewhat more effective at fighting Republicans, at least compared to Hakeem Jeffries, but that's a really low bar. But in terms of special interests, you can't tell me it's about getting special interests out of the party and then say, oh, Nancy Pelosi is somebody who's an example of a good Democrat. As if she's not beholden to special interests, as if she's not doing insider trading and getting rich while nothing changes in the fucking country. Listen,
Joker, we agree on that one.
What makes it even worse for David is that Nancy Pelosi is currently being primaried by a younger, more progressive Democrat named Shaikat Chakrabarti, who's AOC's former chief of staff, and Jan Schakowsky is also being primaried.
I have an issue with her, though.
Married by a Gen Z progressive activist and journalist, Kat Abu-Ghazala. Both of these young candidates.
I do have a problem with her because, like, she has incoherent platforming too. And on top of it, I found out that she's like not even from my district.
Aren't taking any.
So that one kind of sucks. Like that bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be consistent. Like if this was a billionaire coming into my district and it's just like vote for me, like fuck that. It's the same shit.
Money from.
It's like no, you just. You're literally running your campaign from Texas.
Special interests. They're fighting relentlessly against
bullshit.
And Trump and the Republicans. In fact,
she chose Jan Schakowsky. I don't even know how to say her name, but it's because she's an older, like literally, she's older.
Kat launched her campaign.
They like targeted anyone that's over the age of 80, and we're just like, we're going to primary them because Sean Casten isn't getting primaried.
And calling on Democrats to stop being cowards, and they would both.
Is she really running her campaign from Texas? Yes. Yes. For an Illinois seat.
Represent the generational change.
That is fucking insane to me.
That David Hogg says he wants, yet he seemingly is embracing the out-of-touch
Thank you.
incumbents that those younger candidates are running.
But the thing is, I would like they'd get mad at me for pointing something like that out because it's just like, well, what? You don't want a primary? It's like, no, I do, but I'd prefer, again, somebody from my district, like somebody that has actually lived here, who understands what we're going through, not somebody who just read a fucking crime report or something, or just like, because that's kind of the danger that starts happening there. Because if she does this, then we could have other Texas politicians just willy-nilly coming in for fucking Illinois seats. And then all of a sudden, it's the Wild West of Chicago, baby.
Again, so what exactly is the criteria here?
Yeah, honestly, I hope, I kind of hope her campaign fails, which I have a feeling it is because, again, I live in this district. I know the constituents, and I can tell you right now, they're not going to vote for her.
At least some more examples will help clear that up. You would think, right? Wrong, because the more examples that he gives, the more confusing it gets.
I want more people like Congressman Maxwell.
I live in a very purple district.
Frost, right, who has helped to lead the charge in Congress against gun violence, helped to push, the former Biden administration.
We need
to
socialism. I know we need socialism, but that's not how you do it.
Office of Gun Violence Prevention are people like Senator Van Hollen who are literally going
again because that's a slippery that slippery slope is one that I'm not willing. Like I'm not okay with that because this goes to like what happened in Wisconsin where they were like that Texas politician tried to buy a fucking Senate seat in Wisconsin. That shit's not okay.
Into El Salvador to say this man needs to come back. It looks like people like Cory Booker, who mind you.
No, honestly, I'm actually a little disappointed in the fact that DSA has not been fucking running a campaign against her.
You did primary somebody to get.
Sorry, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just saying
to that position. It looks like people in many ways like Hakeem Jeffries, who
right, but now you have literally Gen Z progressive saying that's the solution.
I married multiple people,
and then saying like, oh, I'll do this on TikTok. This is how it's like. Just because she has a TikTok audience, they literally think that's going to translate into votes in this district specifically, where I'm just like, that's not true.
To get to that position.
Now, here's where we start to lose the fucking plot entirely. If Hakeem Jeffries is a leader that you look up to, who embodies the effectiveness that you're supposedly looking for in Democratic Party leaders, then you don't know what you're looking for. Jeffries specifically faced backlash for not doing enough to fight Donald Trump and
I kind of thought the same. I literally thought the same thing when they brought Jeffries up again. I was like, wait a minute.
Had the audacity to ask what leverage they had. And Jeffries isn't just ineffective at fighting Republicans. He is a collaborator with fascist Republicans and literally held hands with them in support of
pure ideology, no material basis or understanding. Yeah, and that's where I get upset because like I watched her video on it and just from that one video, I was just like, holy shit, she does not know what the hell is going on in this district. Like anybody that especially the closer that you get to the oh my god, I almost said to the river, to the lake. I'm telling you, man, it's
of a rogue state committing a genocide.
You're gonna have a lot of Chicagoans that being like, what's up with the southern accent? Jesus Christ, this is, oh my God. Okay, so my soul just left my body from pure effing cringe.
We stand with Israel.
Yeah, but let's not primary him. He's actually a good example of a leader doing the good work to fight Republicans, according to
That's a full body.
To David Hogg. Now, speaking of special interests, which David purports to care about, Hakeem Jeffries supports the genocidal state of Israel because he is one of their top
coffee in the evening is a crazy move. This is tea.
Recipients. And on that note, Silicon Valley oligarchs were one of the first groups that Hakeem Jeffries reached out to after the election as leader in order to mend fences with them. Not with voters, but with Silicon Valley oligarchs. Not to mention, he scolded Democrats like Al Green for daring to disrupt Donald Trump's joint address to Congress.
Yeah, these people are so hateable.
But that's your good guy, David? That's an example of a Democrat who's fighting.
I agree with Mike on this one.
Fighting Republicans effectively? Are you fucking kidding me? By your own criteria, he should be one of your first targets, but instead he's an example to you of someone who's doing a good job at fighting Trump and the Republicans. Make it make sense, because it doesn't. Now he also cites Cory Booker, because Cory Booker gave a 25-hour speech, and that's great and all. Great way to use the bully pulpit, which is what we want, sure. The problem is that right after that speech, he voted against a resolution to cut off weapons to Israel. So if you're going to talk the talk, you better be able to walk the walk. And on that note, Cory Booker doesn't support policies like Medicare for All, which is one of the main reasons why so many people are frustrated with Democrats.
That's crazy. Really? Cory? I wasn't aware of that.
Because they're out of touch with...
I thought he was like abstaining from the argument, but he always kind of like leaned like he did.
Their own base and not offering a...
Booker blew everything he had on the speech floor, and now what? Yeah.
Compelling alternative to Republicans, which is something that you say you want, David. But to be fair, he also names Maxwell Frost and Chris...
Hey, Mitesh, how you doing?
Van
Just listening. Cool.
Holland as other examples of good Democrats.
Feel free to join the chat whenever you're free.
Democrats, and even though I have my criticisms of both of them, they are...
I will cheers you with my black tea.
Are better Democrats for sure.
Ooh, actually, Mitesh, I had a question. What's your go-to tea for nighttime?
Sure.
Where it doesn't make you too sleepy.
But again, you're not supporting Democrats.
I've been having a problem where my nighttime teas, if I drink them like halfway through stream, I start to get really tired by the end. They're effective for... knocking me out. I will say that much.
Like them, who are primarying do-nothing incumbents. What gives? I mean, if you want more Democrats like Frost and Van Hollen, why would you seemingly snub Chakrabarti and Abu Ghazala? I mean, we're kind of all over the place here ideologically.
Well, because, as I just explained, their campaigns are run in a ridiculous way.
Which begs the question, what is David Hogg's litmus test? Because age, effectiveness, and ideology don't seem to be part of his criteria. And this was a question that was asked by an unhinged K-Hive influencer who called on Hogg to explain himself. He then went on to go on one of his unhinged rants that he's known for, but the core of his question that he's asking is still good nonetheless. So let's hear him out.
I want to know specifics. What is the litmus test? Okay, are we doing this based off a voting record? Are we doing this based off of progressivism? Are we doing this based off of age? Are we doing this based off of gender, race? Because historically speaking, just as Democrats have continuously attacked black legislators, and I'm not here with the motherfucking shit. I'm not here with the prejudice, progressive shit. If that's what the fuck you're doing, we're going to have a problem. Because a lot of y'all will sit here and say, well, it's based off of performance. So are we basing it off of who's popular?
Wait, they attack black candidates? Didn't they run Anita Turner? Wait, yeah.
Are we actually...
Right?
Basing it off of performance, because now
I'm confused.
A lot of people just go.
Justice Democrats was the one that CENK was part of, right?
Off of the performative.
Unless something changed there, if somebody can explain that one, I have a feeling Anna would know.
Nature on it, because not.
I've been drinking kava and chamomile in the evenings for relaxation. Ginseng is one of the supposed to give you energy. I have a ginseng tea right now. I put it's a black tea mixed with ginseng.
Everybody.
But yeah, as I was saying, I'm gonna move cake. I think I have a chamomile upstairs. I'll be able to try that.
It can be as popular as a Jasmine Crockett, even though she's also
Nina Turner, not Tina Turner.
The motherfucking work. But however, a lot of people didn't know who the fuck Al.
Wait, I didn't say Tina Turner. What'd I say?
Green was until he acted a damn fool on the State of the Union, rightfully damn so. A lot of y'all would probably be looking at Al Green and with his age.
Ooh, I feel like playing Smash Brothers later. I think I'm gonna do a Smash Brothers stream at the end of
and being the fact that he's held that damn seat for 20 damn years, thinking that, oh, if he doesn't retire, are we going to primary this black man? Even though this black man has done a well for his motherfucking district. I'm talking about delivering $100 million motherfucking dollars to his
Nina Turner. Isn't that what her name was from Ohio?
Damn constituents. I want
she had a show on TYT for a little bit
to know, what are you going to do, and are you going to target?
Yeah, okay, Nina Turner. I'm not that
target black people, because again, historically speaking,
sitting here going like, oh, I'm bad with this stuff.
Already tried to primary Hakeem Jeffries before he was even the minority leader, and I'm also looking in the motherfucking comments that people are trying to hold Hakeem Jeffries to the most impossible.
Hey, how come he doesn't get the mic bump?
Motherfucking standards that they didn't even hold.
Do you have a WWE game? I do.
Nancy too, but however, Hakeem Jeffries was able to do his damn.
I think I got the newest one. I have to look.
Job by whipping the votes to vote against the continuing.
I actually like playing the micro brawler one. That one's fun.
Resolution. Why the fuck is he gonna have to pay the motherfucking price and pay for the fucking
I
crimes?
think they self black candidates that are too progressive. So like, what happened there though? Was who did they go against? I'm actually like, I don't know what happened there.
Chuck Schumer. Why not?
The most dangerous thing to a white Republican is an educated black person.
Hold that white bitch to that motherfucking standard. How about that?
Why not both? See, even though I'm also confused about David Hogg's criteria, it's idiotic to assume that he's specifically only targeting black members of Congress. Why is that your automatic assumption? It makes no sense. Now, to be fair to him, the reason why he's worried about this is because he claims that Justice Democrats targeted black and brown incumbents, but to be unfair to him, he's dead fucking wrong, and he's making that up. It's just not true. Justice Democrats were disproportionately from minority communities themselves. So if the incumbent that they were targeting happened to be black, they were too. And I think that the organization that he's thinking of that targets black and brown members of Congress is AIPAC, who just spent millions of dollars to replace Jamal Bowman with a race.
Mitesh, I'll actually be honest with you. The AEW game is the one that I played a lot of because I like the more simplistic mechanics. So you're probably way better at any of those games than I am.
Just white dude who's effectively a Republican. In fact, this same person was making jokes about that, as if it wasn't despicable that a foreign lobbying group was able to unseat a black man for daring to condemn genocide. So, I mean, drop the bullshit. You know that this is about ideology, not identity, and we can all see through your cynical weaponization of identity politics. But putting aside that...
Is that a cat?
You still makes a good point. It's hard to gauge effectiveness because the most vocal Democrats aren't necessarily the most effective, and his example of Al Green was a good example. Credit to him. Now, we're talking about him because David Hogg responded to him, which is why I feel like I got to give you the context and share his video. And David Hogg's response, however, didn't really help to clarify things. He says, Al Green is one of the best members we have. We need to win a House majority and elect Hakeem Speaker. The Black Caucus is the conscience of Congress, and we have to expand it. Okay. But you're still not being clear. The difference between Al Green and Hakeem Jeffries is enormous.
Now, how much of this is just him believing like the public persona of the people that he's talking about, like Nancy Pelosi, where they just convinced him like, no, I really have your back.
One is an excellent representative who has a proven record of fighting for the people in his...
Like he saw the Kente clause and he was just like, yeah, they care.
...district, whereas the other is a corrupt charisma vacuum who doesn't give a shit about people in his district. Does Hakeem Jeffries get a pass because he's younger and I guess represents generational change? I mean, the lack of specificity here speaks volumes. And look, while I support this plan in theory, the details matter. And I'll give him credit. I think that disrupting the status quo from within is a genius ploy. I wish that the left thought of this sooner. But it's not going to amount to the change.
Sorry, the infiltration politics discussion, I went right back to it. I was like, wait a minute, it's almost like I said this first.
You say,
and then we actually proved that it's not really that effective.
You want if we end up with the same soulless corporate Democrats who don't actually stand for anything. We don't need new faces.
No, we've been through this before. Like, it's like, oh, we already we covered this.
Faces to represent the same old status quo. We need new faces to tear out the old status quo.
Here.
Jeffries get a pass because he's younger and I guess represents generational change? I mean, the lack of specificity here speaks volumes. And look, while I support this plan in theory, the details matter. And I'll give him credit. I think that disrupting the status quo from within is a genius ploy. I wish that the left thought of this sooner.
See?
But it's not going to amount to the change you say you want.
That was originally what I was saying, when we discussed this.
If we end up with the same...
I was like, wait a minute, we're back here?
Soulless corporate
I thought we solved this.
Democrats who don't actually stand for anything.
I did! Woo!
We don't need new faces to represent the same old status quo. We need new faces to tear out.
No, I did. I'm saying I did, and you already you've already educated me on why this is a really, really it doesn't work.
The old status quo from the roots.
And I know.
Replace it.
No, that's kind of why I'm laughing. Like, we've already gone through, why this did not.
With a new one. So while...
Oh, I know I'm yelling at him through you.
I am enjoying the catfight between him and James Carville.
Feminism has been around for centuries. What are you talking about?
Admittedly, you have to understand that the reason why people like James Carville have dominated...
As I said, guys, we've already gone through this.
The Democratic Party for decades is because they are actually committed to an ideological project. They don't believe that the Democratic Party should return to FDR-style politics. People like James Carville are committed to the
insufferable
continuation of Clinton-era neoliberalism, where privatization and corporate profits are prioritized.
He looks like he melts cartoon shoes in his spare time.
Over robust public services preferred by the base. They think that incrementalism and governing from the center isn't just pragmatic, but intrinsically
This guy's gonna say, guys, new idea. Let's start a third party.
good. So in the end, I don't know why James...
Oh my God, it's brilliant.
James Carville is being so hysterical about this, because even though David Hogg is offering a competing...
He does kind of look like Mr. Magoo.
...alternative to Republicans, he very clearly doesn't have a cohesive ideological vision to compete with Democrats, which just means that this project is bound to lead us right back to where we started at the beginning.
It is, I mean... I think David Hogg does kind of represent, I don't know, the appetite for, new blood. Literally, some younger people in there that don't just exude the fact, that they govern from a nursing home. I do think that is funny, though. It's just wait a minute, we're right back to this, or it's just we need to change this from the status quo from within. We're going to change the Democratic Party. I just like how I'm already woohoo, I'm already past that. Yeah. No, we have to establish a solid third party, but one that, these midterms are going to be wild. Yeah, I think that's an understatement. It really, holy shit. You're going to see some really surprising turnouts, but here's where I'm a little concerned is, as much as I'm worried about, the right wing, messing with elections, it's I wouldn't put it past some Dems, some just, corpo Dems to be oh, this other candidate got more votes. This will not do. Look up how Republicans came to power over the Whigs. Just looking up. One midterm and one presidential election. Boom. Major party. I kind of remember that from high school. That was one of the few things that we did learn. God, I remember nothing. It didn't help that I was smoking half for all my classes. But... Really, it was one midterm? Yo, what up? Yeah, cheers. Happy mountain time. What up, Bloodstone? How you doing? Glad you could join us. Welcome, welcome. Mountain Custom Grill 420. Oh, excuse me. All right. By the way, guys, here, check this out. Random little story from Ground News, which you know the deal with Ground News. We love Ground News here, and if you haven't already, get yourself over there. Try it for free, and if you enjoy it, you can use this link specifically to get yourself 40% off of a subscription to Ground News, and it really helps out the channel, so I appreciate it. But let's take a look. The FDA announces plan to phase out common artificial dye from U.S. food supply. This is one of the few things to come out of this administration that I just have to go, cool. You can pass as Vosh's little brother. Little brother? Dude, I think I'm 10 years older than him, aren't I? I'm pretty sure I am. I got a new mountain bike, and I've been playing. I've missed a few streams. I'd be out today but I got my tire fixed. Ah. Well, we miss you here, Big James, but I'm also happy that you're out, doing the mountain biking thing. You should listen to stream while you're doing it. Come on, wait a minute. You can't enjoy this, just the lurking. Walking and lurking, headed to on a high adventure to the Dollar Tree for snacks. Oh, dude. Okay, so that was like one of my major things when I moved from my apartment. Dude, I was so mad because we had a Dollar Tree like right down the street from us, and that was like something that I didn't think about, like how much I was going there and getting like stoner snacks. And I you don't think about it until you go somewhere else and you're like, wait a minute, this was a book. You're charging too. Like, this is bullshit. No service where I single track. Oh, okay. Well, as long as you're catching if you catch a VOD or I don't know, I will be posting more of my chopped up content here. I unfortunately just had a really, really long week. It's gonna actually be like the next 2 weeks is gonna be a little hectic, especially with my mom's thing. Because we got that coming up, and then I found out that we're gonna have to do this in 2 parts, which is, I hate to say this, like I'm really. When I found that, I was like, oh man. It's like, maybe I'll just take her, because her birthday is the memorial, and I'm like, maybe I'll just do that, like, take a day with my sister, and we'll figure something out for that, because, man, family, you gotta love them. I mean it, like, you gotta love them, but it is that thing where all of a sudden it's just like, oh, this got way more complicated to plan. But I appreciate everybody wanting to be involved, so here, let me drop the link, and then we'll move on to the next story. As I said, guys, I really appreciate all the support that you guys have been giving me, and also all the support you guys have been giving the stream. Thank you. Just simply thank you. All right. Oh yeah, the food dye. Let's see. RFK, Health Secretary, will direct the food manufacturers to phase out 8 petroleum-based food dyes by the end of 2026. I'm so okay with this. So okay with this. These are the ones that are used in Flaming Hot Cheetos, Skittles, and other snacks. The thing is, they don't need to use that crap. Like, they really don't. And the like alternative ingredients are only gonna like literally add maybe 5 cents per bag, if that. And that's to us, like the consumer. I'm not even talking to like their like when they ship it out. I'm talking like that'll add maybe like a penny to them. Although it's a lot of pennies. I forget, when you do it to a wide scale, even those pennies add up. Sane's around here. I got a house, 2 bed, 1 bath with 2-car garage, and I have to move on Mother's Day weekend. Ugh. They don't use it in Europe. Nice, dude. Congratulations on getting a house, man. That's awesome. Yeah, I got so many freaking repairs that now I have to do. Woohoo, I'm learning on the fly. This is going to be one of those situations where I might have to record this, because one of them specifically, I'm like, oh boy. I don't know what I'm doing, but hey. People are going to complain that the taste is different because it doesn't look radioactive. LOL. Yeah. I could see that because like people do that for like 90s snacks where they don't understand that it's like, dude, it's because it was pretty much made with asbestos. What the hell are you talking about? Which is always funny to me because like going back to like lead poisoning, I think back to like our parents' generation. I'm just like, oh yeah, asbestos. All like they had exposure to so many like dangerous chemicals that specifically attack neuroplasticity. So it really kind of makes sense that this entire generation just kind of seems to be like, you know what? Trump. And I know that's a little reductive because honestly, actually, that's not fair because the protest that I went to, and actually, my good friend went to a protest this last Saturday, and there was a great turnout. So I have to say, man, I am very hopeful for at least like what's going on and how many people are showing up and the age of the people showing up. It's not the youth like everybody's claiming too, because there was this one Facebook group that was trying to attack these protests, and they're like, oh, look at these kids, they're disrupting everything and they're disrupting traffic, and it's just literally it's a bunch of like, you know, older people and middle-aged people, which I just found out that middle age is 38 when you break it down for the average in America. So that was a crushing blow to my psyche today, where I realized, oh, I'm middle-aged. So guys, you know what that does mean though? Middle-age crisis. All right, so what's my middle-age crisis thing gonna be? Let's see. I gotta think. Do I take up golf? Should I just take up golf? I could get a sports car. I can't afford a sports car, but I could go make a devastating financial decision. Huge turnout in Longmont. Nice. Hell yeah, man. Republicans first ran a presidential candidate in 1956 and lost, but 13 seats in Congress, but had 13 seats in Congress. 1858 was the midterms, and they won 56 seats. 1861, Abraham was elected, and Republican had the majority in Congress, so congressional elections over 6 years. Well, yeah, but I just had this discussion about like the swapping of parties, and that's something that's not brought up enough or brought up properly, because like a lot of people try to use it disingenuously to sell like whatever argument they're making based on the fact that it's like, well, did you know that technically the Democrats are the ones that did slavery? Like, yeah, like the party shift or whatever, and then like you said, when they became, yeah, I hate that argument. Me too. It's annoying. Excuse me. Man, might have to get a humidifier down here. It's a little dry. Liberalism has no real theory as to how parties change, except people start believing new things. And it's not that simple. No, but like, I try to think of like the way that I started like shifting a little bit politically, and it was literally like over time I started getting more and more radicalized on certain issues. I know it's shitty because we just kind of have to accept that people are kind of selfish, but it is the idea that like, you know, people don't really get radicalized until it affects them. There's also that, I guess, on that end. I think that's where I was making the point earlier, a few days ago, or it had to be like 2 weeks at this point when I did the protest, where it's like, yeah, but that's why, honestly, seeing that, I was like, yeah, I'm a little more open to having these discussions with the center left, if you will, because I talked to some pretty cool people at the protest before I turned the camera on, and I gotta say, man, yeah, I don't know. Everybody seems to have a different reason to be pissed, but they're all pissed and want change, so I think that's good. The healthcare issue, though, I really want to get better at just being like, no, we really need to do this, guys. Like, come on, let's just do it. It's like we'd also just do a federal like legalization of cannabis. Like leave it up again. You can leave it up to the states. And, like don't pressure, the states to just be like you need to legalize. But yeah, you got to go to a meeting. Oh, okie dokie. Well, I'm glad that you could pop in. I will catch you later. Oh, man. As I said, looking forward to the midterms. It is going to be very interesting. All right, that's it. Give me 1 second. Oh, man. Nope, it's my allergies. That's what's going on today. Yikes. Ugh. Just started raining. I can already tell. God, I'm at that age where it's just like, ooh, my wrist hurts. There's a cold front coming in, I can tell. I've seen a lot of older vets in general here, and lots of great signs. I was giddy. I loved it. The energy was awesome, addictive, and soul charging. Exactly. And that's honestly what I'm really happy to see that, where people are getting recharged. Like the doomerism is really only on these online spaces as much as I don't want to be, oh, get offline, go touch grass. But it is kind of like, no, if you have a protest near you or you have like a meeting of some kind that with like-minded people politically, like a political party like DSA or oh my god, I forgot the other name. I don't want to say the wrong one, damn it. PMF? PNF? I think it's PNF. Yeah, Vosh's brother would say that. Well, again, I would be the older brother there, which is weird. It is scary to think that I am damn near 10 years older than him. Fuck. Yeah, let me see. $31. Oh, okay. 8 years. Okay. Oh, it's because my December birthday. It's one of those situations. Yeah, technically by year, I am 8 years older. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm gonna be 39 this year. Yikes. Age is a construct, guys. Let's just keep saying that. Oh, I keep doing this. All right, let's find the AP version of this. Again, sponsored by Ground News. Check them out. U.S. health officials on Tuesday said that they would urge food makers to phase out petroleum-based artificial colorings in the nation's food supply, but stopped short of promising a formal ban. Offered a few specifics on how they intend to achieve the sweeping change. Okay, so it's like one thing that I actually agree with, but they're just like, oh, you know what? We're going to say it first and then we're going to institute it. Today, the FDA is making food companies to substitute petrochemical dyes with natural ingredients for American children as they do in Europe and Canada. Again, I'm fine with this. Like, this is one of those situations I really am okay with. I'm not even kidding. Like, yellow dye number 5, like, honestly, we've known about this shit and, like, the effects that these, like, dyes do cause, so this isn't a hot take. It's kind of weird where it's just like, okay. If he actually gets rid of some of the bad shit in the food, that's, like, the one thing I can say. All right. but actually do it. Like, I'm not having a lot of confidence instilled in me when it's just like they literally say in the first sentence of the article, but stopped short of promising a formal ban and offered few specifics on how they intend to change this. Yeah, Red Dye 40. Yeah, what's the ones that they actually banned? I can't remember. I remember Yellow Dye number 5 was like the big one where they were just like, Mountain Dew will never recover from this. If a virus can grind this nation to a halt, then the working class can too. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If there was an actual working class revolt where we just decided not to go to work, like for real, that would do it. But the thing is, you have so many bootlicking Republicans that would gladly do like 3 jobs for that one day just to make sure that it's like, nah, like it would have to be like a week-long protest, and that's kind of rough. Because you do realize that like the long-term implications of that too, like it does hurt us. Like, as much as I'm all for like, yay, stock market crash, then I'm like, oh shit. I'm one of those guys. But I also, again, I tried to play it safe. I don't have a lot of my stuff tied up in the stock market, so that was one of the smarter things I feel I did. All right, let's see. Tesla reports disappointing quarterlies. Trump says he has no intention of firing Jerome Powell. He can't do it. Stop. The idea, oh my God, the fucking media, and this is coming from left-wing media sources, guys. The fact that this is coming from left and center, look, that is kind of funny that the right has absolutely no intention on reporting on this, though. That's kind of funny. I didn't know Murdoch owned the Wall Street Journal as well. I thought he also, it's New York Post, Wall Street Journal. Look at that. No intent. Okay, so yeah, he's just trying to stabilize the markets. Report warns of rapid decline in Holocaust survivor population. Yeah, that's what happens when people get old. Oh my God. Is that a... What? Islamist leader among 2 dead in strikes on Lebanon, blamed on Israel. All right, here we go. Well, let's get some Middle Eastern news. They'll lie long enough and they will believe it. Absolutely. You have absolutely no investment in the stock market. I don't know. I did like a little bit, but it's nothing. So, as I said, nothing substantial. And even like the 401k stuff, it's all safe, safe bets. And even if it crashes, then as I said, like there's other stuff. As funny as this actually may be, my comic collection, I don't just have like a bullshit comic collection, guys. So. I got some goods. Nothing like crazy. God. I hate to say it, but I wouldn't probably be one of those guys, no matter how much money I had. I would never buy an Action Comics #1. I just wouldn't. Now, Batman. Like Detective Comics number 20, what is it, 28? It's either 28 or 26, I can't remember. But, yeah, that one. First appearance of Batman, that'd be cool. Tell them to lie long enough and they will believe it. A bunch of right-wingers are mad that a few bands at Coachella got political. Like they were, like they would go and do something like that. Why do they care? That is weird. In Coachella, like the Coachella Valley one, like, dude, do these people have anything better to do than just cry all the fucking time? Like, when it comes down to it, dude, it is just like they were admitting that it's like, oh, you bunch of lefties, you're just a bunch, you're a bunch of soy boys, you're a bunch of softies, and then they're literally crying about like, did you see what Sabrina Carpenter did? She said that she likes Democrats. Whatever, man. Meanwhile, they praise guys like Triple H and wrestlers coming out and saying they were Trump supporters like Roman Reigns, and they're just like, yay! And then making fun of everybody that's just like, I'm not a supporter anymore. They're just like, oh, really? Really? It's always about politics with you? It's so silly. Hey, buddy. What you doing? Oh, he's all the way gone. All right, I'll turn the stand cam off for now. All right. Islamist leader among 2 dead in the airstrikes. Let's go to Al Jazeera. A top commander in the armed wing of the Lebanese party, Al-Jama al-Islamiyah, has been killed in an Israeli drone strike in Lebanon. Okay. So this one was not one that Hexeth tweeted or talked about over Signal. Okay, good to know. Ooh, interesting. I wish Anna wasn't gone right now. This is an interesting bill. If you're from Florida, let me know what you guys think about this. Florida bill would let homeowners use reasonable force against drones. I like this. I like this. You can play skeet. Like, you can shoot skeet. Like, anytime you see a drone, it's just like, you know what? Screw this. Pow! Reasonable force, potential legal confusion for homeowners about drone interactions. Let's see. Yeah, I was about to say, like, what are they actually going to do with this? Over the years, the increasingly ubiquitous use of drones in the United States has raised a lot of privacy concerns, but if a random drone hovering around your home if a random drone is hovering around your home, what can you do about it? I know in Illinois there's nothing you can do because it's a private property thing, and well, a new bill from Florida State Senate will let property owners use reasonable force against them. In Chicago, the bill aims to expand Florida's overall restrictions of unmanned aircraft systems, redefine no-fly zones to include airports and prisons. They didn't already, but if its proposal for property owners is generating most controversy. Currently, it would let anyone use reasonable expectation of privacy on their property use reasonable force to... The thing is, okay, now this actually... oh my god. I just talked about this with somebody during the summer about, do I technically own the square... Like, how much square footage above my home do I own? Like, airspace. Do we have airspace rights as homeowners? Actually, you know what? Screw it. Let's... Do I have airspace rights over in Illinois? Yes. Illinois acknowledges that landowners generally own the airspace directly above their home, up to a certain height. But this right is limited by the public's right to navigate airspace. This means you have the right to the space above your property, but airplanes flying at standard altitudes are generally not considered trespassing. Interesting. I'd say the top of your house. No, it says 500 feet. It's literally here. 500 feet from the ground. Okay, so how tall is the average two-story house? Uh, 20 to 25 feet. Okay, actually, that's pretty significant. Okay, hold on. So. Okay, so how's this apply to drones. However, the right is subject to the FAA's definition of navigatable airspace. Drones, FAA define navigatable airspace. The FAA considers drones to be aircraft. Drones can fly within FAA-defined navigatable spaces, which include the space above private property. As long as they comply with FAA regulations, though. Okay. Law enforcement, Illinois law restricts the use of drones by law enforcement without a warrant or other authorized reasons. Nice. Drones are generally prohibited from flying in Illinois state parks, historical sites, and protected areas with potential fines for violators. That's cute. That's very cute. I live near a nature preserve, and I can tell you right now, they don't enforce that shit. If anything, the cops are sitting there like curious about it, like, "Hey, what'd you see?" Yeah, I've seen that. Drones can typically fly up to 400 feet above ground level in uncontrolled airspace, unless otherwise restricted by the FAA. So, okay, so let's see. The bill aims to expand Florida's overall restrictions to unmanned aircraft systems, redefining no-fly zones to include airports and prisons, which is insane. Again, if they didn't. Currently, it would let anyone use reasonable force, reasonable expectation of privacy on their property, use reasonable force to stop the drone. What constitutes reasonable force, though? Chucking rocks or flat out shooting it. Your guess is as good as mine. Right now, the bill doesn't put limits on what property owners can do to the drones. The only thing that the bill does specify is that drones must be flying under 500 feet for over somebody's property to take action. Okay. That'd be funny. Your drone gets shot and you're at 499 and you're just like, he shot my private property. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, so 501. My bad. Got that backwards. Throughout the past decade, privately owned drones have become increasingly popular in the U.S. Almost 800,000 drones are currently registered with the Federal Aviation Administration. Really? The agency estimates that over 1 million people use them for recreational and commercial purposes. As with any evolving technology, regulations around drones are murky, often lacking, especially when it comes to private property owners. Some states have peeping Tom laws to regulate use, including Florida's own Freedom from Unwanted Surveillance Act that says drones can't take photos or video of private property without permission. Interesting. Interesting. However, drones are not totally unregulated. They're considered aircraft. They fall under the FAA guidelines. We learned about that. Concerns were also expressed by Florida State Representative Jason Pizzo, Democrat, Hollywood. During a committee hearing last week, he stated there was mention that reasonable force might be included to shoot it down, but I don't want anyone under the notion that they can just go in and shoot things down from the air, which is actually punishable for up to 20 years by the FAA. So yeah, this is gonna definitely be murky, and it could definitely cause some people to go to jail. Not rich people though. Let's get that one right. Like, this one's gonna be like, if somebody, like, say in a poorer area shoots down a drone, I have a feeling that they're gonna get prosecuted with all the hammer of the law. All right. Mediate. Let's see. MAGA influencer tells Steve Bannon Trump will have no choice but suspend habeas corpus. That is fucking terrifying. former Trump White House advisor turned podcaster Steve Bannon spoke with another MAGA influencer on Tuesday who argued that President Trump will have to suspend habeas corpus in order to facilitate mass deportations. What do you... Oh, boy. Holy shit. So we're going to just... Yeah, you know that Magna Carta thing from the 12th fucking century? What is that? No. Wait. Holy shit, guys. Holy shit. The brain rot from these... And it's always these guys. Like, look at these guys. Look at these guys. Why is it always the dudes that look like they fantasize about their daughters that are always the ones that do this shit? What do you do when your own intelligence apparatus around the president is trying to undercut him so he has no standing in court when he does exactly what you say he has to do, which is suspend habeas corpus, the right to due process, and start rolling them out here, brother? Who goes by the DC Drano? Oh, cool. Well, is that the same deep state that indicted him 4 times? We don't care that they say what they say. Okay, we have common sense. We watched our country be invaded for more than 4 years by 10 to 15 million illegal aliens. Many of them men of fighting age, okay? Yeah, we have a military shortage, yet you guys can't figure out, like, maybe, just maybe, we should actually have some of these people, like, we should give them the ability to join our military, like they already had. When I say suspend the right, not only is this a constitutional power in Article 1, Section 9, but we're not even suspending it for American citizens, okay? Then there's none of that. These are illegal aliens. They do not have the right to be here. They get deported. If the courts want to stop us, the thing is, you guys forget how this fucking country was built conveniently every single time. Like, you guys were just like, yeah, Mayflower, white guys, you know? That's where we should have stopped it. Duh. That's like, but you were responsible for bringing, the black people over. No, we weren't. What are you talking about? They shipped their own. That's their problem. Like, God, they really are just such fucking assholes all the time. Can we just... The president who used this for the most is Democrats' favorite president of all time, FDR, okay? FDR used it. Abraham Lincoln used it. Ulysses S. Grant used it. And you know what? All their faces are on our money, okay? They ended up being pretty good looking in historical hindsight. Trump has the chance to do that. We have to normalize this. You cannot allow 20 million illegal aliens to invade our country and allow them to stay. This is an invasion, and this is what an invasion is. Again, all of these people. Like, the funniest part is the people who listen to this bullshit, they live in fucking, like, states, and they live in areas where they, like, the next person, over, if they are Mexican, they're just like, but you're one of the good ones. Like, these people fucking suck. Like, they just suck all around. Time to start taking drastic action. I understand what President Trump is doing. He's going through the process. He's exposing the Democrat Marxist judges are going to stop him every step of the way. See, they're already doing this, guys. They're doing the thing where they're now using Marxist, Leninist, socialist. They're going to use it all to demonize us. At a certain point, I feel he's going to have no choice but to do this. And you know what? If he stands strong and he does it, he will win in a landslide in the midterms, because this is what Americans want on both sides of the aisle. This is also why it's dangerous when he starts polling, like, well on immigration. Damn. Yeah, government employees need a real job as a pseudo-philosopher podcaster. Thank you for that. Pseudo-philosopher. Oh. Are you applying that to me? Because if that's not the case, then we should say you are one of the good ones when speaking to the MAGA people. Truth. But what up, Legend? How you doing? The Supreme Court over the weekend paused the Trump administration from carrying out further deportations under the Alien Enemies Act, which could have sent more migrants to indefinite imprisonment in El Salvador. Yeah, the thing is, this is what happens when you fucking don't, like, listen to them. So it's no surprise that they're gonna just be like, nah, shut it down. U.S. politics has been roiled in recent weeks by revelations that one of the migrants in prison in El Salvador was sent there as a result of an administrative error. And that many others had no criminal records. The Supreme Court has since ruled that anyone deported under the AEA is entitled to notice and opportunity to challenge their removal. Dude, this is insane.
I love it.
Shit. Okay, we get it. Ad. It's an ad. We get it. Oh.
The president. What do you do when your own intelligence apparatus around the president is trying to undercut him so he has no standing in the court when he does exactly what you say he has to do, which is suspend habeas corpus and start rolling him out of here, brother?
Well, is that the same deep state that indicted him 4 times? We don't care what they say, okay? We have common sense. We watched our...
Working hard saw a client who gets grants from NIH and VA, etc. She is having a bad time. She got an email from the VA that said they need to watch for anti-Christian activity.
Country be invaded for 4 years by 10 to 15 million illegal aliens, many of them men of fighting age, okay?
The thing is, they really believe that their circles and the people that, like, they think that because Trump won that the American people genuinely want this. They think that they believe the fucking myth that he won in a landslide, that like everybody loves Trump that isn't a fucking like screaming left winger. When most people are just like, yo, dude, the economy sucks. This guy fucking like, why does he keep doing this shit? None of it makes sense. The fact is, like, the 5D chess thing, nobody's buying it anymore because his own people are just like, what the fuck?
When I say suspend the writ, not only is this a constitutional power in Article 1, Section 9, but we're not even suspending it for American citizens, okay? There's none of that. These are illegal aliens. They do not have a right to be here. They get deported. If the courts want to stop us, we go around the courts by using constitutional authority to do so. And the president who used this the most is the Democrats' favorite president of all time, FDR. Okay, FDR used it, Abraham Lincoln used it, and Ulysses S. Grant used it. And you know what? They're all their faces are on our money. Okay, they ended up being pretty good looking in historical hindsight, and Trump has the chance to do that. We have to normalize this. You cannot allow 20 million.
It's appropriate, as Drano in his like last name there.
Illegal aliens to
first
invade our country and
What's up, brother?
allow them to stay. This
How you
is
doing?
an invasion. That is what an invasion is. Time to start taking drastic action. I understand what President Trump is doing. He's going through the process.
I'm not sure if you listened to Sylvie's stuff in the hobby space, but man, really good.
He's exposing that Democrat
Mixing music, fuck yeah.
Marxist judges are going to stop him every step of the way. At a certain point, I feel he's going to have no decision but to do this. And you know what? If he stands strong and he does it, he'll win in a landslide in the midterms, because this is what Americans want on both sides.
He'll win in a landslide in
of the aisle.
Okay. Guys, I'm thinking that the midterms, we should be very vigilant about, you know, they seem a little confident about this one. Sylvia's effing awesome. Just need to be more confident because the talent is there. Fuck yeah, it is. I mean, I enjoy the music. I was vibing with it pretty hard. One ended slavery, the other was fighting Nazis. What's the historical just cause is going to be remembered for this? Yeah, right. Well, technically it was fighting Japanese, the Japanese, but... Yeah, I'm 99% sure that's why it was enacted. Anyway. Yeah, Kirk, I'm not sure if you were listening, but there were a few things yesterday where you definitely, like, I hate to do this to you, but you might want to kind of skip through and play like on like high speed or something, because there are a few drops in there that it's like, oh man, it was like a gift to you. So there you go. And it was totally like unintentional too. So it's just like, oh boy. Yeah, true. But as far as American historical narratives go, oh yeah, dude. I mean, the American historical narrative. You mean the story of Superman? A gift? I don't get it. LOL. Like, I said some shit that, like, was just drop heaven for you. Did I not make that clear? My bad. Because no, man, for real. I was going through some jokes, and I gave you some more content for right-wing pep. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, there's also something while I was watching Ethan. Damn it, I really wish I would have just marked that in the VOD. Yeah. Perhaps I shall just go through it. You're going to have a 30-minute long intro. Oh, shit. Well. That's... Oh, no. I guess that's kind of good. Gives me time, like that little bit of extra time to kind of, you know, get my tea ready and let Stanley out in extra time. Actually, does he have to go out? Nope, he's sleeping. Here we go. Oh man. Okay, so this was really funny. I was giving him, like, I was brushing him, and he had one of those like really bad tufts that was just like, it was stuck, but it needed to come out. And I was just like, all right, well, here we go. I just gave it a nice little tug, and he looked, the look he gave me, man. I have never seen that dog like do the, like he like showed teeth, but he was also just like, what the hell? It was very, very funny. Damn it, he gets so sheddy. Like, it's so weird to have a hound that like never sheds during the winter. Like, he barely sheds, and then just one day during the spring, he's one of those dogs where it's like he might as well be a husky. There's just hair everywhere right now. Trump suspending habeas corpus. I like how that's just like an aside. Oh, God. Well, let's at least have a fun story here. We got the Pete Hegseth fallout, and it's getting worse for him. So that's actually kind of like fun to watch. So let's continue that.
Pete Hegseth, the beleaguered defense secretary and former Fox News host, returned to his old stomping grounds in a disastrous Fox News interview in which Hegseth was visibly manic as he desperately tried to spin his latest potentially career-ending scandal, which was him sharing classified military information with his wife, his brother, and his personal attorney. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, brace yourselves for maximum cringe, okay? We're going to share some clips of this Fox News interview. But in this first one, it was actually the host, Brian Kilmeade, who made the mistake with a Freudian slip, which is really hilarious. See if you catch it.
Here to set the record straight himself, the current Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth, former...
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Host right here on Fox and Friends. Pete,
Hey,
great
Brian.
to see you, Mr. Secretary.
I watched this clip from Fox News today, and I was like, oh, wow, he it seems like he has a little pep in his step.
So he made two Freudian slips. He referred to him as the Secretary of State. He's actually the Secretary of Defense, and he said former Secretary instead of current. Now, that might be, again, a bit of a Freudian slip because the credible reporting, courtesy of the NPR of National Public Radio, and corroborated by conservative pundit.
I like how nervous he's looked at, like, in all of, like, whenever they're talking. It's so funny where he just sits there like,
conservative radio host Eric Erickson, is that the Trump White House is indeed seeking to replace Pete.
It's almost like he takes the edible a little too, like, soon, or like a little, too quickly before the show goes on. So, like, halfway through it hits.
Hegseth, even though Donald Trump is publicly doubling down on his support.
We've all been there.
Of Hegseth. Wouldn't be the first time that Trump has said one thing and done another, and it wouldn't be the first time that Trump has sacrificed one of his, incompetent minions to try to bolster his own support. We'll see what happens. But here's Hegseth crashing out.
Yeah, you went on a right-wing rant there at the end. Much respect.
On live TV.
When this all started, the first go-around, because this is the second go-around, right? They peddle old stuff, they kick it back up.
Oh, yesterday?
I said repeatedly, no one's texting war plans. You know why I said that? Because I'm in the bowels of the Pentagon every single day. Just 10 minutes ago, I was looking at actual war plans of things that were ongoing or pending things to happen. Because that's on a regular basis on classified.
Is it bad that now I'm like, the Secretary of Defense really shouldn't have access to any of that?
Systems. That's my job for the war fighters, for the President of the United States.
Oh
I look at war plans every single day. what was shared over Signal, then and now, however you characterize it, was informal, unclassified coordinations for media coordination and other things. That's what I've said from the beginning. At the beginning, it was left-wing reporters from The Atlantic who got a hold of it and then wanted to create a problem for the president. This is what it's all about, trying to get at President Trump and his agenda. Now, when this...
All right, so again, you can see he's very caffeinated, right? He is overly caffeinated. He is visibly manic. He is overcompensating. And I am known to just...
Caffeinated. Yeah.
Articulate, but damn, Hegseth is over here like, you know, and what they're doing, and he's bobbing and weaving. He's like, this is all an attempt to get at the president. Now, it was clever what Hegseth did.
That was actually a good impression.
Because he recognizes that his popularity and approval rating are extremely low, and it has been ever since the Signalgate fiasco, the first Signalgate fiasco. Donald Trump, of course, commands a cult of personality within the Republican Party. They're never going to leave him, even though Trump's overall approval rating is also quite disastrous. So Hegseth is trying to latch himself on like a barnacle to the hull of a ship, okay, in order to salvage his career. Couple of things, though, him talking about, I was just looking at war plans. Yeah, the fear is that you probably sent those war plans to your wife, your brother, your brother-in-law, maybe the editor-in-chief of the New York Times or somebody else that you've accidentally CC'd in all this. And he's like, the reason that I said these aren't war plans is because I look at war plans all the time. No, the reason you said they weren't war plans.
Guys, I was hiding something from you all along.
And tried to downplay the significance of the information that you shared. And by the way, people considerably more experienced than Pete Hegseth, former Defense Department officials, former military officials, people who served longer than Pete Hegseth and have the administrative experience.
Wait, like the beer company?
That they were classified.
No.
It was highly sensitive information that he sent in that first Signal chat, and that had the Houthis in Yemen gotten a hold of this information via, perhaps Russia, for example, that it could have endangered the lives of American pilots. So the reason he's telling you those weren't war plans is because he's lying to you to try to save face. That's all it is. Here's another clip.
I don't have time for the hoax press that peddles old stories from disgruntled employees. We should be talking about the decimation of the Houthis, how we're pushing back the Chinese, how we have a new defense area at the southern border. Instead, disgruntled former employees are peddling things to try to save their ass.
Did you?
And ultimately, that's it's not going to work.
I will note that some of the people that he's referring to, disgruntled ex-employees, were personal friends of Hegseth as well, that Hegseth brought on board. They were key staff to Hegseth in the DOD. So again, this reflects really poorly on Hegseth himself, if that's, the particular line he's going with. Go with this clip as well.
Based in reality.
So, Mr. Secretary, I guess
that's so funny that he's literally the fuck up of his golf buddy group, and he got the key position.
Yes, I can conclude this. We know some bizarre situation with Michael Waltz happened with the first time the whole thing with the Signal app came out. You believe this came out. They said it was called Team Huddle because one of the people who work for you, one of the three who no longer are there, leaked this out as a way to get back at you?
That's right, Brian. When you dismiss people who you believe are leaking classified information, and again, the investigation is ongoing and that will take time, and when the evidence produced, it will go to DOJ, why would it surprise anybody, Brian, if those very same people keep leaking to the very same reporters whatever information they think they can have to try to sabotage the agenda of the president or the secretary? So once a leaker, always a leaker, often a leaker. And so we look for leakers because we take it very seriously. And we will do the investigation. Right. And if those people are exonerated, fantastic.
Somebody just get this coked up Nazi off the fucking podium, please, allegedly.
Well, again, totally manic, right? Again, bobbing and weaving, whatever. But here's what he's saying. Oh, they're totally guilty. They were fired for leaking. They were definitely responsible for this. But also, they might be exonerated in a subsequent investigation. Well, wait a minute. What the hell are you talking about? Are you or are you not convinced of their guilt? Number one. Number two, he's trying to confuse the Fox News audience. So the real problem is the people revealing all this incompetent,
not all that hard,
unethical shit that I'm doing, not me engaging in the incompetent, unethical shit, like sharing classified,
having somebody in their government position being so animated,
highly sensitive military information with my wife.
Again, dude, if it was like, what's his name, Pete Buttigieg, and he was that amped up, they'd just be like, look, he's in amphetamines. You can't trust him. You just cannot trust him because you don't know what drugs he's on that day.
My brother and my personal attorney. That's the real issue, is the fact that people told on me. They tattled on me. That's a problem. Not the actual.
He's acting like he's doing his Fox News show.
Bad thing I did. Really corrupt, stupid shit coming from the Secretary of Defense. But predictably, that's exactly what happens when you appoint a Fox and Friends B-tier, second string weekend co-host to this position. One last clip.
Get along to go along. And, start doing Meet the Press and going to the Council on Foreign Relations and spending time with all the new cocktail sipping crowd. That's not why I'm here. I'm here.
He almost cocktail drinking crowd. It's like,
as President Trump asked me to bring warfighting back to the Pentagon every single day. Right. That is our focus. And get along to
warfighting, but there's no wars. Weird. How you do this thing where you're like, no new wars, but we need warfighting. The invasion. Like, dude, you guys are creating all of this fucking fake bullshit.
Sure seems like you're, fighting a war on your own credit.
And it's like, you're missing the whole, like, I don't know, world war that happened with all these other things that, like, push to these decisions, and you're just kind of doing it because you're just like, hey, look, you know what? It's a good idea. It helps us because we're billionaires, right?
On your perceived competence, on your perceived popularity, all of which quite low. People don't think you're experienced. People don't think you're competent. People don't think you're fit for this role.
No, dude, independents hate this guy.
But again, this whole idea, again, I love the bobbing and weaving. It's like he is overly stimulated. I
Tim
mean,
Pool's press secretary.
I don't think this is going to do much. I mean,
that would be funny.
The fact of the matter is, now the Fox News viewership, they're inclined to grade Trump and Hegseth and everybody on a curve anyway because it's part of the cult orbit. But this isn't going to do him any favors. This is not going to resurrect his approval rating. It's not going to resurrect his sense of credibility. I don't think there's anything Pete Hegseth can do at this point to salvage. Now, again, at the end of the day, he serves at the pleasure of the president, and Donald Trump is the president. And it's entirely possible that Donald Trump will give the media the finger, give liberals the finger, give progressives the finger, give Democrats the finger, give the majority of the country the finger, and just double down on Hegseth, as he is wont to do. Again, despite the fact that credible reporting is that the White House is seeking replacements, because Trump wants to own the libs and Hegseth wants to own the libs. That's the unifying feature between them. And if they know the libs want Hegseth to be fired, even for totally justified reasons, Trump is probably inclined to go in the opposite direction. So who knows what's going to happen with Hegseth? But it seems to me that Hegseth is nervous, that he is worried. Like his manic nature here betrays an insecurity, especially somebody who has the media training that Hegseth has. Again, Fox and Friends weekend co-host for years. That was reportedly the thing that Trump liked about him the most. Is very telegenic. He has a personality fit for TV, and that's how Donald Trump selects key positions in the Trump White House. But to be clear, this is an abject disaster for the credibility of the Trump administration and another national security breach.
Also, I will actually be fair with this one. Like, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, having people that can go out and speak on television is like this. I'll say this: AOC has that.
Pete Hegseth is
where it's like it's effortless for her.
Walking national security breach, despite the fact that he's appointed to a position.
That's why she scares the crap out of right wingers, because they recognize that, even if it's subconscious.
That is one of the most responsible for maintaining national security. The Secretary of Defense of the United States, the de facto head of the world.
And let's be real. Like, a lot of right wingers are just like, she's too pretty to be president.
Mightiest of history's mightiest fighting force is a man who constantly undermines national security. Again, it wasn't just the first Signalgate chap, which was bad enough, and that was the most penetrative Trump scandal of the second administration. I mean, Google searches for Signalgate skyrocketed. Trump saw a bit of a reduction in his approval rating. Hegseth's approval rating, which was never quite high to begin with, plummeted after that. And this is resurrecting. It's not people talking about the first Signalgate, which, by the way, is totally justified. People should be talking about the first Signalgate. Quite frankly, Democrats should be demagoguing the hell out of the first Signalgate because it's substantively worse than anything Hillary Clinton ever did. And Republicans successfully demagogued that to hell and back. Democrats should do exactly the same. And if we should win the midterms, if we should get back the House, or fingers crossed, ideally the House and the Senate, there should be multiple high-profile investigations into Hegseth's incompetence. They should blow the dust off this. But to be clear, that's not what they're doing. This is a second Signalgate that Hegseth himself created. And he, again, wants you to believe that it's really the fault of people who are telling on him, who are revealing this to the public. But it's actually his own incompetence, which is ultimately to blame. If you hadn't sent this information to your wife, your brother, and your personal attorney, you wouldn't be in this mess. But you did. And as a consequence, you are in this mess, and it may cost you your job. And this is not the look of a man.
My favorite part is because all right, maybe I'm going based off how my wife would react, because she would just be like, why did you send me this?
Secure.
Like, she gets pissed if I accidentally put her in a group chat.
Or feel secure about his job at the moment. In the meantime, let me know what you think in the comments.
That's actually one of my favorite things she ever did, where she was just like, why would you do that? Why would you add me to this group chat? I was just like, oh, I thought you wanted to be part of it. She's like, absolutely not. I don't need, no, I'm already part of other group chats that I'm already annoyed with. It's just like, oh, right. The group chat. Everybody loves a good group chat.
Story.
All right, so, you know what? We'll go with this one. I have to use the restroom. I will be right back. Then we will watch this video. So give me one moment. Ooh. Wait, what time is it? Oh shit, we got 5 minutes. Damn it. Okay. Oh. And here, you know what? Let's hang out for just one moment while we load up. Oh, seriously, somebody like literally took off right before. Bullshit. My God, I can't even take a piss. Listen, I've already gone through this poll. Maybe I'll have to do it again. Maybe I'll have to do a be right back screen or something like that. I used to do that. All right. Load up because it is almost West Coast 420. This one I'm excited to celebrate with y'all. Full disclosure, I missed the last two. I truly am like the worst as far as like being a 421 smoker. Is it bad? Like literally, I do that so often that I do see it as just being like, you know what? No, it's still part of it. It still counts. Because what's more stonerific than just being like, I couldn't find something, or I was late. Ooh, we got some new Kirk music to debut. Kirk, am I cool to play this at the end of the show, or do you want this one to be viewed privately? I know that you have mentioned that anything you usually put out here is for consumption, so. But just want to make sure. Everything? Cool. Cool. Perfect. All right, guys. Is it? Just realized that I have a bunch of trash. Crap. All right, let's celebrate. Damn it. One of my timers was just like, it's almost 420. Yeah, that's a full minute off. Hold on. Oh, shit. I didn't realize that. Really? Yeah. Shit, my YouTube timer is a full minute off. I'm wondering if that's going based off, like, my actual playtime as far as, Oh, it's including the lag. That's what it is. Well, that answers that, so it is closer to 10 seconds. Man. Yeah, because I did my own little test with it. I was just like, 8-second lag? Holy crap. But every once in a while, it goes to 6, and it's not that bad, so. We meet... Oh, we do! Yo, yeah. Let's get some likes in this bitch. Come on, guys. Like the stream. Like and follow. It's free, and it helps me out, and it makes you awesome. I mean that, by the way. Yeah. Bob Marley #1. What up, dude? How you been? Haven't seen you in a minute. And just reading your screen name makes me go, yeah, he is. Yeah, man. God. Here we go. All right, guys. I'm done coughing. Let's go.
All right, guys. So this next story is quite an eye-opener, if I don't say so myself.
These guys high on
this. I've never seen this before.
Like he went
I've
for
never
it.
seen the revolutionary fervor that's now coming from run-of-the-mill liberals and even some neocons. I'm like, what? Where did this come from? But the fact of the matter is, Trump,
these are the
really,
people-
he's gone so far above and beyond.
I actually was just saying this. These are the people showing up to the protest, guys. Like, Kyle, he's nailing this.
What he did in his first term. All of his actions are so unconstitutional, so illegal, so violent, so unhinged that he's taking like relatively normal.
Thank you. Also, Karma Snacks.
$5. Like the stream for extra karma points. Live long and prosper. Also, Karma Snacks.
Look at him. Here he comes. That is a nice suit. I like that one. Actually, I'm not usually a cream suit guy, but I kind of like that one. Sit. Good boy. Look at here. I'll give you you get a bonus. No, you don't get fries. Here, let's keep the fries away from you. Don't need you thinking that my snacks are yours. It's already a problem. All right, here you go. One more. Oh boy. Piece of his bed. All right. Thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that, Mitesh. Let me add that while we watch the video.
People, and he's making them go, whoa, this is beyond unacceptable. So let me walk you through this. Buckle up. This will be an interesting ride here. So let's start with this guy, Bill Kristol. Now, before I say anything else, let me just state this for the record, okay? Fuck Bill Kristol. Bill Kristol is the neocon's neocon. He was involved in the Bush administration. He was a fervent supporter of the illegal Iraq war, a war of aggression against a country that didn't attack us based on lies. So I have no love for this man in any way, shape, or form. And I think there's only so much rehabilitation one can do from a position that was so dire and grotesque and unacceptable, right? That, you know, I mean, honestly, I think this guy is criminal. Like, it is criminal to be one of the ideological masterminds of the illegal war in Iraq that killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. So I need to state that for the record because that's super important. That all this
what the? I appreciate that. Okay.
stuff you have to take with
That's
a certain
one way
grain
to
of
do it.
salt
I
because some
appreciate it.
people, even though they might be saying the right things now, they truly are not your ally, and they're responsible for some absolute atrocities and war crimes. Okay. Now, having said that, ready? Look at what he just said. Where does the Abolish ICE movement go to get its apology? Remember the Abolish ICE thing? This was from years back.
Yeah.
And it was a left-wing thing.
Yeah.
And, you know, at the time, there were many people who would sort of mock it from the normie sphere, from the liberal sphere, certainly all conservatives. But the fact of the matter is, ICE was created during the war on terror, right?
Mm-hmm.
We already had Customs and Border Protection.
Yeah.
So they were supposed to handle...
Yeah, they used to like cruise around in like Ford Explorers with like these little magnets on them that it kind of looked like they were mall security. And I've been seeing these things pop up more. We just saw one that it was Illinois State Security.
You know, border-related issues involving undocumented immigrants. But ICE gets created, and that's Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And it's almost like they're a more thuggish, more gangster-like, hyper-militarized version of Customs and Border Protection. And so why do you have this, you know, duplicative agency where one already does the thing that this is nominally for? And then now what we're seeing is, holy shit, these people are functionally acting like Trump's Gestapo, rounding up innocent people, shipping them to a slave labor gulag concentration camp in El Salvador with no hearing, no due process. And they're doing it the entire time. There are people who tell the ICE people, I'm an American citizen, here's my social security card, here's my birth certificate, and they go, we're going to lock you up anyway. And so Bill Kristol looks at this and he's like, where does the Abolish ICE movement go to get its apology? So in other words, he's like, they were right, bro. Bill Kristol has also been saying positive things about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah, and say so there's two Smid F. Bill Kristol.
He's now looking at the Bernie types and the AOC types and the Jasmine Crockett types
and
the Maxwell Frost types, and he's
Curly's brother
going, you know, I think they're kind of right. I think they're right. And look, here's where I think this comes from. Bill Kristol is a truly ideological neocon. So what that means is, when he said, hey, I'm for the war in Iraq, we need to do the war in Iraq, in his mind, I think he really, sincerely, genuinely thought, if we do that, we can bring democracy to Iraq and make them a constitutional republic and a representative democracy and give them a better form of government, and their lives will be better if we can implement this system, and we got to get rid of the tyrant Saddam Hussein. So I think he truly was ideologically and philosophically on that page. where he felt like this will be better for them and it will be better for the world. Right? Now, of course, he's wrong, like should have never done that. But what's happening now is he's realizing, hold on, all these horrors, this is called the imperial backlash. All of these horrors that we unleashed on the rest of the world, all of the different instances of destruction of the Constitution and due process, like we did with people that we put in Guantanamo Bay and Abu Ghraib. This is called the imperial boomerang in the sense that all the horrors we brought to them, now it's being used at home on our own domestic population. And I think what he's realizing is, whoa, I am not down with that. Not even close. To him, it's like, it's one thing to make an omelet, you got to break a few eggs overseas. I get it. But when you start saying we're going to destroy the Constitution here at home, we're going to take away due process here at home, we're going to take away habeas corpus here at home, we're going to set up a concentration camp in El Salvador. He's going, whoa, this was not what I signed up for by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, you got a lot of people that are waking up to that.
Now, he was always a never Trump Republican during Trump's first term, but now he's gone from never Trump Republican to like, I think AOC and Bernie have some points, and I think the left is actually right about stuff. So you're watching the Fidel Castroification of somebody like Bill Kristol. All right, you ready for this? We're just getting started. So here's the next one. Now, I had never heard of this guy, to be fair. Nicholas Decker, I guess his name is. He writes this article, I guess it's on Substack. He tweets the following. The ultimate source of political power is, and always will be, violence. If the present administration should continue on its course, there is no choice but war. I say this out of sorrow. When must we kill them? The title of
chill.
The piece he wrote is, when must we kill them? Evil has come to America. The present administration is engaged in barbarism. It has arbitrarily imprisoned opponents. And it goes on. This dude is supposedly like, a neoliberal type. And he's going, hey, man, this has gone too far. When do we kill them? Oh, my God. Now, look, understand something. I'm of the belief you have to impeach him, Trump, remove him from office, and you have to arrest him and all of the war criminals in his administration, all the people who are responsible for the destruction of our Constitution. We absolutely, positively, 100% without a doubt, the next time there's a Democratic race, they need to commit. It is a litmus test. Yes, it is a purity test. You need to be in favor of charging these people for all of their crimes, which, by the way, they're committing on a daily basis. Daily. We're in the hundreds of crimes that they've already committed. Brazen, flagrant, out in the open, not subtle, very clear crimes. So I say impeach Trump, remove Trump, try everybody who committed all these crimes criminally. We truly need a reckoning. That's how I want the reckoning to come. So that's my position on the issue. Here you have a run-of-the-mill liberal, maybe neoliberal type, and he's going, hey, dog, when do we break out the pitchforks and shit, bro? So
that's one hell of a way of putting it.
As I said,
hey, dog.
This is the Fidel Castroification of some...
And the fact that this guy isn't like a radical by any means is kind of funny.
Neocons and the liberals. That's what we're witnessing.
Yeah. No, dude. That's wild. I have to be honest. Didn't see that coming.
By the way, just so you know, you can't... That's not something you can just say, right? Like,
no.
Like, we do have free speech in this country, and I'm a free speech absolutist myself.
Yeah.
But when you're saying, like, hey, when do we kill... Like, of course, what's going to happen? What's going to happen is this. You're going to have the Secret Service show up, which they did. They showed up to his house. So he was getting a lot of threats in response from conservatives.
That doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
So he says, folks, my home address is... I don't want to share his address, so please block this out. But he says his address, and he says, if you send threatening messages to any prior address, you will not be harassing me, so at least direct your anger toward me and not members of my family. So apparently his family was getting threats. He's like, hey, at least come after me, not them. I'm the one who said it.
Oh, damn. That's balls.
And then he fucking gave out his address.
That is
wild.
Miley Cyrus was like literally riding one of his testicles in that Wrecking Ball video. Like, dude.
And then, then he says, Secret Service came by and we had a lovely...
Yes, that's the reference I work with.
...chat. Discussion touched on many points with an amicable resolution of differences. Conduct is fully legal. So the Secret Service literally came to homie's house. And there's actually... Here it is. There's actually a picture. Look at this. This is a picture. Here's the guy who wrote the article.
Wait, that's the Secret Service? That's unwell.
And there's the Secret Service.
I'm sorry, but I feel underwhelmed.
And they were asking him. And they were talking about it. I think
they show up with a fucking clipboard. That is not what I thought would happen. I'm just going out on a limb.
there might be video of him talking to the Secret Service.
Did you guys think when you, like, seriously, when you think of something like this and you hear, well, the Secret Service showed up, it's like, you think, dudes in suits, men in black style, maybe a vest. The clipboard and the khakis are what's doing it for me.
And so you're seeing this mental process happen. Now, it's not this extreme with most people who are liberals, but you're seeing this mental process happen where now people are going, hold on. Republicans don't play by the rules. They don't care about the norms. They don't care about civility and decorum.
Yeah, they did. See, the thing is, Republicans kind of knew that this was going to come too. Like I had a conversation a long time ago about this. This was back, like right when Trump just got inaugurated. But it was specifically about how, you know what, eventually it is going to boil over, and it may take almost a decade.
They're just the degree to which they're disregarding the Constitution is immeasurable. It's off the charts.
And this was just back when he was kind of teasing this bullshit, like the dictator day or like the dictator for a day kind of shit. That was kind of what like started radicalizing like these same people where they kind of their ears perked up at that. Even illegal Trump supporters who are of a certain age were kind of like,
things on a daily basis. We got to fight back against this. And
the Trump voting, like I will say that the Trump voters, because I've made this like apparent where I differentiate between Trump voters and Trump supporters. Like the voters who just voted for him to get away from Biden, to stick it to the Dems or whatever the fuck it was, or the people who just didn't show up. Those are not the people that we should be blaming. Jesus.
And the way we have to fight back against is now people are getting creative. Now, I'm not saying this guy's creative. It's actually a pretty simple thing he floated. But like what people are realizing is politics as usual is not fit for this. You can't have a Democrat like Gavin Newsom was trying to do. Civility, bipartisanship. Let's have conversations. That's done. That's over.
Oh, you sound like Ari brothers.
Over. What are you actually going to do to fight back?
Frog.
You should be doing all sorts of... Fuck the norm. The norms are dead. Fuck bipartisanship. That's dead. You should be doing all sorts of clever and creative procedural tricks and using the filibuster and undermining them by any means necessary and, using the bully pulpit and using the will of the people, harnessing the will of the people, like getting bodies out in the streets, planning strikes. Like what people are realizing is there is no normal way out of this. All the ways out of this are abnormal. You understand what I'm saying? And so this isn't I want to be clear. It's not like every liberal is out there writing articles titled, "When will we kill them?" It's not like that. But there are so many who are going,
no chill.
That's it, bro. I'm done. If you're a Democrat and you're not in favor of blocking literally everything the Trump administration is doing and being against them on everything and having the exact opposite philosophy on everything, don't waste my fucking time. Don't waste my time if you're not actually going to do politics and fight aggressively. Okay, so this is David Brooks. Now, David Brooks, he is the ultimate, like, centrist. Obama likes to read him. He's like, I'm a moderate conservative, but like kind of.
I think I've seen him on an episode of like an older episode of Bill Maher.
Liberal. Like he's the ultimate.
Who is now beyond unwatchable. Let's just
epitome of like centrism brain.
Go out on a limb.
But this moment radicalized him. So he wrote an article. He said, "It's time for a comprehensive national civic uprising. It's time for Americans and universities."
When do we is not a action.
Law, business.
It would have been better with quotation, Sylvie. Sorry, I was reading that. I was like,
nonprofits
I felt like I had a mini stroke for a second.
Scientific community and civil servants and beyond to form one coordinated.
What I just read? When do we is not. I was like,
mass movement. Trump is about power. The only way he's going to be stopped is if he's confronted by some movement that possesses rival power. So homie's like, we need protests. We need rallies. We need mass strikes. Strikes. This is what he's saying. This is also the guy who, he went from saying, not Bernie, no, not Bernie, not ever, to going, I actually think Bernie had some points. I'm telling you, man, something is fucking happening. This is what I've been wondering about. I started noticing it literally like maybe 2 weeks into the administration. The first time they overreached, the first time it was clear this was not going to be even like the first term of Trump, all of a sudden, boom, it was like, you saw the Democrats, and you saw this in the polls too, the Democratic voters flipped on a dime. They were like, yeah, we were saying we want you to work with him. Now we want you to do literally anything but work with him. We want you to fight him every step of the way. So David Brooks is talking about mass protests, mass rallies, do a massive strike. Because all they respect is power. We got to do power on the opposite side.
Again, when the centrists start coming out with with the double barrels, just like, let's go.
Now,
you might like. This is why any of like the right wing pushback that I've been seeing online, it really is just so feckless. Like there's nothing there because they know that's where all this is coming from, is the fact that they're insecure, that they don't have the support, that they are seeing these mass protests and they're feeling it. I mean, the thing is, they live like the same lives we do. They go grocery shopping. At some point, they do at least recognize, like, yeah, things aren't better, but you know what? You just gotta wait.
Now this is
when they're done waiting, though. Who knows when that'll be?
You're starting to sound like just a leftist now. This is what leftists say, right? Okay. So this is the Financial Times. This is it's a financial paper, but they're very business oriented and very conservative, very like capitalist, right? Look at what they say. They're describing what's going to happen under Trump. Once Trump has most law firms, universities, news organizations, and private companies under his thumb, it will become almost impossible for any form of opposition to gain traction. His weaponized Department of Justice can arrest protesters, and there will be fewer lawyers to defend them. University research and academic discussion of ideas that run counter to the Trump ideology will be threatened. Private companies will not object as the rule of law collapses. This is not some innovative new strategy. It is the global playbook for democratically elected leaders who want to stay in power forever.
Yep. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, anybody?
This is the Financial Times going, hey man, wake up. Homie's a dictator. He's acting on it.
Sorry. I know they were talking about Trump, but I was just like, well,
wow.
What's the difference in this regard?
Oh, wow. Mass awakening, bro. Mass awakening. There's a revolutionary fervor striking this country.
There is.
Running from normies, centrists, liberals, sprinkle in some neocons, right? There is a mass revolutionary fervor striking this country because we're witnessing what...
Yeah, just wait, though. Like, I've been saying this with the, like, everything warming up. When we have more time off with the summer coming up, you're going to see more protests, man.
This man is doing and realizing there's no easy way out.
Which, by the way, can we just acknowledge that the April 20th thing that people were freaking out online about, where he was going to suspend habeas corpus, didn't happen?
All right, and
he was going to declare martial law.
Finally, I'll give you this.
Like, we need to start calling that stuff out, because I've been seeing more and more of that in, like, leftist circles and, like, leftist discords, and I'm just like, nah, guys, like...
So Chris Matthews went on Jim Acosta's podcast, and he directly compared Trump to Hitler. Former MSNBC host Chris Matthews compared President Donald Trump's forced removal of a Maryland dad, talking about Kilmar, to Adolf Hitler's treatment of minorities and political opponents under the Third Reich. Quote, see if I can do my Chris Matthews impression. What did Hitler do in the Holocaust? He took people from Germany to other countries where there was no German law. Matthews
it's not bad.
said during a Friday appearance on former CNN anchor Jim
Chris Matthews
Acosta's podcast.
I haven't heard him
Matthews was referring to the mounting scandal surrounding the Trump administration's forced removal of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, 29-year-old father who lives in Maryland, to El Salvador in March. The administration admitted that it had deported the man, who is currently being held in El Salvador's CENK mega prison because of an administrative error, but has defied the Supreme Court's order to facilitate his return. There was not even a presence of German law. Matthews went on before Acosta interrupted him, comparing the CENK mega prisons to the notorious Gulag work camps.
He has to shout it a little bit more, but yeah, he's got the cadence.
Stalin used during the Soviet era to punish the dissidents. So, just so everybody understands, this wasn't like a passing comment. Matthews stayed on it for a while, right? He stayed on the topic. He's like, you know what this reminds me of? What is it when you take somebody and you send them to a different country and it's extrajudicial, so the law doesn't apply? What do you call that? Who did that? It was Hitler that did that. The Nazis did that. Shit, I may be out of a job soon. All these motherfuckers are stealing the shit I'm saying.
Well, if they don't say robber barons, then you got this covered, buddy. Don't worry.
Oh, my God. The revolutionary spirit is alive and well, and it literally came in the form of some normie-ass liberals. Isn't that wild? Now, what's funny is, this will be my final point on this. What's funny is, like,
yeah.
So you see this happening, and then there's only, like, Jesus Christ, it's like 1% of normies and liberals and centrists who are still, like, hanging on to a previous era's politics, right? You know who's leading that charge? Matt Iglesias. You got people like Matt Iglesias, and you got...
Who? Bailamos, let the rhythm take you over. Bailamos.
Some
that guy?
Some weirdos, some like abundance liberal types who are like, I don't think it polls well.
Oh, that's
to talk about.
No, not Gabriel Iglesias. Wait a minute. Which one is he? Enrique Iglesias.
Omar Abrego Garcia. Oh, really? First of all,
have you guys? By the way, just a total aside, have you guys ever heard the Enrique Iglesias uncut audio of that song? It is bad.
Only 26% of Americans support Trump.
Look it up.
Shipping all these innocent people to a slave labor camp in El Salvador.
Sylvie, I know you. Look it up.
Right, that's the first point. So you're wrong. The second point is, even if it didn't poll well, who the fuck cares? The Constitution is being ripped up in front of our eyes. Due process is being destroyed right in front of our eyes. This is the whole ball game. Mm-hmm. This is the whole ball game. This is about the Magna Carta. This is about the Constitution. This is about what America...
Again, the fact that they're trying to suspend the Magna Carta, which again... Dude, okay, so if they suspend the Magna Carta, then every sovereign citizen is just fucked.
His values are supposed to be at their best. I wouldn't care if it didn't
Even
poll
though they
well.
Already are. Let's
An
be real.
innocent man was rounded up, and he's now sitting in a fucking concentration camp with no way out and no hearing. And I'm supposed to be okay with that? You're supposed to be okay with that? Why would you even talk about politics if this doesn't get you going? Why? Why would you do that? Just shut the fuck up and go pick up a different hobby. Go play with some pogs. Go pick up Pokemon or Witches and Warlocks if that's still a fucking thing, or Magic the Gathering.
Hey!
Do something else. This is...
my nerd rage is on fire!
It all comes down to this. This is the whole ball.
Called it Pokemon,
okay.
Not Pokemon.
And if you're sitting there going, well, actually...
Witches and Warlocks. Witches and Warlocks.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So he's like the one person I see on the liberal...
Witches and Warlocks.
Liberal side who's like, I actually don't think it's advisable.
I have a profound disappointment in this man right now.
To keep talking about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Like, oh my god.
He was literally just, had he just included Godzilla in there, and I'd just be like, why do you hate me? What I do?
Pundit brain thing where it's always like, always analyzing things through the lens of, well, how is this going to play?
I actually kind of am insulted where I'm just like, wait a minute.
And it's like, sometimes you just got to take a moral stand.
Ouch.
Sometimes you just have to stand 10 toes down and believe in something and fight for something. And in this instance, it's super easy because this is something every civilized person...
Oh, Sylvia, I said that you have to look up Enrique Iglesias's Bailamos, the uncut audio. Like, it is rough.
And believes in having due process.
I wish I could play it here, but that's what I'm saying. Definitely look that one up. It's a real quick clip.
When you get rid of that, none of us are safe. They could disappear you. They could kidnap you and human traffic you wherever the fuck they want. And then when you say, you got the wrong guy, they go, we don't care. We're not even going to check to see if it's the right guy. Right? So anyway.
Which, I guess, fuck you for, caring about something like that, where you're just like, yeah, you sent the wrong person. Like, dude, these are the same people that were just like, oh, the political prisoners that were the January 6ers. It's just like,
wild what's happening.
So you kind of get it.
Right,
you kind of get that it's
now. Wild what's happening right now. But
even though that's not what happened to you.
What everybody needs to be on the same page with is this. Impeach Trump, remove Trump, criminally try all of these people who are committing massive
Good luck.
Amounts of crime on a daily basis. There is no scenario where I am okay with the next Democratic president not prosecuting these people. Not because I'm in favor of political persecution. No. What I'm in favor of is upholding the law. Period.
Yeah, but then we get another Biden scenario where it's just like, we need to go high. I'm not, you know what? I'm going to be nice.
The idea...
They're not nice to us. We got to be nice to them.
That, they're not committing crimes.
Hey, Jack.
Just...
You know, Jack, I had a dog named Jack once.
Laughable at this point. You sound like a fucking...
He went with Corn Pop. Do you know where I am?
An idiot if you think, no, they're not committing any crimes. Like, what?
I smell peas.
They're either lying or they're the dumbest person in the world, the most ignorant person in the world, right? So, That's the litmus test for me. And it's nice to see that there's a lot of people who are not necessarily of my flavor and variety of politics who are going, you know what? I 100% agree now. And they're looking at people like AOC and Bernie fighting back aggressively, and they're going, actually, I want that, right? That's what I want. That's who I'm with right now.
I just realized that that's half my Biden impression is me just going like this.
Like I said, I even saw this on MSNBC. Nicole Wallace, another...
Yeah, I saw this. Yeah, I was surprised. I gotta be honest.
Former Republican. I don't know if she still is, but she's out there going, why is nobody except Bernie and AOC fighting back? They're doing God's work. We love this. We love Bernie and AOC now. And I'm like, what?
What happened?
We were in trench warfare
What happened?
4 years ago.
And now MSNBC did see a teeny bit of a ratings boost.
Or however many years ago it was, because these were the Hillary people against us, the Bernie people. Now, a lot of fucking Hillary people are going, yeah, I was wrong. Bernie was the right one. We want Bernie. Well, look, it's a shame it had to get this bad before these people woke up, but they're waking up.
Excuse me.
So we'll take the W when we can get it. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time.
It does.
So every now and then, the Republicans really let the mask slip.
I usually do 2 Kyle videos, and then we discuss.
And I've always said this. If you had to just put down in writing, here are the policy positions I'm for, here's what I voted for in the past, here's what I'm going to vote for in the future, and they had to put, and it was sort of like, there's a penalty if you lie, right? So like if you say this and you don't actually support this, there's consequences. You know what I'm saying? So if they were forced to put down what they actually believe, what their policies actually are, there wouldn't be a single Republican elected in this country. There just wouldn't be, because the stuff they're actually for, it's insane. I mean, shit, we covered the other day, what was the, I forget his name, Tom Emmer, I think, was saying, he dodged a question 4 times when asked, should Americans be sent to the concentration camp in El Salvador? He dodged it 4 times. So if he's being honest, he would have to write down, I want to send Americans to concentration camps. Who's going to vote for that, right? Who's going to vote for that? So but when they say the quiet part out loud, when the mask slips, when they tell the truth, man, are these important moments, because everybody needs to see this, everybody needs to hear this, everybody needs to understand what.
Yeah, then we need to repeat it. And honestly, I think that's something I need to make a staple on this show is at the end of the week we'll do like a little wrap up, and we'll go through like some of the stories that were, more important that need revisiting from previous weeks.
These people are really all about. So in the state house in Missouri, you have this state senator Rick Bratton, and he is going to comment here on this. They had this direct ballot initiative, this direct vote on.
Why not just shave your head at that point?
Hey, should people in this state get a week of paid sick leave? A week of paid sick leave. That was something that people voted on. Well, it passed.
because people want paid sick leave.
Because it doesn't matter how red the state is.
Yeah, people get sick.
If you put up a common sense idea like raising the minimum wage, right, or this, people go, yeah, I like that. It doesn't matter how MAGA they are, how right-wing they think they are. When you say just this thing, what do you think? People go, yeah, that makes sense, right? So anyway, this guy is aghast at this reaction from the public, at the support of the public for paid sick leave. Listen to what he says in his rant. Let's watch.
This is one of those things of the problem with direct democracy. This is exactly what our founders were expressly against when they formed this nation. We're a constitutional republic with individual representation confined by constitutional restraints of what government can and can't do.
I just love the irony of, at the same time, Trump is rounding up.
I was about to say, it's like, what?
Innocent people and sending them to a concentration camp in El Salvador in contravention of U.S. law and international law and our Constitution. I love the fact he's smugly lecturing about constitutional restraints. Mm-hmm. You know what? You should be giving the same speech, but instead focusing on Trump's illegal kidnappings and human traffickings. That's what you should be talking about. These people.
Well, no, I mean, come on, again. Republican politician, right?
People are unsalvageable.
And for us to think...
No, but the fact that he's just like, no, I'm going to apply this to them wanting time off work for being sick.
That the founders had in their mind's eye that we would be putting in front of every single voter and every single time with every single policy measure for them to decide whether or not this was good or policy or not, especially when the people casting the ballots for measures such as this, they have no skin in the game whatsoever when it comes to these sorts of measures.
He's just giving an open rant against the idea of the people having a say in the laws that govern them. This is the textbook definition of elitism. He's like, hey, you're a peasant. You don't know dick about dick. Let me make all the decisions. Let me and my upper echelon, higher society class, let us make all the decisions, please.
No realization of the detriment or the harm that it may cause to their very own bottom dollar, because they may not even understand what these provisions, what these measures would do to their employer.
You have got to be kidding me. Won't ever anybody think of the employer?
What?
Won't anybody think of the boss?
They might have scheduling issues, guys.
Won't anybody think of the guy who makes the most money and does the least amount of work?
Oh, no.
Who the fuck does this guy represent? He's telling you.
Yeah, dude.
He's telling you.
Say it.
Who he represents. Yeah, I'm with the big guys. I'm with the 1%. I'm with the people
Robber
who
barons.
own shit. I'm not with the workers. Workers, get out of here with that shit. Know your place.
At the end of
Yes, you too, Kyle. Say robber barons, damn it.
the day, the people, most people casting these votes on these measures.
Dude, I swear to God, sometimes this content, I swear that it somehow gets back to him, because there's occasionally where, like, we'll make a joke, right? And then it just, like, he'll stop doing it, like this, where it's like, he's saying robber barons less.
They don't own businesses. They don't understand what's required to meet the bottom line, to keep people employed. We are not a direct democracy, and we got to stop telling our kids that we're a democracy, first and foremost, because we're not a democracy, or we are a Republican form of government. We say the pledge every day. We say it to the republic for which it stands, not the democracy for which
this guy's fucking such a dope.
It stands, and especially not the direct democracy for which it stands.
I can't.
That's awesome. Like, I love the fact that you're just like, nah, because you don't know what democracy means. And, you know, you don't like the fact that it's just like, yeah, Republican, you know, Republic, we're Republicans. You know, those Democrats, they just,
I
they
can't.
didn't
How
love
many
the
times
country enough to just own it.
have you heard similar talking points from the right? Actually, we're a republic. We're not a democracy.
What a pep TV drinking.
Okay. Listen up, idiots.
I think that
we are both a constitutional
robber barons would be on there.
republic and a representative democracy, right?
Smoking
So
you,
it would be just as valid for me to say, we're not a republic. We're a representative democracy. That would be just as valid for me to say as your shit, we're a republic.
Yeah.
We are both a constitutional republic and a representative democracy. Yeah. And by the way, there is a rich history of states doing direct ballot initiatives.
Yeah.
So people do get to vote on certain things directly. I think we should expand that. I think we should.
Yeah, no, and I love it when we do that, except for the fact that, like, in Illinois, so we had a direct ballot initiative for raising the taxes on, you know, the rich. And that one failed because they had a bunch of, you know, campaigning from the rich. Vote no on new taxes, and it worked.
Should have that.
That's all they had to say.
At the federal level.
Because honestly, Illinois is just at that point where we're just like, oh, new tax, fuck that.
I think that would be wonderful. He clearly doesn't. Why? Because he is absolutely, it is so controversial to him. It is so offensive to him that the peasants would say, you know what, 1 week paid sick leave each year, I think that makes sense.
People can moan and they can groan, but it's the ones that moan and groan are probably not the ones signing the front of the checks that employ the people that are having to bear these costs.
You want a week of paid sick time each year? Have you thought about your boss? Have you thought about the owner? Have you thought about how it might...
Pep, why don't you wear a tie? Why don't you wear a tie every day? Your entire audience is dressed to the nines. Should I just be like Brian Tyler Cohen this, like wear the suit jacket? I think that Kyle's guilty of this too, where he's probably wearing sweatpants right now.
Negatively affect them. Maybe they have to get their ass
I could do that.
and work and cover your shift. Oh, that would be unacceptable.
I clean up pretty well. It's kind of the thing. I hate suits. They're so damn uncomfortable.
You should obviously be on their yacht. Okay.
I don't understand the whole, like, I need to be uncomfortable all day to prove my worth.
Oh my God, these people are
about
disgusting. Look at the amount of outrage, the amount of, like, moral condemnation over this.
Yeah, like, every single time that I get out of a suit, I'm just like, thank God.
This is a political party. that doesn't support raising the minimum wage. This is a political party that doesn't support universal health care. This is a political party that doesn't support unions. This is a political party which is across the board pro-war. This is a political party that's against due process. And he has nothing but sheer condemnation for voters who would dare say, I need a week paid vacation time by law. A week. A week. By the way, we are the only developed country in the world that doesn't get a tremendous amount of time that's like...
We don't need, guaranteed vacation time, any of it.
Paid sick leave, paid family leave, paid vacation time.
Yep.
You look at the charts. We've shown them on the show before. You've had there's 2 months in this country and 3 months in that country per year of time off that you get by law, paid. This country, 0, donut.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is by law, nothing. If you're lucky to get a week or two of paid vacation time, it's only because your boss was like, I'll give him a week or two paid vacation time.
Because they want they understand employee retention is not going to be very high if they don't actually have some incentives.
So a lot of people don't fucking have it. So from when...
That's why they're doing this mass thing. I'm not sure if you've seen these posts where it's just the shocked Pikachu face at the fact that it's like, oh, why would these Gen Zers be asking about the salary? Oh, how rude.
So from when you go into the workforce until when you fucking leave...
Sometimes dressing up is nice when you leave the house. Sometimes dressing nice when you leave the house is nice when you score a new look in compliments, or a few looks in compliments. I can't read today.
Don't have rights
today.
What
all the
is
time.
a capitalist business? It is a mini dictatorship. The CEO is the dictator, or the owner is the dictator, right? And they get to, you got to do this, you got to do that, you can't do this, you can't do that. You have no rights, you have no say whatsoever. The idea, the liberal idea, and the leftist idea is, I don't think that's okay. I think we should rein in the dictatorial power of the CEO or the owner.
Well, and that's,
I think there's certain things they can't do, like...
This actually goes back to his previous story where it's look at the attitude that's coming from this. You think that those people are really going to just be, oh, I love my boss. Oh, I love the fact that they just can keep exploiting me. The fact is, a lot of people are just so politically disengaged outside of, oh my God, presidential elections that this guy, he has the unfortunate privilege to have a politically engaged electorate right now because the president's fucking up that bad. We need to just keep saying that, for real. Trump is just fucking up that bad.
Sexually harass you. I think there's certain things they can't do, like have a 14-year-old work an overnight shift on a school night. I think they have to not pollute and destroy the local river.
Oh yeah, I forgot where it was, but they're trying to do a farm bill where teenagers can work 13, 14-hour days
because they can save some money by dumping their shit in there.
What the fuck?
Right? I think they should be mandated by law. Hey, this person gets
but you know who it's not going to be? It's not going to be the ones who just voted on that because no, my little Shirley has horse riding lessons. You know what? We'll send your children to the fields.
Month off, whether it's sick time or vacation time or family time. He's outraged at the idea. A measly week paid sick time by law. Sick time. Think about what the logical conclusion of what his argument is. Yeah, I don't care if you're sick. Shut the fuck up and go to work. Or if you do miss, sorry, you're going to miss your paycheck and maybe you can't pay your rent that month. Tough cookies. He represents the owners. That's what he represents.
How'd it go?
If people knew what this Republican Party, what they really supported, you'd never have another one elected ever.
No, and that's what I was just saying, but that's part of the problem. Again, the people who are actually politically engaged right now are the ones that are either, active against Trump or they're just activating against Trump. And usually these people, I hate to say, are the leftist or the already left of center.
You wouldn't, because this is who they are.
Talked about being gay and doing crime, communist.
This is what they believe in. And the polls on this issue are not close.
Who is sick more than 8 days a year?
It's not close, right? I mean, we're talking what?
Shit.
80%, 90% of the country say, yeah.
A lot.
A week paid sick time. That sounds like a good idea.
Oh, yeah, you don't have kids.
Here he is, proudly standing with the 10%.
I don't have kids, but I can tell you right now, every time I see my nephew, I end up sick.
Right, or the 20%, whatever the fuck it is.
Oh,
my God. But thank you again.
He got mad at me. Get this shit, because I was like, hey, let me see your iPad for a second, because dude, it was like crusted with like food and dry boogers, and I was just like, I am not going to allow that.
And for saying the quiet part out
I
loud,
was
we
like, no, I'm
appreciate it.
cleaning that.
It's very instructive.
It was so gross. I can't believe his parents were just like, yeah, that's fine.
It's very educational.
And they wonder why he's sick all the time.
It's very informational. People will see this and adjust accordingly. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Making sure his immune system is good. It's like, okay. Alrighty. Let's reflect on this, and then we'll go into the next story. All right. Again, quit applying. Like, the one thing I'm going to keep saying is, like, quit applying just your whole thing, like your personal situations, to, like, policies and shit like that, where it's like, for real. Like, people get sick, dude. That's what happens. Fuck. We should have mental health days, too. There is that whole thing where it's just like, oh, but you don't look sick. It's like, God. Grind culture. Fucking toxic as hell, man. Yeah, cool story. Not everybody's you. Exactly. Like, I can tell you right now, my sister has she has an immunocompromisation. So, like, she gets sicker. Like, she gets sicker than most people when she does get sick, and she gets sick more frequent. So, it sucks. But, you know. You eat good. You eat well. You eat well. This is Grammar 101, dude. But nobody likes a grammar corrector. All right, so for real, let's see. Actually, like, I don't eat that. I really don't eat that bad. Well, lately I have been. I'll say that I've broken down because I barely have time to eat. I'm back to that whole thing where it's just like, oh God, if I can even get one meal a day now. Yo, Jim, what up? How you doing, dude? It's good to see you. I'm glad that you're here. Every time that you pop here, I'm just like, oh, I gotta go check my front door. I beat you to it. All right. Well and good. What would be manners? Good. Oh, shut up. Jesus Christ. All right. Golden Age. I did want to check this out. Time for Oblivion Remaster. Ooh. Are you really? Oh, yeah. That just came out, didn't it? Shit. Yeah, I saw that. People in my life are disappearing back to their PCs. It's kind of funny. Did you hear that? I bought that so fucking fast. I don't blame you. It's okay. That's one of those games that it's like World of Warcraft. I would love to play it, but I don't have time. There's no way. I have to keep to things that I won't want to not... Like, I'm scared of like certain games where I'm going to lose so much time that I won't even want to stream. And like... Somebody was like, yeah, well, this problem's solved by you streaming gaming. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. I have been thinking, like, stream... there it is. Just stream the game. Good. I mean... But I don't... My problem is it's going to be like 12 hours. And, like, each day, I'm not going to be able to do the show. And I want to, like, I do want to keep the show format going. Like, I don't want to just become another gaming streamer. You know, there's plenty of them. But, I mean, yeah, Oblivion's fun. There's that too. Yeah, I still haven't even played the new Assassin's Creed. I got to get on that. If you're going to stream a game, I'll buy you the Witness F Oblivion. You can stream in a bottle. You only show top up. No, as I said, I'm not one of the normal guys out there where, like, I just, you know, business on top and cozy on the bottom, like the whole. God, everybody overused that joke during the Zoom era to the full. Like once it became a commercial, I was like, oh. But yeah, I have this thing where I have to I at least gotta have the jeans. Like I feel like I have to be in some kind of daily, like my daily attire. Outside of just like being in sweatpants. Otherwise, like I'm not sure if you guys get this, but if you wear like your comfy clothes too much, that it starts like you almost get depressed from it, where you're just like, oh, but this doesn't make me as happy. It's like, oh, that's right. I must miss it for it to have the novelty of being like, oh, my soft pants. Occasionally, though. Occasionally, I will do that where I just. I'll tell you too, right off the bat, right when I start streaming, it's just like, you know what, guys, fuck it. I am doing a comfy stream. There was the one stream I did. I'm not sure if you were here, Anna, the one where I was wearing my Ugg blanket. My Uggie is what it's called. But it's essentially like a giant hoodie that goes down to your feet. It is the most comfortable thing I own. I love it so damn much. But I look absolutely ridiculous. I literally look like a giant teddy bear. So, I actually think that I might take. Oh, you weren't. Okay, so you missed this one. So I might have to take a pointer from Xander Hall and do that for my daily goals. I could do like reach $100 for the stream, and I'll put on the coziness, which I feel crappy when I'm in sweatpants all day. I usually wear jeans and or chinos during the day to switch to sweatpants in the evening. That's what I do. Yeah, no, because it gives me that like, just even if it's that little bit where I'm like, oh hell yeah, like I feel so much better. Oh, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, bro. Thank you. Hell yeah, man. Thank you so much, Ritesh. I really appreciate that. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we got 5. Here we go. This is gonna. Yeah, these have been taking a minute. I have to turn the duration up. Oh, shit. Yeah, they mentally comfy. No, and that's yeah. Good for wearing the LDD underneath the knee-high boots. Yeah, it does help that I have like really comfortable like jeans. I think that I've mentioned them. Like I've had the same pair of jeans, like 2 pairs of jeans forever. Like I went out on a like. That was the one thing I did. I went and bought like some diesel jeans, and that was like the one big clothing purchase I ever made where, God, that was painful. I spent like $600 that day. It was a lot. But I did it with the intention where I'm like, I'm not going to do this anymore. And I've been literally fluctuating like between just the 2 sizes that I just bought. One size of, I don't care if you guys know my pants size. I go like between 33s and 32s. So, and it also is like, sometimes you just want 33s for that extra little bit. But nobody's bonk sounds like that. Stop. Mine does. What are you talking about? Like literally I did that. That was me. I recorded that. So, haha. Thank you again, Matash, for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. Let's see. I'm a silly girl, got one. No commentary, pro gamer. Nice. Thank you. I really, dude, hell yeah. Wait, what is it? Hype train, poggers, all that. Oh God, I really am in that Sam Cedar. I'm in that vein. Oh no. Have you thought about hanging swords on the wall, getting some yes girls on the set? Yes girls. Well, I mean, I made the announcement yesterday. I can just say, like I can tell you, we're going to have some guests coming up, so I can tell you right now. Yeah, no, you got, like, I have another streamer coming on. Like, they're going to be here live in person. We're going to play some competitive games, specifically Mario Kart and Super Smash Brothers. So I'm going to be brushing up on Super Smash because I have to be good at this. I'm probably going to get my ass kicked at Mario Kart. Like, she is... Oh, damn it. I just ruined it. Well, you don't know who it is, but no, we shouldn't. I'd prefer not to. That's not what the stream is about. If you want to like talk that kind of stuff, I actually here. I got a streamer that I'll shout out for you over on Twitch. Give me 1 second. What's her name? Oh my god, I forgot her handle already. Give me 1 sec. Where the hell is it? Juliette Merlot. Oh, she's not online. Never mind. But yeah, check out Juliette Merlot. She's good. I spelled that wrong. But... yeah, they talk adult themed content, and they she's also kind of like a little bit nerdy, so she like does like lightsaber. Like, she actually is really good. I got to give her some credit on this, cuz when I found her, she was like doing lightsaber talk, and I was just like, "Oh shit, like literal lightsabers," and she had one of like the nice ones. She actually like spent some decent money on this thing, and I gotta say, her lightsaber combat work was pretty good. It's literally, yeah. Let's talk about sex, babe. All the good things and bad things. Bro. What? What? No. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my Jesus. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my damn. Prices are about to skyrocket. Ooh. Hey. No. Although, I know, like, that you're making a joke, but I'm just going to say they did come out with a new lightsaber that actually, yeah. It hilts itself. It's pretty cool, man. Oh, hell yeah. We just reached 50 subs. Fuck yeah, dude. Thank you again for that, man. Ooh, look. A cubby bear. Perfect. I love the Cubs. That's my baseball team. Hell yeah. You can do it. Tim Pool made it and nobody loves him either. Hey. Watch it. Show them your skate emporium. What day is Ezra Klein talking to Sam Cedar? Ezra Klein is? Was that today? No. As I said, I mean, yeah, whatever. But yeah, it was funny actually. Real quick about Juliette Merlot. When I found her, I forgot that I was in Just Chat, so I did this thing where I was kind of like, yeah, I thought she was talking politics, and I'm just like, where's the politics? Like, there's no politics here. And then she literally said, like, oh, I have a rule about talking politics here, no politics. I'm like, oh. Did you announce your guest, or is it still a mystery? It is a mystery. I have not announced the guest yet. Drinking water out of a plastic bottle. Are you serious? Yeah. My all my other bottles are my actual like metal water bottles that I use all the time are in the dishwasher right now. So I gotta stay hydrated somehow. I'm not thrilled about it, man. This is my emergency stash that I keep in my fridge back there just in case for situations just like this. So. But don't hate. Oh yeah, that happened. Again, they have this new thing on Twitch where you actually have to be online. Before you didn't have to be. Because, yeah, Honeybee actually gave me a shout out, but I signed off right before she, like, the shout out went through on her end. So it was funny. She was just like, I tried to shout you out. Where'd you go? I'm like, I need to go eat. Because, again, going back to this real quick, I have been right back to where I was before, where it's just like one meal a day is that's not okay. All right. What time is it? 7:20. All right. Yeah, you know what? We'll do our little it's 4:20 somewhere, and then we will go for next. Don't worry, Katy Perry and other Richies are causing 1,000 times more pollution than any of us. Yeah, no. Well, also, I kind of I found out that like my locality is not one of those recycling myths. Like, we actually have a really good recycling plant. We have one of the ones that like legit has a good sifter. She looks like she would be a good guess. I mean, unfortunately, I don't think she would want to be a guest on my stream unless we were just, smoking and talking, just culture, which I'm down. I'm good at that. Like, if I could literally talk Star Wars the entire time and I'd be fine. And very opinionated, strangely. I am of the mind that they're going to be revamping the end of Rise of Skywalker in a way that's going to make a new trilogy, and they're going to make the Ahsoka like thing lead into like a new future trilogy, which hopefully they can get Han Solo just to do the thing again. Because his end was epic. I'm gonna be completely real. I liked The Force Awakens. The Force Awakens was a good movie. Because yeah, whatever. It was everything that you were expecting. And then I actually liked Last Jedi. I liked the subverting of the expectations. I just hated Mary Poppins, Leia. That sucked. That was just, it made no sense. Like, that's not. I keep going back. It's like to the first like to Force Awakens, where Han Solo is just like, that's not how the Force works. It's like, well, I'm celibate Monday and Friday night. What the fuck? Good for you. Way to just like upend that one. Or I was just like, oh no, see, well, maybe that was a good thing. I was about to go kind of for the whole thing with Star Wars. But I'm just gonna say it. Like, The Mandalorian is one of my favorite things to come out of the Star Wars franchise ever. Like, it is so damn good. Book of Boba Fett, I really wish they would have not effed that up. Same with Obi-Wan. I rewatched Obi-Wan recently. I was like, oh, this really wasn't that great. It was just narratively, it was all over the place, and yeah, there's some weirdness there. But whatever. Skeleton Crew though, I like Skeleton Crew. I haven't finished it, but I will also say this doesn't necessarily feel like a needed to be a Star Wars like project. It could have been anything. Actually, I'll say this. It feels like the script was for something else. ... I know. Let's put it this way. It If you were to ever take me to Disney, at least you could vicariously live through my excitement just to see like how pure and like the pure joy that's like running through me. I had one of my friends tell me that they love that about me, and that's like they weren't into wrestling until they watched Royal Rumble with me, and then all of a sudden they were just like, you know what? I genuinely like watching wrestling with you because you love it. You absolutely love it. I love it. I tried to grow, and it gets. Oh, you got to be and turning purple. Too much. Yeah, you got too much nitrogen in there. You got to start like staving off of that. Also, you're leaving it too long. It's becoming a. Unless you're looking to get an indica, it's going hard indica, and it sounds like if you're not paying attention to the terps. And the white, that could be mold. You need to make sure that your stuff is clean. Dude, I'd absolutely go to Disney with you. Let's effing go. Come on. No, we're gonna do this. Like, I was talking to Unimoogle, and she's never been to Disney, and yeah. And then I actually brought that up. I was just like, oh, you know what? Anna lives down there. She was just like, that'd be awesome. I want to go to Harry Potter Park. I think I mentioned this, but my wife, she like, her first theme park ever was the Harry Potter Land, and she got to go for a corporate event where they closed it off for her and like 20 other people. It's like, how? That's not fair. You can hear the fireworks every night. Nice. We going to Disney? Talon's just like, can I come? I'm telling you, I'm gonna freak out when when I see that damn Millennium Falcon. I am gonna be that. It's just like, it's like, do I have permission to go a little just turn into this a very little kid right now? All I know about wrestling is glorious. Oh, really? Really? No shit. And everyone hates Roman Reigns. No, that's so funny that you know Glorious Bobby, not Bobby Roode. Yeah, Bobby Roode. I think his name is Bobby Roode. Because he was trying to go like he was Rick Rude's kid. Yeah. I actually liked the Glorious. There was also this guy Elias. He had Walk with Elias, where he would do these little guitar solos in the ring. Where it's just like, you know what WWE stands for? Walk with Elias. It's just like, good. That was a good one. Oh, real quick, I'm gonna just go through this because I forgot to do it yesterday. WrestleMania was this weekend, and I gotta say, night 1, awesome. Night 2, I'm not sure if they did it on purpose, but oh man, it was kind of not great. When does the politics happen? Man, I like how I'm literally in the middle of the show. I've gone through 2 hours of politics, and now I'm just like, I want to talk about something else for a minute. And you're just like, I want the politics. Fine. Force me back into the politics. I see how it is. All right. No, we will, actually, I did want to go through this. Let me get rid of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Actually, I'll keep this. We'll go to... All right, so there is a news piece that I was saving specifically for watching with you guys from MSNBC. Yeah, I know. Or MSDNC.
At least according to many financial analysts, is off to an historically rocky start. Right now, the markets are recovering from yesterday's big sell-off on Wall Street, triggered by the president's continued attacks against Fed Chair Jerome Powell. But we want to zoom out.
Yeah, and he came out this morning. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to fire him. I think we covered that a little bit earlier on. And you know what? The fact is, they won this narrative that he even can.
For a moment.
It's so frustrating to like watch all this content on the left and then just be like, oh, Like, mainstream media is not even going to do its due diligence in the slightest.
And look at the headlines about where things stand 3 months into Donald Trump's presidency and his self-induced trade war. The clock is ticking for the White House to negotiate literally dozens of trade deals before that 90-day tariff pause expires. So far, not a single one has materialized. The Dow is headed for its worst April since, get this, the Great Depression. U.S. stocks are having their worst start to a presidency in more than a century, 1928 to be exact. And today, the International Monetary Fund slashed its forecast for economic growth. Its chief economist now predicting a 40% chance of recession, due mostly to those tariffs. The White House is responding by pretty much focusing on everything except the economy, including issues like immigration and deportation. Joining us now to unpack and explain, we've got NBC News White House correspondent Vaughn Hilliard and NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. Christine, I want to start with this IMF thing because the spring meetings are actually happening in D.C. this week. I imagine there's going to be
You don't catch me skydive.
a lot of talk about this IMF growth revision. How significant is this prediction coming from this chief economist, who what I would imagine carries some weight in this field?
Well, look, you're talking about dramatically slashing growth expectations for the U.S. and the rest of the world. And by the way, the U.S. faring worse than the rest of the world when you look at these growth forecasts, 1.8%.
Can we just acknowledge that that's the total opposite of where we were at last May when they were doing these reports?
Growth this year. And it is because tariffs pose major headwinds to the U.S. and the global economy. So
I only remember it was May because it was right before Joe Biden screwed the pooch.
this is, the big, high end.
You just say I fucked a dog?
The IMF.
Hey, Jack.
The ivory tower telling you what every small business owner and medium-sized business owner and employer has been saying top to bottom in the U.S. economy, that these tariffs are going to remake how trade is done, and that is going to slow
you would wear a fedora.
things down and be disruptive in the near term here.
And Vaughn, the administration has said they're confident that they can make, more than 90 some odd trade deals in the 90-day tariff hiatus window. Have we heard any progress on how that's going? Are deals materializing? How is the White House approaching the markets?
We haven't heard details in terms of specifics, other than Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, now suggesting that 100 different countries are engaging. And one other specific country that she noted here just this afternoon that we're going to talk about more on the back end. Take a listen.
We're doing very well in respect to a potential trade deal with China. As I mentioned, there have now been 18 proposals in more than 100 countries around the world who are wanting to make a deal with the United States of America. And the president and the administration are setting the stage for a deal with China.
Setting the stage for a deal with China. What does that mean? Has the president spoken directly with Xi yet?
I don't have anything to read out on a direct talk between the president and President Xi.
And those remarks are notable because our colleague Catherine Doyle just put in a note that Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, was speaking just today at a private investor summit behind closed doors. We don't have this on camera, but she sent over notes in which Secretary Bessent is indicating that the direct engagement, actual negotiations with China have not yet started, but at the same time suggested that both sides understand that this is not a long-term solution and that having tariffs at 125%, 145% is not good for anybody involved, and that he expects, to note, de-escalation to come soon, remarking that there is going to be a moment here over the next weeks in which there is going to be engagement and that there is a posit over in the very near future that there's going to be a de-escalation here. I think it's notable remarks. At the same time, Christine went through this during the first Trump administration. The negotiation with China, as the secretary points out, it's a slog. And so what are the details? What does engagement look like? When do those that engagement begin? There's a lot of outstanding questions.
Yeah, and they even have to create some of the channels to have the negotiations because these are not two countries that have a lot of working level relationships. Christine, I also want to ask you, why are the markets so rattled by Trump's repeated attacks on Jerome Powell? We've seen the stocks and the dollar start to tumble. Can you explain why pressuring the Fed to cut interest rates could potentially spur economic growth, but there's also this huge risk of out of control inflation? Can you break that down?
Yeah, the big concern for global investors, and I think you see that when you see them selling stocks, bonds, and the U.S. dollar. That's unusual. Usually when there's uncertainty,
Yeah, that's why a lot of people were just like panicking.
Investors flood to the safe haven of U.S. Treasuries.
Panicking. The second that those bonds started going down, they were just like, oh.
And you're not seeing that relationship. It's been broken here in the near term. And one of the worries is the independence of the Federal Reserve, which is really what guides the U.S. economy. I like to use the metaphor of, the shock absorber. However the President of the United States and Congress are driving the car, the Fed is the shock absorber there to try to smooth out the bumps and braking. And if you don't have that shock absorber and it's not independent, you lose your luster as such an important destination for international capital. So that's one of the reasons here. It's more uncertainty if the if the president's trying to remake the Fed or take control of the Fed in any way, or even boot Jerome Powell, which Powell and many legal experts say is illegal. That would just add more uncertainty on top of all of this uncertainty. And that has really, really alarmed investors around the world.
I also want to ask you, the S&P 500 since Trump's inauguration, we've got this chart compared to past administrations. It was down almost 14%. Here we go through yesterday. All three indexes are down more than 9% since whatever we're calling Liberation Day. But markets are up big today. What is with these huge swings day to day? I'm exhausted. I'm sure you're exhausted. But does that exhaustion at some point start to permeate the market?
I've covered markets a long time, and we kind of roll our eyes when people use roller coaster and whiplash, in headlines, because it's just so easy. But this is when you can use roller coaster and whiplash, because that is what this is here. Today, you're seeing this bounce back on what Vaughn was saying about these comments, these reported comments behind the scenes, behind closed doors to big investors, that maybe it can't get worse with China.
You have to make sacrifices if you want to break the bubble. Dude, I'm streaming for damn near 6 to 8 hours just trying to break through that bubble, man. And I do have another life outside of this.
And somehow there has to be an off-ramp, although we don't
ever question my sacrifices.
See what that is. But these big moves just show you these dramatic moves and these superlatives, worst since the Great Recession, worst April since the Great Recession, the worst beginning of a president's, the S&P under a new president ever. I mean, those just show you the very big things that are happening in the Trump administration.
At least they have the balls to say it. I'll say this. This is why MSDNC is a little bit more palatable, because it is hey, at least they're not like CNN where they're just yeah, but did he mean to do it? I mean, it was an oopsie, but was it actually his fault?
Administration and the very big anxiety about them through the people who actually...
He's just the president. We can't expect too much of him, guys. God.
Actually move money.
High on anxiety, running low on superlatives. Vaughn Hilliard and Christina Romans, thank you so much.
Welcome.
Yep. Why does it keep playing my last video? That's weird, because I just hit play again, and it's I'm gonna go to the video that you had on last, that I've since removed from my screen. So, oh, it's not because I was hitting play, I was hitting back. Oops. That explains it. Trump's fuck the markets, I want to deport U.S. citizens. Yeah, no, listen. We have so much going on with the flood the zone coverage, which I think that's what we should just call it. I think that I'm going to make a graphic and everything for it, where we'll call it the flood the zone news, where we'll cover Donald Trump's bullshit. And we'll just be okay, so here's the 7 stories that just came out in the last 2 days that usually would be make or break stories for any other presidency, but here we are. Lip filler? What is he telling? My tiny lips. I do have a small mouth. I'll say that much. Damn British teeth. I got that overlap. It's not bad, though. I don't know why some women want to look like a baboon sometimes. I don't get that shit. No, I don't get, again, okay, so I understand the body dysmorphia portion of it, where it's that's what's causing it. So, I get that, but, yeah. I am right there with you, buddy. So it's the Pacific blue jacket and a big ass red tie, but a clown has to do what a clown has to do. He does. I mean, the way he wears his suits already, like, God. Like, what is it? What the fuck is it? Where nobody just recognizes just the pure cartoonishness on the other side. Like, excuse me. That's the one thing I do not understand is, like, the people that stan Donald Trump like he's some fucking, like, action star. Like, that he's not just this utter buffoon who constantly makes these, like, really embarrassing mistakes. Like, I understand the funny side, and I understand, like, sometimes he is funny, and it drives people crazy. Absolutely crazy, because they just hate the fact that it's like, why are you laughing at him? Don't laugh at him. Don't entertain him. Why, thank you. I noticed that you were staring at my hair. Did you notice he ditched the red hat? Yeah, well, ish. I mean, he didn't ditch it. He still played it. Like, when he's playing golf, he still wears it. Like, he just doesn't wear it all the time. Oh, when he's on the plane tarmac, he definitely wears it. Like, anytime, or not the plane, the helicopter. I think I noticed that, where it's like, he always has it when he's near the helicopter, because the wind, the wind, it kills the birds, it also kills my hair. I'm glad that it does kill the birds, because you know what? Say what you will. They come in, they think that I have a nest, and it's actually quite surprising that I've never had a... Oh, that's right. Wait a minute. I'm gonna commit to this. Oh my God. I didn't know. Oh no, I didn't know that this actually existed. Hey, look, guys. Hey, look. First off, this was this was based off a quick Google search, but it's not AI. Look, I've got a dove. I held a dove once. Have you ever seen those? Have you seen those videos where they release the dove and the dove just flops down? That's kind of what happened. I sucked the life out of it. It had black eyes. I don't understand what happened. Hold on. Where's the other one? Yeah, here. I love this. This is one of the greatest. Hold on. This is one of the greatest. God damn it. If this isn't one of the best pictures of all time. You know what? Screw it. Here. Oh my God, that is so funny. He's so fucking scared. Did you see that? Did you see that big fucking bird? It just tried to take my hand off. Oh, shit. That was a big fucking bird. Fucking A. Trump's like, F the markets. I wanted, yeah. Oh, wait. Hold on. Simply Steve. That just, Bro, yeah, no, I know. Nah, weirdly enough, I went to a summer camp where they had, it wasn't an eagle. It was like a, one of those big ass hawks. I forgot which one, like what type, but it was huge. And yeah, he like explained just like how that thing could like completely mess us up. And then he's just like, here, now put this glove on and have it fly to you. It's just like, you just explained how that thing could claw my face off. I don't think so. I did it. A falcon. That's what it was. It was a falcon. Thank you. Yeah, that thing was scary. It was. I mean, I'll say this. It is funny because Trump has it on, has a picture of it where I did not. Thank God. Because I essentially did this where I was just like, Dude, when it landed on me too, it started like crawling up my arm, like it started inching towards me. I was just like, no. I was like, get it away. Oh, man. Accidentally farted on an eagle. Don't ask how, but and it bit my leg. I had to get stitches. Really? What the fuck? Don't ask how. What the? I love how that's prefaced in your story. It's like, I farted on an eagle. Don't ask how. But it happened. Do you want to know what I did last night? I really don't. The fact that you're asking like that, it's like I always get immediately scared of. Nah, I have a feeling it's something that I could totally live the entire rest of my life with not knowing. But if you must exercise it from yourself, then or excise it. Is it excise or exercise? Excise. Then yeah, you can. All right, here. I got another story. Let's go. Let's go for it. One last CNN. You built a fire. Ooh, nice.
Today, the Dow is seeing a pretty big surge. It's up roughly 2.5 percentage points.
I just realized that I accidentally covered this with the MSNBC one. Haha. All right. Well, never mind. MSNBC beat CNN to it. Cool. Ooh, here we go. We have a we're going to revisit the Tim Pool at the White House real quick with Adam Mockler because he just released this video. So
this is one of the most disturbing things I've seen all week, probably since Signalgate. You know, some would argue that the sign of a failing nation would be a decrease in population growth or a slowing economy or a war that you can't recover from. But I would say a failing nation is marked by allowing a pro-Russia beanie boy into the White House press room. That's right. Tim Pool asked the first question to
pro-Russia beanie boy
Caroline Leavitt, and honestly, it was humiliating. He humiliated himself, not only by the way he dressed. This dude is dressed in a
oh my God, the tariffs work, you guys. Look, Trump's white.
A beanie with a sweat.
We just have to pay more for a little bit. You'll see.
Shirt on. And Caroline Leavitt is rightfully dressed like a North Korean propagandist with her buttons. I mean, that's...
Wait, what's wrong with the buttons?
About fair.
Brother, with all due respect, if you're going to be, like, criticizing people's drip,
I want to play you this clip in...
I don't know, maybe come with, like, something that doesn't look like your mom bought it for you.
1 second.
Which is fine. I'm perfectly fine with, you know, your mother buying you clothes.
But let me
which
remind you... Tim Pool was...
It's just, he looks like he relies on that.
Paid $500,000 a month by Russia.
My depression has given me motivation. I'm writing a novella about a lawyer who is working a case of a father who is charged with kidnapping his own kid. It will be epic.
And then he subsequently would say he hates Ukraine. Ukraine is the enemy of America.
You are a man of many talents.
Leans more pro-Russia. Now he claims...
And you kind of prove everybody wrong with that, like, jack of all trades, master of none, like, bullshit, where it's like, nah, this motherfucker's got, like, he's a master of a lot.
He didn't know he was being paid by Russia, but that's almost even worse.
He's got the shower mat sweater.
That means he just happened to stop.
I mean, I'm going to be real with you guys. That's a sweater I would wear to, like, a family event, thinking that it's like, oh, you want me to, like, dress up? Okay. Like, if I were to go to, like, Easter.
On the pro-Putin position. Right here, there's a short that says, Zelensky refused to wear a suit when meeting Trump. And he's straight up pro-Russia. This says, influencer paid by Russia added to White House press pool. And if this is not the sign of a failing, declining nation, I don't know what is. Screw slowing population growth or slowing birth rates. Having a beanie boy in the White House room, that's it. That pushes me over the line. Tim Pool is one of several...
That's what did it, Mock? Okay.
Conservative social media stars who said...
I'm mildly okay at like 4 things.
He was duped.
Hey, it's kind of like me.
Into taking Russian money during the election.
Mildly okay at comedy, mildly okay at streaming, mildly okay at drawing.
You get duped to take $500,000.
Although the streaming thing, I think I'm good.
$1,000 a month, and then just happen to be pro-Russia. I'm really not buying it. Let's watch this clip of Tim Pool getting...
God, he just went with his... I just realized he wears it like a uniform. Why?
The first question. He got right to the first question in the White House.
I want to see you do stand-up
press room. I guess this is a good time to say MAGA was largely able to consolidate power due to their thriving media space, but their growth is
slowing
down. And the resistance
If I get to that point, honestly, that's the kind of stuff that I would be more interested in doing. Like if I got a comfortable like audience where I could tour and not have to like worry about selling rooms, fuck yeah.
This that we're building is speeding up. The Adam Mockler channel is beating Tucker.
I have rather high expectations of myself.
Carlson, Charlie Kirk, but we're not beating Fox News or Tim Pool. So if you want to help me beat Tim Pool, make sure you scroll down and make sure you click that subscribe button. Let's start here.
Yes.
Yes. Why did he answer it like that? Yes.
Yes. Many of the news organizations that are represented in.
Well, because you did not actually like do the thing where you played the beginning of it. I played it.
This room have marched.
Is that his wife? That's his wife?
In lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax.
Please do not tell me Tim Pool is going to imply that other news organizations have been irresponsible or biased in some way when he was literally paid by Russia. I mean,
okay, bro, you're late to this one. Like the
DOJ had to come out and list it.
What do you we think about Al Jazeera?
Or I guess he was unnamed in.
They're good at reporting
the indictment, but dude,
I do have a problem with the fact that they, are completely funded by Qatar. Therefore, when Qatar does some fucked up shit, like, I remember when Qatar had just recently done something, I was just like, let's see. And sure as shit, they're just like, every story but that.
You were in the indictment. You were being paid
honestly, they're more reliable than a lot of American news.
$500,000 a month, and they listed
BBC too. I got to be honest, like BBC and even CNN International. Yeah,
his exact subscriber count of his YouTube channel.
You could do a Trump impression thingy. It will be unique. Nobody does it. Certainly not Shane Gillis. Yeah,
he even admits it. He claims that he just didn't know he was being paid. So on top of that, he's going to say that other journalists are unbiased, and then he's going to go on to imply that the Maryland
like literally everybody does Trump.
Father is actually an MS-13 member with zero evidence.
Where an MS-13
No, funny enough, my impressions, they were never really part of my stand-up.
gang member adjudicated by 2 different judges.
I did try once and it didn't work.
He was not adjudicated by 2 different judges. This was a bond trial where a secondary question was whether he was a part of MS-13, and their evidence was based off of double hearsay.
It's just simply being referred to.
Like, sure, if you're well-rounded, the things they do cover on the American side are like amazing.
It was a Maryland man over and over again.
All right, I'll be right back. I have to let my dog out.
Now, in an effort from the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created this new media seat. So I'm wondering if you can comment on, following this expansion, you've had numerous outlets disparage the companies that you've had sit here, as well as the reporters.
Oh no, disparage in a free country? That shouldn't be allowed. Come on, Tim.
I'm wondering if you could comment on the unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to expand access to new companies.
Sure. Well, we certainly welcome diverse viewpoints in this room, which is one of the reasons we have you in here, and there's many new faces in this room in comparison.
A diversity of viewpoints as long as you're past a certain threshold of MAGA.
Comparison to the previous administrations.
Because they did ban the AP, so the AP's viewpoint was not allowed.
I want to welcome all viewpoints into this room.
Except the AP.
We welcome unbiased journalists who really care about the truth and the facts and the accuracy, and you rightfully pointed out the Maryland Man story, which I, from this podium, when The Atlantic published it on that very first day.
I don't even want to platform this BS. She says in one breath that they want unbiased journalists in the room, then in the next breath she builds off with a story that a biased journalist just gave her as a layup. Tim Pool was clearly giving her an alley-oop to talk about Abrego Garcia, and now she's saying that he's incredibly unbiased. Let's watch this clip.
Before the United States Senate. Let me reiterate, the president stands strongly behind Secretary Hegseth in the change that he is bringing to the Pentagon, and the results that he's achieved thus far speak for themselves.
They say that like it's a good thing. Like Trump standing firmly behind Pete Hegseth while he puts our military members, our service members, the American population at risk. They're saying that like it's a good thing. A disgusting twist of events. Let's watch this clip.
I have 2 questions, one on the Pentagon and another on the economy. You said on Fox News that the entire Pentagon is working against Secretary Hegseth, but the people who were fired were Hegseth's own guys. So how do you square that, and what do you say to concerns that that's bad management?
They were Pentagon employees who leaked against their boss to news agencies in this room. And it's been clear since day one from this administration that we are not going to tolerate individuals who leak to the mainstream media.
This is not true. None of this is true, by the way. Pete Hegseth had these trusted advisors for over a decade. 2 out of 3 of them worked for over a decade with Hegseth, and then he fired all 3 of them abruptly. And the prevailing theory right now is that these 3 got a call from the New York Times because, the Times, any publication has to reach out and ask for a comment. So when they were reached out to, they realized this is way too far. They come to Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth immediately fires them because they're not going to be silent about this. So this is a crazy spin because Pete Hegseth is known to smear people on his way out. I'm sorry, but I'm going to trust the 3 advisors and John Oliot, the spokesperson, over Drunken Pete any day of the week.
Particularly when it comes to sensitive information. And the Secretary of Defense is doing a tremendous job. And he is bringing monumental change to the Pentagon. And
This is like North Korean propaganda.
there's a lot of people in this city who reject monumental change. And I think, frankly, that's why we've seen a smear campaign against the Secretary of Defense since the moment.
Nobody rejects monumental change. You think the Democratic Party, which is currently rallying around AOC and Bernie Sanders, is trying to reject monumental change? No, we just don't want regressive change. We want change in the right direction. We want a future where we can build towards healthcare.
You can invite other views while not spitting your own.
Where veterans have a hotline they can call. These are very, very simple things. But Caroline Leavitt and even Tim Pool, mainly Tim Pool, they live in this weird reality of deflection all of the time. So when we say that we want due process.
Not really. Not when you realize that her nose is like completely fake and then they did a bad job on it.
Yes, we want people's constitutional.
They made it too small.
Rights to be upheld. They go, you guys love criminals.
Like that's the one thing that like she didn't realize was that like it made the rest of her face look that much bigger.
So you love MS-13 gang members. Nobody has ever said that. When
Plus, hate tends to make you a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I actually physically see like the hate permeating around her, and her aura just makes her into like the monster that she truly is.
we say you shouldn't be firing veterans en masse, you shouldn't be firing nuclear stockpile workers. The way Elon Musk is doing this is way too far. They say you
By the way, guys, if you are enjoying the content, please leave a like on the
monumental change, even though the
on the stream
Party.
Free for you makes you awesome.
Conservatives inherently want to conserve what was.
I also really do appreciate you all being here.
And these 2 people on screen right here, Caroline Leavitt and Tim Pool, they are
huge raid party of 14. Hell yeah, man.
Eroding the brain.
Sanso, thank you.
They are dissolving the brains of American citizens, therefore eroding our institutions. And we need to continue to push back relentlessly. We do that by building a meaner, leaner, faster, more robust, a stronger media ecosystem on the left so that we are able to debate them, to fight back. When a Pete Hegseth story breaks, inevitably, the 3rd version of Signalgate, we are able to inject it into the feeds of Americans before Trump's propaganda is. And that's what we've been doing every day. So thank you guys. We have built something beautiful here because of you. So make sure you drop a like, subscribe.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Continue to build, and we will regain power. Peace out.
Peace out. Glad that one made a comeback, because honestly, that one never left my lexicon. I've been saying peace out to my buddies for a long time. Long time. Tim Pool in the White House press corps is embarrassing. It is wild. Well, okay, so he's not necessarily part of the press corps. I guess they're doing like these, this wasn't well explained, but I found out when I looked into it that they're doing like a guest kind of thing where if you have a big enough audience, they're going to invite you in for a few days and kind of like do this like whole rotating cast of, streamers. Benny Johnson was part of it, I think. And yeah, no disrespect, Peps, but I definitely liked Sanso the best talent. You are disowned. Hey, Kirk's over here standing up for his boy, so I appreciate that. Welcome, everybody that is popping in from Sansol. I really appreciate you guys being here. We are getting closer to the 420 fun half. We're at 3 hours and 54 minutes, so that'll be coming up soon. But for now, we're getting through some of the news stories. So we just finished up Tim Pool, though. So if you guys were here for the Tim Pool, do not be afraid. Here, I will link my my YouTube page so you guys can catch the VOD over there. If you guys are enjoying, as I said, if you guys are enjoying the content, please follow over on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Sweet room, but there is too much stuff. Yeah, you know what? I do kind of need to tone it down. Like, it's when I added that that Elon eats corn long way sign. Honestly, that one, like, it ate up a whole bunch of free space. Like here, you know what? Fuck it. Let's see. Let's bring some space back to my my room here. There. See? Beat up just enough. There. A little bit better, right? All right. Cool. You need room to breathe. Nah, I appreciate that. You're honestly, yeah, I'm all about that. When I put the Darth Maul up, he's kind of up there as a placeholder. But yay, the rest of the shit, that's its own thing. That's my little pile of shame that now Pep is canceled. He removed the sign. Or uncanceled. I was about to say, wait a minute. Because if you're referring to what I thought you were referring to, then yeah, hey, hopefully. I removed the sign, therefore. Come on back. Nah, I'm glad, I'm glad that they're doing their thing. I hope that everybody does kind of make their way back when they do that. So, whatever. But no, man, I appreciate that 51st Bard. Or 51 Bard. Have you played 51 Bards before? Like, is that what it is? Like, oh man, it's a lot of Bards. Although I can't say shit. I usually play it like every time. I'm like, I'm gonna play something different, and then I somehow do a like I always make a Ranger character where I'm just like, nah, and he's at least multi-classed as a Ranger. Oh shit! Like I just did a Ranger rogue. I was like, I'm gonna start as a rogue. I need some range combat. Shit. Linda McMahon, Department of Education, Tim Pool, Ambassador, Fox Reporter, Hexbreath. You were in the military, right? Want to run it? Yeah, dude. I still can't understand the fact that like every Trumper is just kind of ignoring like the Linda McMahon thing, all of this shit, and then the Pete Hegseth stuff, and they're just like, yeah, we're gonna focus on all this other bullshit. It's like, okay, and stand up for him. They actually stood up for him, which is wild to me. Ooh, here we go. I wanted to cover this real quick. So I have not really been the biggest fan of Pac-Man for a little bit now, but this is kind of funny. So how does the other side of your room look? You know what? I got it. It's clean enough. I cleaned up my stuff. Look, it's the unseen of Pep Talks. It's my comic book collection. There's a little bit more back there. Wow. Very impressive collection. Oh, thank you. I've been collecting for a long time. 38 years old, and I think I've been collecting since I was 7? I was like 7 or 8. Yeah, no, I've been to Mile High. Yeah, that place is, it's overwhelming. It's literally overwhelming. The problem is it's got so much shit too that he literally doesn't know where anything is. And then when you find it, here's the biggest bunch of bullshit that happened at that place. So I spent a few hours looking through like just back issues, and he even said, he's just like, those are all collections I bought. I'll price them at the front when you're done. And I was like, okay, which is fair, but that's what a fucking racket. Because I thought about this, like, when I found a few key issues that I was looking for, specifically Amazing Spider-Man's, Jesus, dude. He literally looks at it and he's just like, oh, this one, hold on, and he goes to Comic Keys. I'm like, oh, great. He's about to charge me full price. Sure shit. I was just like, yeah, all right, great. So this wasn't a find. I ended up walking out of there with like just a few like who gives a shit comics. Give Pac-Man another chance. We'll see. Is that how Irish dudes feel? Here. All right, let's take a look at the. I might give Pac-Man another chance. We'll see.
I am going to tell you something today that I never thought I would say on this show. I have now been warned.
Yeah, you do the labor of finding the good shit.
Multiple
See, that's like I've been to flea markets that are very cool about that. That's like my favorite finds. I've gotten at either a flea market or I found it at like a comic shop that was super cool about that shit, where they were just like, you put in the effort, it was priced at what it was priced at. Like one of my favorite ones that I got was it was a recent key. God, I forgot. I actually forgot like what key it was, but I just remember like I found it at a 50-cent sale and he honored it. I was just like, hell yeah.
Times by immigration lawyers that I should not leave the country.
Deepak is a decent lib. I have no issue with him. I don't know. He was one of those guys that I was getting kind of sick of his content. He had like a really, there was a few videos that he made that just like, I can only describe as smarmy.
Let me explain. I'm a naturalized U.S. citizen. Many people maybe don't know that. I've been a citizen of the United States since I was, I think, 16 or so years old. So went through the entire process legally. My family moved to the United States legally, obtained permanent residency. Ultimately, my parents.
He's just got you right there in all means of guaranteeing he walks away with net value.
Got citizenship as an under 18 son of naturalized citizens. I was able to get citizenship by going to the post office and filling out a passport application. And then that was decades ago. And here I am in 2025 being told that even with my citizenship, it might be risky to travel internationally under this second Trump administration because of what might happen when I get back. Now, I'm not going to pretend, I might be deported. They're going to rip up my passport. It's not about that. But the idea is that coming back might be unpredictably uncomfortable or uncomfortably unpredictable, because we've already seen reports of U.S. citizens detained at the border. We've seen U.S. citizens held and questioned for hours without even being told why. We've seen a spike in the stories from folks who are dual nationals or have names that look or sound foreign, or maybe they speak with an accent. Stories of those folks being pulled aside, treated like suspects at their own country's border. And what immigration attorneys are telling me, the ones that are paying attention, is that naturalized citizens, people like me, in Trump's second term, with the return of these Stephen Miller-style policies, we just need to be careful. Some are saying, if you leave, have legal representation lined up, know exactly which immigration lawyer you will call, and that they will be available to take your call in case you end up in one of these situations. Think of it, legal representation to re-enter a country you are a citizen of. Now, what is the goal here? I don't think he's being like targeted the way that he was kind of insinuating he was recently. That it is.
Because I'm not sure if you guys know this, but he was insinuating that like Trumpers were like essentially sending like ICE a bunch of like pointers, just being like, hey, this guy.
To actually deport U.S. citizens. Not yet, anyway, even though Trump is talking about it. What they want is fear. Intimidation is the goal. Give these folks, people like me, the feeling that we don't quite belong, even if we've done everything right. It's about making us feel like a problem, like foreigners, like we're on probation in a country that we call home. This is a hallmark of a.
When does Sansol usually stream?
Authoritarian systems. This is how they behave. You don't need to prosecute everybody. You need just enough horror stories that people start to self-censor. And
I have noticed that I am definitely a little more frequent than some.
Self-isolate and start
I even trying to pat myself on the back, just literally going like, oh yeah.
Things like, maybe I shouldn't go to that protest. Maybe I won't apply for this job or that government benefit. Maybe I won't leave the country for a while. And if you think I'm exaggerating, ask yourself, would you have believed if I had told you in 2015 that a U.S. president would start floating the idea of deporting citizens or stripping citizenship from?
If you said it was Trump, yeah.
Naturalized
Actually,
folks,
I would not have been
depending
like,
on how they obtained that citizenship. I think 10 years ago you would have said, David, that's crazy. It's never going to happen. because Trump has said exactly that. His administration has tried launching a task force to re-examine the naturalization records of some to see if they're eligible for
Meanwhile, his
citizenship.
cop reject, ICE squad, that is literally a plot point in the new Daredevil. Like, if you guys haven't seen the new Daredevil season, it is scary, the fact that that was written, well over a year ago, and they are tackling some things that it's just like, well, this seems
Citizenship revocation.
Like,
if they can find some
straight from the headlines
technical inaccuracy in any of the paperwork originally submitted. They've floated ideas like mass deportations, and they're starting to actually do it. They've gone after asylum seekers. They've gone after green card holders, student visas, legal residents, and even we now are seeing the detention of naturalized citizens. Now, one other note about this. Think about this absurd contrast. During COVID, the Trump-aligned MAGA right wing lost their minds over basic re-entry requirements. Remember, they would say, you can't deny a U.S. citizen entry no matter what.
Kingpin is way too smart to be analogous as Trump.
You can't require...
Okay, fine. I will give you that.
A PCR test, even if the test is positive, you still can't deny re-entry. You can't deny re-entry over quarantine reasons, for anything. They said this is tyranny. They even said asking for proof of vaccination was unconstitutional. And now those same people are dead silent while naturalized citizens are being flagged, delayed, interrogated.
He has a little piece of fuzz on the side of his coat that I can't stop staring
and
at.
Sometimes even separated from families at the border for hours just for coming back to a country where they have citizenship. So apparently it's only tyranny.
This is bothering me.
when it applies to them.
Oh no.
Another hallmark of authoritarian regimes. On today's bonus show, thousands participated in...
Guys, the bonus show. Oh, that's right. I forgot that David Pakman's one of the guys that Howard Stern, of all people, really enjoys. Man. That's what I remember now. I was a little catty bitch. I was so fucking... I was upset that, he got a shout out from Stern. I'm like, how come he... Instead of just being happy for him. Okay. Let's do the next story. We got one more, and then we got a fun half interview. Actually, you know what? Both of these can be classified technically as fun half. What are we at? 10 minutes? 12 minutes until the 420 fun half. Which, guys, if you are new here, number one, welcome. I really appreciate you being here. If you haven't already liked the stream, please do. I really, really appreciate it. It helps me out immensely, especially as a small streamer. If you haven't subscribed already and you are enjoying the content, please do that as well. And, follow over on Twitch if you haven't done that. As I said, it's all free. Really, really helps me out and helps me get out there, guys. I'm trying my best. So, also here, I wanted to link the Discord a little bit earlier, but kind of screwed up on that one. When did you start streaming? November. I started streaming literally the day after the election. My first stream ever was my first live stream was the election. And then, I just kind of went with both feet into the water. I stream from Monday through Friday. I have Wednesday and Thursday are a little different. I usually start around 2, so thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Because I started my channel in August. I kind of just did little videos in the vein of Adam Mockler and Midas Touch. Just trying to get my name out there, build an audience, and it's been going, man. So that's the one thing that it's funny when people try to get on me and just, well, look at you with your tens of viewers. It's just yo, dude, I thought I'd be streaming to maybe 2 people, maybe. So this is kind of and I enjoy it. So, but for real, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. as I said, I am a consistent streamer. I Monday through Friday, I start at 4 and just kind of go from there. It could literally be a 4-hour stream. It's always a guaranteed like 4. I try to go 4:20, and once I get past that 4:20 part, that's why I call it the 4:20 fun half. Took that from Majority Report, if you didn't know. Here we go. Oh shit. Oh no. No. No, I backed out. Crap. No. All right. Well, that sucks. Here, give me one sec. Damn it. It's gone. I didn't have it in my history. Oh, there goes that. Whoa. Okay, here we go.
Are you going to play hardball with them? Are you going to mention COVID?
Well, I'm not going to say, no, I'm not going to mention COVID. I'm not going to say, oh, I'm going to play hardball with China. I'm going to play hardball with you, President Xi. No. We're going to be very nice. They're going to be very nice.
Okay, see, I think that's why the market's calmed down too. This was not mentioned.
And we'll see what happens. But ultimately, they have to make a deal because
They gotta make a deal.
Otherwise, they're not going to be able to
Man, he's getting like a raspier voice. Uh-oh.
deal in the United States.
Tariff rates as high as they are now is effectively an embargo of trade between the United States and China. Do you see that?
That's true. 145% is very high, and it won't be that high. It's not going to be that high. It got up to there. We were talking about fentanyl, where, various elements built it up to 145. No, it won't
Sassy
be
Trump.
anywhere near that high.
It is sassy Trump.
It'll come down substantially, but it won't be zero. It used to be zero. We were just destroyed. China was taking us for a ride, and just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. We're going to be very good to China. Have a great relationship with President Xi. But they would make billions and billions
billions
of dollars a year.
Billions of dollars. It's a lot of bullion.
And they would build their military out of the United States and what they made.
It's
so
a bull market. I just noticed that he says his B's with a lot of gusto.
That won't happen, but they're going to do very well. And I think they're going to be happy. And I think we're going to live together very happily and ideally work together. So I think it's going to work out very well. But no, it's at 145%. It will not be.
Holy shit, I finally made it back. Hell yeah, Weasel Lord, what up? Shout out.
Anywhere near that number.
And there
How's everyone? I'm doing well.
it is. After just a week
We're about to hit that 420 fun half, man. You made it right in time.
into his big trade war face-off with China, Donald Trump has caved, offering up significantly gentler rhetoric despite his tough talk for the last week and a half. And so after watching the Dow plummet 12%, the S&P plummet 14%, and the Nasdaq plummet 19% since Trump took office, it seems that he's finally recognizing that the only way to get the market to go up
He's a spicy bitch. That's the love for Broadway. I saw cats once.
is to prevent
Did you know that they're not actually cats? It's a bunch of people. They were all fuzzy. I was very confused.
his own plan from taking place. How's that for the realization that you've got terrible instincts on the economy?
I went to go see Rent. It was about a bunch of people with AIDS. I actually thought that it was about a desperate landlord that was just trying to collect his rent. I was very disappointed.
The only time
That's like 90% of him walking out of Broadway shows. Mr. Trump, how did you like it? I was very disappointed.
the market doesn't crater is when your own stated goals are put on ice. Unless you think that this is somehow not Trump caving, you cannot look at Donald Trump, the self-proclaimed biggest and best negotiator in America, the guy who pretends to have written the art of the deal, speaking in this press conference like a wounded child and think this is anything but a cave. I mean, we were told for weeks that Trump had China right where he wants them, that we've isolated them on the world stage. And so tell me, if we've got China right where we want them, why the sudden softening? Either I have no idea how deals work, or Trump was full of shit all along. Take all
Or he
the
just
time
sides
you
with
need.
every villain in every show.
In fact, that's a point
That Lex Luthor.
that Tommy
You know what? Say what you will.
Lahren tried to make to me on Piers
He may be bald, but he's not stupid.
Morgan's show, and didn't go great.
And what you're also seeing is this president in action. He's
Sauron was actually a pretty good guy.
managed to, in a couple of days' time, isolate China from the rest of the world, put them in their place. He's got that
I have got a great idea. I kind of want to put my eye on the top of the Washington. Oh shit, the Lincoln Memorial, the one that's shaped like a dick. Come on, we all see it.
90-day pause. Other countries coming to the table, 70 plus, lining up to make deals.
Should have raised the rent. What a loser.
With this president. So I'm incredibly happy to see this thing play out.
Waited until it was cold out to turn off all of the power. You know what? I like that move. Gotta say, I learned a lot.
I understand the anxiety. I trust the process. I trust this.
Oh my God, that is right around the time they started doing that shit.
President, and I think that we're off to the right.
Just to be completely real, 96, 97, rent came out in 96. 97 is when he got taken to court.
Brian, do you trust this president?
I don't think that I trust the president any more than most of the country trust the president on the economy right now. The reality is that this is an economic calamity.
When are they just going to do it and like just make the beautiful like political babies that
he has ushered
that they've been like sitting here teasing us with since what, 2016?
And he's done it unilaterally and
I'm kidding.
Voluntarily. If we actually do descend into a full-blown recession, which most people, most economists are predicting that we will right now, it'll be the first time that it's done at
There's
the hand.
Many leftist political streamers you should look into for feature collab here. Thank you.
Of an American president as an error, a completely unforced error. The reality is that the stock market is tanking. All of our indexes are in correction territory. If a Democratic president did this, Tommy would be apoplectic at the ruin that has been ushered in. And the only time there was some momentary reprieve in the stock market is when Donald Trump himself caved on his own policy. And finally, Tommy, you had mentioned that we're isolating China on the world stage. There's reporting now that Japan and South Korea are negotiating trade deals with China to go around American tariffs. There's reporting that the EU is working with China to eliminate those tariffs for EVs. So I'm concerned that you're not familiar with which country, in fact, is actually being isolated on the world stage. Doesn't look like it's China. And look, Tommy and the rest of the right-wing media ecosystem can play make-believe that Trump is some master negotiator all they want, but the reality is that no one who is acting in good faith, no one who takes themselves seriously, at least on the economy, actually believed that the U.S. had managed to isolate China on a global stage. And this question sums it up perfectly.
Why would any of our allies work with us to isolate China in a trade war if we're treating friend and foe alike?
You'll have to talk to our allies who are reaching out to us. The phones are ringing off of the hooks. They've made it very clear they need the United States of America. They need our markets. They need our consumer base. You saw Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the Oval Office with the president saying that he was going to bring down all of their monetary tariffs and their non-monetary tariff trade barriers as well. We've heard from South Korea. We've heard from Japan. The president has spoken to Vietnam. We have Italy coming to the White House next week. There's a reason for that, Sean, and it's because they need the United States of America and our business model and our markets to survive, and the president is using that leverage to our advantage.
Of course we didn't isolate China, because isolating China would mean that the rest of the world was in our corner. And I know this might come as a shock to some people who are watching, but the way to rally the rest of the world into our corner doesn't usually start by threatening to annex them. And if you're wondering why our allies are no longer standing with us, and certainly aren't sprinting to the negotiating table, it is because they hate Donald Trump, and they have good reason to hate Donald Trump. When he's not threatening to invade them, he is waging trade wars against them. The notion that this is how you get people to the table betrays a fundamental misunderstanding of the entire world at the hands of a guy who thinks that he is the emperor, when in reality, the emperor has no clothes. In fact, that's not all that Donald Trump caved on.
I was waiting for... God, everybody's been using that one lately.
Spending weeks attacking the
I
Fed
was waiting
chair,
for
Jerome
what's going to be the nursery rhyme that we compare it to?
Powell, who I might remind you, Trump himself
Or not
appointed in
nursery rhyme, whatever that
2017
was.
with
Terrible.
posts like this. There can be a slowing of the economy unless Mr. Too Late, a major loser, lowers
Mr.
interest
Too
rates
Late.
now. Europe has already lowered 7 times. Powell has always been too late, except when it came to the election
Like my wife calls me.
period when he lowered in order to
Wacko,
help
wacko,
sleepy
wacko.
Joe Biden, later Kamala, get elected. How did that work out? Wow, Mr. Too Late, a major...
Americans will always buy because we barely get things here. Everything in our homes is expensive. Yeah, I doubt people want to pay more for their plastic.
loser.
Yeah.
Pretty tough
Oh,
talk
hey,
for Trump, and yet suddenly
420,
this was Trump's new stance.
The press runs away with things. No, I have no intention of firing him. I would like to see him be a little more active in terms of his idea to lower interest rates. It's a perfect time to lower interest rates. If he doesn't, is it the end? No, it's not. But it would be good timing. It could have taken place earlier. But no, I have no intention to fire him.
So why the sudden softening? Because when the markets feel like Donald Trump might fire Jerome Powell, they crash. Why? Because everybody knows that whoever Trump appoints will be a groveling sycophant who serves as a rubber stamp for Trump and his edicts, and they all know that Trump is economically illiterate, and so they don't want Trump and his edicts. But when Trump doesn't talk about firing Powell, the markets suddenly stabilize. Again, when Trump enacts his plans, the markets crash. When Trump caves, the markets go up. If that is not a damning indictment of your economic policies, I don't know what is. But hey, Donald Trump doesn't want you to leave thinking that it's all bad or that he's caved on everything. Here's one point where he's trying to take a victory lap.
If you remember my first week, I was standing here, Paul, and they were screaming about eggs. The cost of eggs have gone through the roof. They were up like 500%, crazy, like 4 or 5 times. And we won't have eggs for Easter, they were saying. There will be no eggs. You can't order eggs. They wanted us to order plastic in the shape of eggs. Well, yesterday we had 48,000 people at the Easter hunt. They call it the Easter roll at the White House. And we had all eggs. And as you know, the cost of eggs has come down like 93, 94% since we took office. And they're pretty much normally priced now. Great job, our Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins.
No, they're still pretty high. They're still like
did a very good job. But groceries
$2 more than what they used to be.
Groceries have come down.
I will say that.
Good news, everybody! You might have lost 20% of your entire retirement savings, but you'll save $2 on eggs.
Well, again, you know what? No. This is on you guys. You guys did the thing where back when Biden was fucking president, you were like, the president doesn't control the bird flu. Then you guys, after Trump won, immediately were like, you know what? They used it against us. We're going to use it against them. Like, you guys don't actually take the smart tactics. You use like the most bullshit one where you're just like, oh, see, eggs, gas, even though it has nothing to do with them.
See? Turn those frowns upside down. You're basic.
So then we would actually be able to like stand on principle and be like, guys, we've been saying this. It doesn't matter.
Whole at this point.
But no, here we get to do the thing where it's just like, how much content do we have of Brian Tyler Cohen?
I mean, what's next? Milk is down 11 cents? Honestly, to what do we owe our great fortune?
Well, bro, if prices of everyday items are going down, that's something that you just have to like admit.
This
I don't know.
Probably is a bad time to also mention that even that isn't true. According to the AP, U.S. egg prices increase to record high. So even his dogshit concession prize of cheap eggs in exchange for a recession didn't pan out, considering even the eggs are too expensive. And look, we have been here before. We go round and round and round where Donald Trump makes threats expecting one result, which of course never comes to pass. The other side waits him out while our markets crash, and eventually Donald Trump caves like he always caves, every single time. And yet, far from going back to where we were before, I want to be crystal clear about something here. There is collateral damage along the way, stuff that we cannot fix. Even if our tariffs revert exactly to where they were before he took office, remember that during this whole clusterfuck, other countries find new trading partners, and they don't relinquish all of those trading partners just because the tariffs revert back. When Trump was in office the first time, his trade war sent our trading partners to countries like Brazil, as you can see from these charts here. Look at the ways in which Brazil's industries skyrocketed. In other words, Donald Trump's bad policies created an opening for other countries, which of course capitalized, and we never recovered. He is quite literally creating opportunities for other countries to steal industries away from America because he is so bad at what he does.
I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate and say that them pulling us out of a major medical organizations that gave us resources to combat the bird flu amongst these chickens does actually play a role in why it spread as much as it did. Yeah.
And the same,
no, I know.
Same thing is
No,
happening.
that I will give you. And I will say that, yes, that contributed to it. But honestly, it's the fact that it became a political wedge issue the way that it did.
Again, right now. Already, countries are looking to Brazil for soybeans, they're looking to Australia for beef, and so much more. So lest you think that we'll just bounce back, we won't. At this point, the pain that
Mitesh,
Donald
$2.
Trump is inflicting
Let's do what we do best,
will
Scoop.
last.
Eat.
So when the dust
Zoinks!
settles, I
There we
hope
go.
everybody is willing to ask Trump one simple question. Was it worth it?
Scoop
Because
his
we
neck.
will have gained nothing, but we'll have lost a whole lot. Before you go, if you enjoyed this content,
That's crazy. What? Yeah, Unimoogle's chat didn't come through. That's weird. I didn't see it. I guess Unimoogle tried to say something in chat. Did you guys see it? Because it says that she sent it and like that it's there. That'd be wild if like somebody got Unimoogle freaking put in timeout. Oh shit. Did we have anybody like that was a problem in chat the other day? Because that could have happened. I do remember like that was right around the time that I like did say where I was just like, yeah. Oh, here, let me add that. All right, guys, we are now officially in the 420 fun half. That means that I don't necessarily keep to politics unless, you know, but we'll see. I think Mitesh did. Better not time me out. That's funny. But in a little bit of a rarity here, we actually do have a Cenk Uygur debate that was sent to me by somebody that was like, have you ever checked out Sabby Sabs? And I had never watched her content. I didn't even really know who she was. And I gotta say, man, she tackles issues like in a way that I found really, really refreshing. So wanted to kind of watch a little bit of her content, and sure as shit, she debated Cenk. So I was just like, hey, perfect. This is the perfect first video of hers to watch. Unimoogle, tell Pep to take you to Cedar Point. Hey, Cedar Point. Yeah, I've been to Cedar Point. Cedar Point's cool. Oh, God. Roller coasters. Ugh. I have to take Dramamine now. I'm one of those guys. I get motion sickness. I don't like it. I don't know when that happened, too. It just happened randomly. I remember I was riding the Superman of all coasters halfway through. She literally just texted me. But halfway through the coaster, I felt that pit in my stomach where I was just like, uh-oh. And you know what it's like when you have that you have to like press your tongue against your teeth, like don't do it. I got to the end of the coaster, I got off, and then I ran to the corner where like there was like this little bend, and I yacked right, dude. It was bad, man. And that was the end of it. That was literally the last day that I was able to enjoy a roller coaster without problems. Which I still question to this day if I got like a concussion like halfway through, or like there was something going on from like a previous concussion that like obviously got jostled. Cause yeah, man. And I have a feeling if it was going to happen anywhere, it was either on the Demon or the Viper. Cause, we're by, we have Six Flags Great America not too far from us. Not sure if you knew that. So, best roller coaster park in Sandusky, Ohio. No, I know. You can take Kings Island and your weird spaghetti chili to hell. Kings Island does suck. Listen, whatever. Wisconsin, I have to say, as far as water parks go, Noah's Ark, Wisconsin Dells, by far the best. Like, I don't know, like, that's one of those things. Can we finally have fun? Yes, we can. We're going to finally have fun. As I said, there's a little bit of the politics, just a little bit, because it is involving Cenk Uygur, which, again, I know that some people have even said this recently. They're like, get a little burnt out on Cenk. But these debates right now, they're going to be so rare coming up. Like, because he's either going to back down, like, because it's coming. I'm telling you guys, like, the finale of this show is going to happen, and it's probably going to be anticlimactic. It's just going to probably be him losing a whole bunch of viewers once certain people end up leaving TYT. And he's just going to maybe crash, like, maybe it'll be a crash out, or it'll just be the fade out. Because what do you think? Like, do you think that, like, TYT would end if Anna were to leave? Because I've been asking that. I've been really wondering, like, would he just end the channel and start a new experiment? So, here, let's. Elon Musk gets bullied out of politics? Hold on, somebody sent me this one. Ooh, you know what? Screw it. I haven't watched, like, a straight-up Hassan video in a minute. Alright, it's short. I'll go for it. Hassan Daily? Yeah, that's a good one.
Tim Pool in the press pool. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look.
These organizations that are represented in this room have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax, where an MS-13 gang member adjudicated by 2 different judges, I believe, is just simply being referred to as a Maryland Man over and over again.
Is he not a
I don't know. Do you think Hassan would be able to talk him down?
Maryland man? What? I'll have you believe, sir, he's actually not from Maryland. He's from D.C. Like, is that what Beanie Boy's saying? He is not a man.
No.
He's not a man from Maryland.
Worse. Let's be.
Yeah, Maryland is fake.
Maryland is fake.
Russia Today correspondent Tim Pool. Yep.
Who even goes to Baltimore? I mean, really? The Orioles? Is that even?
Yeah, I love the centrist liberal.
I'll be honest. The Orioles has always been my favorite baseball team to beat up on in any video game.
Tim Pool. So, hey guys.
I don't know why.
Another point for centrist liberalism.
He doesn't know what adjudicate means.
A hoodie under his, like, suit jacket? Oh.
Guys, I have pointed that. Can we do the South Park did it first thing, but Pep Talks did it first? Oh, wow, I almost stuttered on my own name.
Gross. Oh, brother. Suit jacket, hoodie, beanie combo is so gross, dude. Why are they allowing him in the pool with a beanie and a hoodie? It's because he's independent media, and he hasn't actively said Israel. That's why. Okay, you get some benefits. You get some benefits. If you're
wait, who in the left, like, has any left, like, content creator gone to the White House?
Quote unquote independent media, but you're not literally going, hey, why are we giving so much money to Israel? Then they go, you can come into the press pool, sir. Have fun. Also, he got paid by the Russian state, so that's another. That's another good.
Baseball card years ago.
That's another good thing for the admin. Because think, up is down, good is bad, bad is good. Okay, everything is bizarre world. Everything is in reverse. So when you make a career getting paid by Russia to say Ukraine is the greatest enemy of all time, the administration looks at that and goes, "Oh, great! Like, you have the qualifications to be a part of the White House press pool." When you don't say mean things about the state of Israel and you actively avoid that issue, this is a hot potato, then you get rewarded. If you're bad at your job, you get rewarded by this administration. It's also crazy that he sounds like even more right-wing.
I mean, it did just happen with Pete Hegseth. He doubled down on supporting him.
Then OAN, yeah. The press pool has been made into a cesspool, a cesspit. This is great. Beanie formal or beanie casual? Tim Pool is in the White House briefing room and is teed up for the first question today. Timcast, led by conservative influencer Tim Pool, is set to get the first question at tomorrow's White House press briefing. He had his moment in the spotlight, and this is what he chose to do with it. I find it so funny that he didn't, like, dress up for the occasion.
I mean, I don't think Hassan knows. Like, it's literally part of his, like, broadcast uniform. Like, dude, the black shirt, like the nothing black shirt, the fact that it's the same jacket, like where it's like the half suit jacket that's like a hoodie, and then which again is insane that he wears it the way that he does, where it's like it looks like a lapel. See, you see?
At least like, you can go casual. You can go to the press pool and be casual. I certainly would if given the opportunity. But like, you could look presentable. You could try to.
I mean, he looks ridiculous.
Look good.
But I've been saying that about his little streaming uniform for a long time. His streaming uniform.
Like he slapped on the ugliest thing that you could put together for this for this moment.
Now, in an effort from the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created this new media seat. So I'm wondering if you can comment on, following this expansion, you've had numerous outlets disparage the companies that you've had sit here, as well as the reporters. I'm wondering if you could comment on the unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to.
That's awesome. Please. Can you, mods, can you please yell at big media who have disparaged your beautiful, brave, and dare I say bold initiative to put me here? Mods, CNN is being mean to me. Mods. Yo, he's literally wearing a tuxedo shirt to prom. Yeah, he is so lame. This is what consistently pisses me off, partially because like I'm so used to all.
Jeff, are you saying he did or he would?
All the awful stuff that the admin does.
Tennessee Brando go to the press pool with bandana on his head.
I'm so used to all the awful things that these people say.
The fact that that's a typo and it's kind of like it made it that much like just it's innocuous now. It's just like ooh.
Okay, so that I expect, but the thing that I cannot stand is the lame ass loser behavior demonstrated by the likes of Elon Musk. And
I mean, if he did it, then that's awesome.
The likes of Tim Pool.
I respect that.
And all of the fandom that refuses to recognize the whole ass loser behavior. It's whack, dude. It's whack.
Yeah.
Don't act like you wouldn't show up in some Yojis and a beater saying, "This is drip, what you mean?" Yeah, I would look hot as though. That's the thing. I'd have Caroline Leavitt say, "I'm saying leave it to this administration." Okay? Yeah, Elon Musk is also done. Our bullying has worked, ladies and gentlemen. Do not stop. Don't let anyone ever tell you that your voice doesn't matter, okay? We are so close. Musk wants to leave politics because he's tired of the attacks on the left. Report.
Is that real? I thought that was an Onion article.
Your voices. Don't let anyone ever tell you your voices don't matter. Not gonna lie, I think I'll miss Elon a little bit. I will not. I will be very happy. Yeah, he wants to leave because he already stole all the data and info he wanted. I know. That too. Unironically reverses decades of Red Scare propaganda by blaming the left. Yeah. Bullying works, folks. Bullying works. Now, what's
as I said, with the Elon eats corn long ways.
Ironic about this is that Elon Musk thinks that he's getting this kind of pushback because of his association with Trump. Make no mistake. He's getting this kind of pushback because he sucks, okay? Because he's a goddamn loser. That's the reason why he's getting this kind of pushback. Because he's just ass. He is unpleasant. He is gross. And people don't want to see him. People don't want to hear him. People are annoyed by him. That's what this is. That's a big part of it.
Hey, Weasel. Yeah, post your progress in horticulture.
That is
in the Discord. I would like to see it.
Is a big part of this issue, okay? He thinks maybe if he quietly just goes away and behaves like normal billionaires do, you know, play from the sidelines or whatever. But what he does not understand is that he needs to get hit with a Dominican ray in the same way that Mark Zuckerberg was hit. Start wearing like boxy tees and, you know, walk around with a Cuban chain. And maybe only then will these dumbass losers appreciate him. That's what he needs to do. He needs to start doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Yeah. Here's something that's not changing, though. About half of Americans have a negative view on Tesla and Elon Musk, CNBC survey finds. Like, think about that. This is after a decade of unlimited pro-Tesla propaganda from mainstream media. Unlimited pro.
Yeah, and he had like I mean, his favorability rating had to be close to 70, 80%. Like at that point where honest to God, the Joe Rogan interview ruined his life.
Oh, Elon Musk.
Like
coverage.
him smoking that weed really fucked him up.
For mainstream media. It's been longer than a decade, as a matter of fact. Like,
oh no, Repentant Man actually might have been onto something.
The media used to call this guy Iron Man. They loved him.
Yeah.
They presented him as the guy who's going to save the planet over and over again. And look at where he is now. Tesla's earnings are in an hour, and all the predictions are that it's going to be a show. Yeah, it should. Anyway, react to it at 4. Did you talk about Ethan's new video? Just join the stream. Hi, chat. No, I didn't talk about it, dude.
There's a dog in the background, the new guitar in the background.
There was a point in time when I think like
hey, I like my puppy.
Like this.
I want my dog to have a prominent place on this stream. Hence why I have a dog cam.
This kind of this kind of
we have a stand cam
line of attack.
Yes.
A malicious smear like this would probably at least like occupy a little bit of space.
He's not a prop though.
My
Don't you
mind.
dare.
It's not.
It's my boo.
Yeah. Please cover drama, news, and learning. Please, I'm begging you. They're going to likely announce FSD unsupervised, so just get ready for that. People setting their Teslas on the streets with no one in the
Oh, is he back to doing drama content again?
the driver's seat? Hell yeah.
No.
I love that. Every Tesla I will now treat as a rocket coming in my direction. That seems good. To me, I think what would make the cars that catch on fire from a company that is led by the most incompetent moron on the planet, what could make the outlook more positive if they start launching in the direction of random children crossing the street unsupervised? That seems cool. That seems like a cool idea. How many people need to die? How many people need to die before the government, you think, will step in and be like, hey, maybe we shouldn't let the
funniest part about that scene is when she runs around like, yeah,
melt
you want breakfast?
children on the streets.
That movie rules. All right. Give me 1 second. No, I got it. I knew it was a joke. It's okay. I thought it was funny. I like how you bailed on that. You're like, oh, that came off kind of. Oh, I don't want to make people like sad or mad. It's funny. I could not recall where I heard it though. I mean, oh yeah, dude. God, what? There was one of the. Yeah, there was the got hit by a bus. There was another one that was really funny. Something happened. Yeah. Wait. I can look this up. What happened to Happy Gilmore's girlfriends? She fell. Oh, that's it. Yeah, my girlfriend, she fell off a cliff and she died on impact. I gotta watch that movie. I know they just did the second one. God damn it! Like let's hope it's good. Maybe he makes the comeback that I've been waiting for, where it's like, all right, you actually like made a funny fucking movie finally. Like, oh my god, it's been painful. Every time someone asks about his girlfriend, he keeps making up a different one. Yeah, it was so funny. No, that one. Oh, excuse me. All right. Let's get to the Cenk Uyghur debate. Oh, I also wanted to. Oh, wait. Doomsday Mom, Lori Vallow, Daybell is convicted in fourth husband's death. Buscetti. Steve Buscetti. RFK's autism study to amass medical records for many Americans. That's a FOIA fucking... That's like blatantly like breaking FOIA, so that's not okay. I watched Happy Gilmore the night before I played a golf tournament. Bad idea. Yeah, actually, I wouldn't do that. Tin Cup maybe would have been the better choice as far as like golf movie. Good. Movie's not bad. God, that movie was on the Golf Channel. Like, that's all that played on it was just a bunch of, golf. And then that movie. It's almost like that's what they go there for. I'm here for the golf. All right. I'm gonna record this one. All right, guys. Let me link Sabby Sabs real quick. If you guys enjoy her content, please subscribe to her channel. I'm going to link it twice because I have to link it in both. All right, guys. Let's see Sabby Sab's debate with Mr. Cenk Uygur. I have not seen any of this, so let's check it out.
Welcome to Sabby Sab's podcast. I'm your host, Sabrina Salvati. My special guest today is Cenk Uygur. He is the founder of the Young Turks. Cenk, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
So I have quite a number of questions for you. First and foremost, obviously, a lot of people, I think, were disappointed after the 2024 presidential election results. You made a statement that you thought that now was the time to maybe try to have a coalition with MAGA on these issues where we do agree. And I want you to talk a little bit about that. And the other part of that question that I have is, do you feel differently now that Donald Trump has been in office for at least 3 months, and why or why not?
Yeah, all great questions. So first off, I worked so hard to.
She's very, very, very official in her way of presentation. I enjoy it, but
make sure that Donald
a little too formal.
Trump didn't win. And we did this Trump madness thing, the 64 worst things he's ever done. I did half a dozen debates against conservatives.
Been a while since there's been any good sports movies. Miracle. I'd say that was like the last good like hockey flick.
Actually,
well, Shoresy is like a good hockey like show.
Close to a dozen on our air. I went on their air. I try to convince anybody and everybody to not necessarily to vote for the Democrats who are not very inspiring, but to vote against Donald Trump. Why? Because, and the case I made for them was, look, the guy doesn't respect our form of government. He just doesn't. I'm not worried about, hey, a Republican wins and we're going to get different immigration policies, different economic policies. I don't agree with those policies, but we'll live to fight another day.
Oh, goon. That's a good one.
With Trump, I was worried that we couldn't live to fight another day. I think the 2028 election is going to be the most important election of our lifetimes.
Being a goalie when that movie came out sucked.
And people say that about
you get it because you let beach ball through legs.
Every election.
You can't even catch beach ball.
But I believe it. I think it's going to be an absolutely pivotal turning point. And I wanted to get to that pivotal turning point. I want to get to 2028. And so why did I think so negatively of Trump? Because he lost the election and didn't leave, and he came up with a fake elector plot, which we talked about a million times on the Young Turks, right? And so that is a real attempt at a coup in America. So that guy doesn't respect democracy or the Constitution. And then afterwards, he said, after he lost, that we should terminate the Constitution. A lot of the right wing had never even seen that quote. And so, and I can go on and on, right? So is Trump what we expected? Yeah. And so I get why a lot of Democrats are confused, because I was trying to push Biden out, and we've been trained as Democrats and on the left by MSNBC and other folks that if you're against Trump, then you have to say the most wonderful things about the Democratic candidate, and you have to. And it doesn't matter.
Cenk, like, honestly, no. Like, at what point was that ever actually a reality? Because, like, going back to TYT's coverage, like, they were always hypercritical. Like, I don't know what he's talking about.
They could literally be falling apart if this seems like Joe Biden, but if you just prop them up enough and you do enough marketing and propping.
Oh, I thought he was talking about TYT.
And our guys will win, right? So don't ever point out if
wait a minute, what?
Got problems. But in this case, he couldn't speak. Our candidate couldn't talk. And you saw it at the debate, and all of the smart political.
That's where I will give TYT like their credit. Like, they were always consistently kind of calling out, like, the dude, like, he is falling apart.
Professionals finally saw what I was talking about,
Rightfully
not
so.
at the debate, but when Joe Biden refused to do the Super Bowl interview. Right, that's when he lost Nate Silver and Ezra Klein and David Axelrod and
Ezra Klein is going to be on Sam Cedar's show
and Carville, because they know that if you can't do the Super Bowl interview, the softest interview and the one that has the biggest reach, that means you're not even running a campaign. So I was attacking Biden not
I stopped TYT over a year ago. Yeah.
because I'm against the Democratic Party, but because I wanted the Democratic Party to win by having a stronger candidate.
It was the first membership I ever had on YouTube, and it was a consistent one.
So now once we lose, not only did we lose, unfortunately, as I said, we should have had an open convention. We should have had the strongest possible candidate. Instead, we always anoint, and then they anointed Kamala Harris, basically. And so we lost not only all 7 swing states, but we lost the popular vote. So now, having
Are we all falling apart?
talked to a lot of these right wingers in those debates and appearances, etc., I began to see something a little bit different than I expected. Well, in the past, when I talked to right wingers on Fox News or anywhere else, they're just talking point machines, right? And so, tax cuts for the rich are great for the average guy. Helping giant corporations are great for small business. Whatever Mitch McConnell and Heritage Foundation cooked up, they would just regurgitate, right? So now when I talk to them, that was still 70% of what folks are doing, but 30% was very different. Like, they're very, very anti-war, when before the Republican Party was very pro-war, right? Whether they mean it or not is really great and important open question. So, without getting into all of the details on all the policies, what I did after the election was, guys, if they're really anti-war, we need to build a coalition with them if Trump, for example, tries to attack Iran. And I know that Trump is going to be pushed to attack Iran because his largest donor is Miriam Adelson, and she wants us to attack Iran. She's a hard right-wing Israeli American, but she seems to, in her donations and in her demands, care more about Israel. That's not true of normal Israeli Americans, or certainly not true of Jewish Americans, but it is true of her, right? And so I know, watch out, they're going to want to attack Iran. So if I can, and if all the left does is go, we hate what Trump is doing, it doesn't move him an inch, not 1 inch. In fact, it might help him, because he's like, look, we're owning the libs. If, on the other hand, he loses his base or a significant percentage of his voters,
That's not going to happen, though. Like, that's where you're unrealistic.
Then he gets worried. So, for example,
that's not happening, Cenk.
He said, we're going to take control of Gaza in the first meeting with Netanyahu, and we're going to do the unexploded bombs and clean that up for Israel, etc. And it looked like he was saying ground troops in Gaza. And he turned around on that in 24 hours. Why? Because his base revolted, not because the left revolted.
All right, there is such thing as being too good of a listener. She needs to interject.
That doesn't move him at all, right? So
I'm not trying to really be hypercritical, but at this point, it's like
his base was like, no, we're not doing ground troops.
He's kind of rambling.
Gaza. I don't know what you're talking about, right? So he goes, no, I didn't mean that, right? But here come the donor class again. So Netanyahu shows up a little while ago, and they're back to talking about how we're going to control and own Gaza, right? So you've got to build that coalition to be able to effectively push back on that to make sure that we don't get hurt more by the Trump administration, and to kind of open up their eyes to things that are happening, right? So when you only watch Fox News and you never watch any left-wing programming, we can't say to them, hey guys, remember how you were anti-war and you wanted to cut the Pentagon budget? You see how they actually added to the Pentagon budget? Because they were never going to hear you. But now if you go on Patrick Bet-David and Tim Pool and all these other different right-wing shows and independent shows, et cetera, and you go, hey guys, let's cut defense. And they go, yeah, let's cut defense, which by the way, they did. You can see videos from Patrick Bet-David, Tim Pool, and the other shows that I was on where they're like, you're right, we should cut defense. And then Patrick Bet-David, after I did that.
But no, they abandoned that immediately because then they have another right wing come in and reframe it. And then they're just like, no, you know what? We do need to have more defense. America first.
Appearance to this long video about how you could cut defense. And then now all of a sudden it goes to Laura Ingraham and it's on Fox News, et cetera. That doesn't mean that I think that they're actually going to cut defense. So when they actually
they went to $1 trillion. Stop.
Added over $100 billion to defense.
Oh, $100 billion turned into $1 trillion, Jank. Like, what are you talking about, dude? You're pretending that like doing anything, like just not saying anything. That's like he wants the Jim Carville approach to this. Don't say anything, just sit on your hands and maybe they'll do the right thing.
You could begin to see some portion of his voters on social media going, what?
Oh, by the way, over on Twitch, if you haven't already, leave a follow. We're almost at 300. I appreciate it.
What just happened? I thought we were cutting it. Why are we adding to it, right? So is that most of his voters? No. Is that some of his voters? Definitely.
Same goes for you over on YouTube.
Is that the sum that we need?
Wait, actually, if you're over on YouTube, go to Twitch and follow.
To switch over to vote on our side or to
Appreciate
just support us on those policies we agree on and to potentially move Trump. Yes. So that's a way of a strategic way of trying to regain the middle. So there's a lot more nuance to it, but I've got on a long
I was about to say, going to interject at all
here. So I'll stop there.
So I'm glad you mentioned anti-war because I want to tell you what happened a couple years ago. I went to D.C. to cover a rally called the Rage Against the War Machine rally, and there were people there from different political ideologies. And I remember covering that, thinking to myself, looking around like, wow, look at all these people came together because they agree on this issue. There were people that were speaking there like Tulsi Gabbard, Dennis Kucinich, Jill Stein was one of the speakers. And I was like, wow, this is something. But then October 7th happened. And after October 7th, when Donald Trump started to smear Palestinians, I watched some of those same people make excuses for Donald Trump. And then all of a sudden that so-called anti-war coalition that I believed we had at that point in time, it was gone because as we got into the electoral season, people went back into their political silos and started to defend their candidate. So the problem that I've noticed with this particular type of coalition building, and I'm a registered independent, by the way, is that once there is an election that is involved, people tend to side.
Must be nice to live in a state that you don't have to like actually go to a Republican or Democratic ballot to vote in the primaries
with their candidate, even when they're wrong. Now, to be fair, some of them have told me they do not appreciate what Trump is doing when it comes to Iran, when it comes to Gaza, but they don't regret. They're not at the point where they regret their vote. But I think that's where the coalition, to me, it falls apart because I see people still find ways to defend Donald Trump, just like I saw people try to find ways to defend Kamala Harris. So that's where I've seen it fall apart. And I felt like the anti-war part was a piece where you could get more people to come together. Same thing with healthcare. I had this conversation recently with Shermichael Singleton. He's conservative. Shermichael Singleton agreed with me on this show that the healthcare system we have in this country is a problem. However, he went on to say he doesn't think universal healthcare is going to be the answer. He doesn't agree with that. So I don't see them moving over to progressive positions. That's my thing.
Yeah, Savvy, I actually totally agree with you. And and I get what you're saying, but I want you to have a bigger picture context. So what you did in that conversation about healthcare and what I'm trying to do in all the conversations I'm having is the very beginning of this, right? So for years and maybe decades, we've just been yelling at each other, right? And by the way, I'm totally guilty of that. I mean, I'm so I do tend to yell from time to time on air, right, and online.
No.
So it's not
Cenk?
like I didn't do it. I
Yell?
definitely did,
What?
right? And so
No.
and that worked to win over the middle for some period of time. But now that's not working at all in terms of winning over the middle. And these conversations are. But Trump, we're 3 months into his term. If anyone thought like, oh, magically, some percentage of Trump's voters, let alone all of his voters, but like a big chunk, 20, 30%, overnight are going to be like, oh, I was such an idiot for voting for Trump. No way. I'm now for universal health care. I'm for anti-war. I don't want the rich getting.
I will say, because he has done this to the VA, he's screwed up enough of he's screwed over enough people with these protests that, again, call it anecdotal, call it what you will, but when I was at the protest, I saw a lot of disaffected, just normal people that were there. They didn't seem like they were heavy political activists, but they were more than happy to go, you know what? F this guy.
Taxes, I don't want this, blah, 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 blah. Come on. Of course that's not going to happen in this tiny period of time. Sabby, what you and I have to do, what so many other people have to do, and what you're already doing, is continue to have those conversations and to actually engage in, I know it sounds cliched and people think it's not real, but I think it is real, especially online now. And it's not a perfect system at all, but there is an actual marketplace of
Oh, shit, guys. Is this my call to go to right-wing channels to actually debate?
ideas.
Oh, no.
And so if you don't engage in that marketplace, you're never going to win eventually, right? But if we engage today and we keep making our case, by the time 2028 rolls around, yes, we can win a certain percentage of those folks. And for the ones that did vote for Trump that are either independents or right wing, what I would say to them is, guys, we're not trying to trick you. We're trying to show you that they've been trying to trick you. So if they actually cut the Pentagon, great. Then they're
not, though, Jank. This was filmed 3 days ago. There's no reason that he should even be entertaining this.
wanted, right? If they don't attack Iran, great, right? If they actually deliver for the average man, great, no problem. Then you were right and we were wrong, right? But what I'm trying to lay out to them, and it sounds like you're doing something similar in some ways, is that, but when they don't deliver for you, remember what we told you, right? Remember that we were both anti-war. We both wanted better health care. We both wanted better wages. So they said, give it to the rich, et cetera, and that didn't work, did it, right? So why don't you try the populist left that actually has in some issues
populist left
has the same goal as you, but actually,
does anybody in chat know how he actually defines populist left? If I were interviewing him, I would just ask him to define that real quick.
he will deliver for the average guy.
Because honestly, the more and more I think about it, it's no, because you've really kind of muddied the waters on this one.
Instead of for Donald Trump.
I used to think that what I thought was populist left, but now what I believe is far left to you. So it's I don't
billionaire buddies.
I don't know where we
see what I'm saying?
Anymore, Jank.
But what about when it comes to some of the social issues? For example, Charlie Kirk, and he's not the only one, but he's the easiest one for me to call out at this point in time. Charlie Kirk has been smearing MLK. Of all people, Charlie Kirk said that he wouldn't feel comfortable with a black female pilot. So when we talk about building coalitions,
it's a POS. But Jank was I'll have a beer with them.
We also do have to remember that those spaces need to be comfortable spaces for people that are from marginalized communities as well. And I personally would not feel comfortable building a coalition with someone out there smearing
She needs some Visine.
Okay, and saying all these things about black people, all these negative things about black people. So I think that's where a lot of the pushback comes from, Cenk. I think that's why some people are saying, what is Cenk Uygur thinking about? There's no way I'm going to try to organize with this person. They don't even respect me.
Populist left is whatever Cenk thinks it is.
As an individual, I mean, what do you say to that?
Makes sense.
How do you expect marginalized people to feel?
Yeah. So I think the word you use there is critical, which is comfortable, right? They're uncomfortable in those spaces. Okay, no problem. I get that. And it's not for everybody. then let me do it. But please try not to tear me down while I'm doing the uncomfortable thing that I think might help, right? So let me give you an example from my background so you know what I'm talking about. So if I go on Steve Bannon's show, and let's say that we agree on private equity companies shouldn't be able to buy our homes because it drives up housing prices, they're going to turn us all into renters eventually, and we're going to be indentured servants of the corporate class, right? And if
the problem with that is the only reason he disagrees is because he didn't get in on it first. Trust me, if he wasn't an early investor, he would not. He would just be like, "No, I'm for this."
Turns out Bannon agrees with that. I am not sure that he does, but he might. And Charlie
nice. How is White Castle? It's not here in California. It's delicious.
Says that he.
I have one right by me.
Agrees with that, and has.
It's a problem.
Pushed it on his show. But I know Steve Bannon is.
It's actually like the first place I'll hit anytime that like I diet for a little bit and I just, want to do a little cheat day, go get some sliders.
Viciously against immigrants, and I'm an immigrant. And in the past, he's been viciously anti-Muslim, and I'm Muslim.
Slider.
Right?
Oh my God, now I'm hungry.
Muslim background. So if somebody else who's in the same category,
in my opinion, it's his version of MAGA. The thing is, that's Sylvie. That's a great take because honestly, he makes it kind of sound like that. Like if he could, he would totally Trump. Like he would totally do the Trump thing. Like it almost sounds sometimes like he's jealous.
I am immigrant Muslim. Says I don't want to talk to Steve Bannon. That makes me uncomfortable, and I don't want to be in a coalition with him. I think he's really it's
not going to be the same.
A harmful person, a terrible person, etc.
Good night, y'all. Meds kicked in. All right, man. Take care. I'll see you later, bro.
Okay, no, I'm not going to push you to do that. God bless. I totally get it, right?
I'll play your music here in a bit.
Right? But if I can get that thing done, whatever.
Everybody check out Kirk official music.
It might be that's positive, anti-war, protecting housing prices, paid family leave, which a lot of the right wing wants. 74% of the right wing want paid family leave because they think it's helps moms to and actually incentivizes children, etc. So if we can get that done, that matters. It matters to people's lives. You either get the paid family leave or you don't. Your housing prices actually go up or they don't, right? So I'm willing to put aside how much I can't stand Steve Bannon's opinions on Muslims, on immigrants, and by the way, on other issues, including.
I hope we can play this one back to him where it's like, you do hear what you just said. Like you're willing to capitulate on these issues, and like these are big ones.
Trump should run for a third term. It's maniacal. It's unconstitutional. I'm willing to get into the most knock out, drag out, whatever fight there is on those grounds. But if we can build a coalition to prevent an attack on Iran, like for example Tucker Carlson.
What is this new thing with wait. Guys, what the fuck? This is his new issue? I listen, this is the thing where you don't listen to a TYT for long enough. Like, apparently, like, Cenk does this, where he'll, like, adopt a new issue, and that's the issue. Preventing an attack on Iran now? Because he was... oh, wait a minute. Oh, my God, flashback. He was doing this with John Bolton. He's the reason that I have a little bit of the opinions about John Bolton that I have, because this warmonger, John Bolton, this mustachioed menace has been trying to start a war with Iran since the Bush administration. He was the one that got us out of the Iran nuclear deal.
1,000 ways, right?
Which he's not necessarily wrong about, because when John Bolton does speak, it seems like that's the most like butthurt thing. Like that's where he's most butthurt, is not being able to do the war with Iran, because now Trump wants nothing to do with him because you know what? He's a loser. I don't even like him.
Against my identity and my beliefs in 1,000 ways. But he really doesn't want to attack Iran. If you say I'm going to turn down that coalition, I'm going to say, no, you don't listen to Tucker Carlson. We should attack Iran because Tucker doesn't want to. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because it matters. Like attacking or not attacking Iran matters. So I'm willing to put aside how uncomfortable I am and how much I disagree with them on those other issues to be able to potentially one day build a coalition that could actually prevent these things, right? So again, the skeptics will always find a reason to be a skeptic, so they'll say, no, I don't believe Tucker. I don't believe. And by the way, Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon give you a million reasons not to believe them, right? But No, Tucker's like very adamantly against that Iran war. If you say no, everything he says is a lie. Okay, then is it a lie when he says that, he hates immigrants? That doesn't seem like it's a lie, right? Like, so he's trying to appeal to his audience, and he thinks his audience doesn't want to attack Iran. So take the win on that category. And if you're not comfortable doing it, that's okay. Let me do it. But please try to not hurt that effort so we can actually get the policies we agree on.
So people are saying that TYT has changed. I mean, when I first started watching TYT, it was the home of progressives. I understand some of this. Some people believe that this is a business decision that you have made, because I think we both know that there is more leverage, and YouTube highly promotes right-wing commentary over left commentary. Some people have that opinion. One of the things that I said is that it sounds like to me that Cenk and Anna have decided that they need to try to get some type of a win, because it's been almost 10 years now since the first Bernie Sanders presidential campaign. But a number of things have happened. I want to give you a chance to respond to this. Some of the co-hosts or contributors of TYT have left TYT. I know that Francesca recently was fired. And I'm noticing a little bit of a pattern. This is something similar to what I saw with the Hill Rising, where Kim Iverson was there. Well, first Crystal and Sagar left, then Ryan Grimm came, then Kim Iverson came, Brianna Joy Gray came, Katie Halper was a contributor, and all of them are gone, right? They didn't want Kim there because of the pandemic conversation with Fauci. They didn't want Katie Halper there because of her commentary on Israel. Brianna Joy Gray got fired because of Israel. And now I look at Rising today and I'm like, wow, they really got rid of a lot of the good talent. What is happening there with TYT? Has TYT changed its values?
No, not at all. So there's a number of things in there that I don't think are quite right in the assumptions that you put in there. So let me address it one by one. First of all, I get why people think, hey, are you guys doing it is there a right-wing turn, and is it for financial reasons? Well, and why do people think that? Because other people have done it, and then they've gotten rewarded, like Dave Rubin, with tons of money showered from the right wing, et cetera. But except in our case, that's not true at all, because A, we haven't made the right wing turn. So there's nothing to shower, right? So if you watch our videos or our live show, which, by the way, every day, Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 o'clock, you can see it with your own eyes. And if you see us being right wing, you could be like, aha, I knew it. There it is, right? They're telling me how wonderful Donald Trump is on tax cuts for the rich, or whatever lunatic thing he came up with yesterday, right? Or if you see it and you go, wait a minute, these guys are saying the same thing they said before. Anyway, you'll get to see it with your own eyes. It's on every day on YouTube at 6 o'clock Eastern, right? And so that's not true. And then in terms of did we do it for attention or money, et cetera? No, and we knew this because we're professionals. We know the algorithms, right? So no, we knew.
The thing is, actually, I can answer to how to make those better. Air fryers do make them better, but if you have a way to heat them up in a steamed bag, that's the best way. I'm telling you, man.
And it did on the main,
because they're made with steam here.
Channel, our views are way down. And so our opponents can celebrate that. Woohoo, yay, we got them, etc. And so, but you can't say, hey, we got them and they've lost a lot of money here, and they did it for the money. Those two things are not consistent. They just aren't. So pick one, okay? But you can't have both. So there's no extra money at all, and there is no right-wing shift. At the same time, and by the way, let me, and so I'll get to what I think people think are the shift in a second. But in terms of what you said about YouTube favors right-wing content and stuff, it doesn't, in my opinion.
Audible blinks? What?
It rewards,
What?
We know this, like anybody on YouTube knows this. It rewards quote unquote consistency, right? And what consistency means,
that's kind of true.
Is
it's one of my favorite restaurants. They have the firecracker shrimp.
Just give them what they want and don't.
I learned how to make that myself, dude. It's
give them anything else. And what I have a different word for that. It's called extremism, right? So our side says, okay, never give an inch, never give an inch.
Honey walnut shrimp, though, I have to say, that's the one where it's just like, nah, that's like perfection. It's
because the algorithm rewards consistency / extreme.
But let's be real, their rice tastes like there's no taste to it,
right? So we're right about everything, and
you have to like douse that shit in soy sauce.
Whatever is the outer edge of the left or the right, and then applies equally to both sides, right? Give them the outer edge because that's what people want. And if anybody varies from that, attack, right? The others do, and so if you're not perfectly consistent, you'll get hurt. But we took that risk anyway. And so I'll get to what does it mean to not be consistent in what we were doing before in a second.
Well, if you're talking literal consistency, like funny enough, when he said TYT's on from 3 to 6 every day, I was just like, that's honestly why they have like the consistent numbers they do.
You see,
I mean, that's how like most of these guys got big. That's the number one piece of advice that I kind of took to heart, and that's why I do as much as I do, and that's why I put in as much time as I do, because if I keep consistent, then eventually it's a coming. It's a coming.
That go, yeah, the Democrats are great. They're the greatest thing ever. Donald Trump's the most evil thing, et cetera, et cetera. Those are actually now getting massive views, massive. That's actually going for the money. That no nuance, no nothing. I don't care about policy. Rah Democrats. No.
Man, Jeff, you make me like really happy with where I live. Like it's insane how like when people are just, oh, this place is an hour away. This place, or like Mitesh saying you guys don't have White Castle. It's just like I have like everything.
How corporate they are, no matter how much they never deliver for you. Those folks don't care about policy. They care about how do I get views and how do I get money. Right. Yeah. So, and look, I'm not hating. Everybody's doing their own thing. And the same is true of the radical right. They've actually been doing it longer, in a sense, on YouTube. That's why it appears that there's all these big shows that are on the right wing, but they're consistently going more and more radical, and their algorithm is rewarding them. So it's rewarding radicalism on both sides.
Well, see, then you're missing what they're actually rewarding. They're not rewarding just consistency. What they're rewarding, and I have a feeling about this because it's the fact that your content is engaging, but it's controversial. That's what they reward. That's why you honestly, this isn't big news. This is why on drama content, these guys will specifically like TYT, and they always act shocked when it happens, where it's just, why? How come this stupid Anna Kasparian drama video with the Vanguard has millions of views, but nobody cares about my other my news segments? It's so weird, man.
And it's not rewarding any moderation at all. So what is the change that people are talking about?
And they try to blame it's the algorithm. It's no, that's people's attention. People like that. It's literally entertaining.
So in the past, as I said earlier, Sabby, I did a lot of yelling at the right wing, right? And so
yeah, but now you've literally turned your angst to the left wing. I mean, how many times have you straight up attacked Lance from the serfs?
I've done that a billion times. What is different now is something that's an actual realization. It's important to our political strategy. It's important for us in order to win, to actually effectuate these policies, but it's also just true, right? What I realized, especially when I went on the right-wing shows and started interacting with the right wing more, is this is not the same audience as before. Before, I would get nothing but talking points. Now these guys are giving me 70% talking points, but 30% they're all over the board in a way that I didn't expect and never saw before. So
yeah, because they're trying to out left you. It's kind of part of their gotcha thing. Dude, I realized this when I started watching more of Andrew's debates. That's kind of his whole thing. Is he's gonna hammer his points totally hard, but eventually his gotcha is, oh yeah, well, what do you think about this? Because honestly, you're so inconsistent, and I somehow I'm gonna out left you.
Trying to figure out what's going on. Why is this happening?
He did that to Destiny.
And what I realize is they're not just watching Fox News anymore. They're watching,
and he might have actually had him on that.
Rogan and Theo Von, even though he's not that political, and Tim Pool.
No, see, this is what pisses me off. Even Joe Rogan. You do realize that Joe Rogan thinks it's ridiculous that he's labeled as a political podcast. And I kind of do too.
And all these different outlets, right? And
it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy where all of a sudden he becomes like the go-to like political fucking voice, and all like look at the way that the Kamala campaign had it at the very end there, where that was like the be-all end-all.
Those outlets have slightly
funny how he's talking about going for the money when it comes to other people. Meanwhile, they took the poly market fund.
Different points of view on different topics. Some, for example, are in the old school of right wing. Let's do whatever Israel wants. Let's attack Iran. Let's start more wars. Let's give endless money to Israel.
What is up?
Others are in the camp of, no, I'm not interested in it.
Man, okay, so he's doing his greatest hits thing, except he went back to the Iraq war because he's like, that's when I was the most radical, and that's when I was definitely getting the most like traction on YouTube.
Giving any more money to Israel, and I'm definitely not interested in fighting their wars for them. So hence now I'm starting to see, okay, wait, it's the media that's driving their opinions. Whatever media they're watching is what's driving their opinions, which makes sense, right? And now they have more diverse media, and you might disagree with a lot of what's in that media, or certainly the great majority of it, but at least it's a little bit different, right? So what I took away from that is, and there's one other factor, which is the
this is like a weird whitewashing of this stuff,
which I'll get to in a second. Oh, wait a minute. These folks, and we partly already knew this, but it really reinforced it for me. These folks, they got lied to. They genuinely believe that Trump is anti-war. They genuinely believe that Trump is populist. It's not like they're thinking, we'll trick the liberals. And,
no, actually, funny enough, Jake, they genuinely don't give a shit. Like, I think that you, honest to God, think that they even know what that shit, like, they don't even know what it means.
Tend to be anti-war, and we'll pretend to be for the average American. And then when Trump gets in, we'll serve the rich and we'll start endless wars. Some of them might think that, but I don't think that's a large number. I think a lot of them really believe that.
Are you kidding me, dude? Seriously, a bunch of these yee-haw fucking gun-toting idiots.
Trump was going to do those things, but he's not going to. You and I know he's not going to do those things, right? On war, again, his base might push him in a certain direction. So then I realized it's not the voters' fault. It's the leaders' fault. So then you look at the Democratic side. And so many people believe that Joe Biden.
Man, she's kind of just letting him bury himself, which
Biden was young and dynamic on her side. And they would get really
let him cook?
upset.
Meanwhile, it's the kitchen's on fire.
If you said that he wasn't and he was in mental decline, they'd get super mad at you, but not just mad at you. They really believed it with all their hearts that Joe Biden had no mental decline issues at all. He's the best candidate we could have against Trump. Now, is that because they're bad people? No, of course not, right?
No, it's because they were literally running on the incumbency and they didn't want to risk it. Like, it's that simple.
They got lied to by MSNBC.
No, you want to make it, that's part of your narrative. So again, like, this is where you're a little disingenuous, because it is like, see, we're the true home of progressivism. You got to come to us. You got to abandon MSDNC.
Others that told them that Biden was young and dynamic, and they believed it.
No, nobody said that. God damn it.
So
they really didn't.
Well, the conclusion I came away from it,
like, you had the occasional, like, look, he's riding a bike, guys. But honest to God, you go back, like, I remember when Stephanie Rule, it was kind of funny. She had a slip up where she kind of said, like, hey, look, he's not dead.
Don't blame the voters. Attack the powerful, attack the institutions and the elites in the cases that you need to. But don't blame the voters. Try to win over the voters. The voters, and Sabby, there's a reason why things are called a wedge issue, right? Because they try to drive a wedge between us. And why do they do that? They want us fighting on those wedge issues so we don't unite on taxes and war and all these things that the great majority of Americans actually agree with. So that's the sense that people have that we've quote unquote changed, is that sense of I'm not yelling at the Trump voters anymore. I'm yelling at Trump. And I'm telling the Trump voters, remember, guys, here's the things we agree on. Here's the things we disagree on. And on the things we agree on now.
Or you could differentiate between like the Trump voter, like I've been doing, and the Trump supporter.
You're seeing with your own eyes, he's not delivering. Okay. You see what I'm saying?
I understand that. I think that
I kind of want I kind of wish I could have video chatted with you about this at some point. I got opinions.
There's a
I'm
lot
down.
of frustration right now. I was just at Harvard Law School, and I can tell you the students are very down. They said the Democratic Party isn't fighting. They said both parties are owned by Wall
Voice chat.
Street. They said, what's the point when you can just buy
Again, acronyms. It's Pep's weakness.
elections?
If you're trying to hide code, just do it in an acronym.
Very down, very disappointed. And that brings me to the Democratic Party. I personally, because of the big money interest, I
just realized that might be true.
I don't believe the Democratic Party can change. I supported Bernie twice, both times. I supported the squad. They let me down tremendously when it came to certain pieces of legislation that they either supported or they should have supported and they did not. I'm very upset with the fact that Bernie Sanders still won't call what's happening in Gaza a genocide. I was upset with AOC saying that Kamala Harris is working tirelessly for a ceasefire. There are a number of issues. I know you said you wanted to build a coalition with people on the right that agree with you on certain issues, but I have to ask, it seems like you're not willing to build a coalition with people to your left, right? So I think I'm to
All right, based. Good take here, Savvy.
your left, meaning that I support some things that I know you don't support. Like I support defunding the police. I know you don't support that, but why not build a coalition with those people? Because what I think, because I don't believe that the Democratic Party is going to change because of the big money.
Well, again, he's being more charitable to the right on that one. Like, for real. Think about the way they said the 70-30 thing. Where he's like, well, if I could only agree with them on 30%, that's still 30%. But he doesn't think that way for any leftist at this point.
I really think we should
be. Like, it's almost like he's actively trying to, like, push himself away from all of it.
Using this time to try to build up the Green Party or a third party. Chris Smalls is starting a Labor Party. Chris Smalls is traveling across the country, engaging with people about how we can have a general strike in this country. I think that's where the energy should be going. And I really thought that, especially with the genocide, that more people would see this like, oh my God, both these parties are warmongers. Both of these parties are owned. And I want to get your perception about that, because the Democratic Party has let a lot of us down. And I'm curious what you think about building that coalition with people to the left of you and the third party movement.
Yeah. So that's another great question. And I think there's two different issues in there. So one is building a coalition with the left, and the other is a third party, right? And so is that the right way to build a coalition, right? So do I want to build a coalition with the left? Of course, I am the left, right? I don't mean I'm exclusively the left.
Someone in chat called it.
I mean that if you watch our show on any given day,
I bet
you'll see it's totally on the left, right? And so I know for some,
I wouldn't have taken that bet though.
Listen, it's not enough. It's not enough. You have to agree with me 100%. So, for example, you and I apparently don't agree on the framing of defund the police. I think it's terrible framing. I think police reform is desperately needed, but you're less likely to get police reform.
It's just use the term marketing, like literally just be like, no, you need to market it different. That's what I've been saying, where it was like, no, that was a bad campaign.
If you
like, God, they could have used any other term, and like it just would have been.
So we can get into that debate, but do I
reform the police was a big one that I was for, where I was just like, that would have been it. Like that, I feel like people would have stood behind that and like not gotten up in arms. But the defund thing, a lot of people heard that and they're just like, no.
You and I to vote together in an election. Absolutely. Of course. Right. So
he didn't do it.
Let's say you had found a great candidate and you guys are pushing.
How are you going to make that your thing? And every time you do it, of course, you're not going to be, of course,
forward and they've got a great chance of winning, etc. Am I not going to support that candidate because they want to defund the police or they have some positions I don't agree with? No. I'm going to support the candidate that most agrees with.
It's a very colorful dress. I like it.
My positions. That's the logical thing to do. So, in fact, I'd be a giant hypocrite if I said, hey, guys, I'm allowed to disagree with you 5 or 10%. And you don't have to, go to war over that. If it didn't apply to me as well, of course it applies to me as well. If I disagree with a candidate that's 5 to 10% more on the left than I am, so what? I'm going to agree with that person a lot more than I agree with the guy on the right who I don't agree with on the issues 90%, right? So, of course, build coalitions on the left. And my God, wherever we are on the left-wing spectrum on policy, when the Democratic
You would know if you engaged more.
primary comes in 2028,
I mean, I know Queensryche.
we must get on the same team.
I'm
We
not that old, but I know
cannot pick
Queensryche.
an establishment Democrat, a corporate Democrat. We can't. And what I'm a little worried about, Sabby, is that some portions of the folks that are, so, and this is important to clarify before we go further. My audience, we did this great town hall on Operation Hope that we do, and they asked me similar questions, and I answered it. If you're a member on tyt.com, you can see that.
Nope.
For yourself. But what we realized in that conversation, what I realized thanks to my audience, is that saying far left, max left, all these different words that I've tried, and every time I said, look, I don't know what to call these folks. It's actually not based on policy. So it's not about whether you're far or et cetera. I'm far left on gun control and on a bunch of issues, right? Probably to the left of you and probably to the left of the great majority of the Democratic voters, right? That's not the right way to think about it. Are you a radical or are you not a radical? What does it mean to be a radical? Radical is purity tests. You must agree 100%. If you don't, you get thrown overboard, right?
All right.
You must hate the other side. If you don't hate
Guys, I will say that, again, purity testing is a real thing.
the other side, you
I have experienced this as a newer left-wing streamer, so, like,
get
let's
thrown
be real.
overboard. No dissent is allowed. Otherwise, you get thrown overboard. Radical right does purity tests based on race, religion, ethnicity, etc., and ideology. The left mainly does it on ideology, which is better because at least you're not doing race and religion, etc. But it's still a purity test, and it's still the kind of radicalism that I'm against. I'm against all fundamentalism, religious fundamentalism, and political fundamentalism.
That's kind of where I am.
That doesn't mean that everyone on the left is politically fundamentalist or radical. Not at all. I think it's a small group. So, but I'm saying don't be radical. I'm saying build the coalitions that are winning coalitions. So I can get to the Green Party in a second, but I thought you wanted to jump in on something.
That sounded profound for a half second. Then I was like, eh?
Okay, so Cenk, you told people to support Kamala
Build coalitions.
Harris, though. She was a corporate candidate. So this is what I'm saying. This is what we saw happen twice. Bernie Sanders was the progressive candidate, taking small dollar donations. But when Bernie is not able to get the DNC nomination, we can go into how the Democratic Party cheated Bernie Sanders, I would say twice. The response from most of progressive media was, well, you can't get Trump, so you got to support the nominee. You got to support Biden. You got to support Hillary. So the thing is, the reason why I think some of us left the Democratic Party after this whole, I would call it progressive experiment, is because we saw.
Please tell me you buy like a ton of like band shirts. Like that's something I'm into. I love tour shirts. So
that continuously happening. Don't support people who take corporate money, but the DNC controls who the nominee.
I'm that guy. I'm always, every time I see the merch booth, I'm just like, hold on.
He is going to be, and they're going to go with someone who's corporate. Then we hear you guys say, well, just support that corporate Democrat. So are you saying going forward, you're not going to do that?
So there's a super important distinction.
The last show I went to, they had super limited edition vinyls, and you had to buy it then, and I had nowhere to store this, so I got very lucky. I pushed my way up to the front, and I was right against the gate. I just leaned my stuff, and I just protected it.
Support in the primary or the general election, right? Because in the general election, there was no earthly way that any candidate other than Kamala Harris or Donald Trump was going to win by the time we get to decision time and we're voting, right? So and I didn't want Donald Trump winning because I thought he might terminate the Constitution and doesn't believe in our form of government. I didn't want that under any circumstances. So then I was left choiceless but to vote for Kamala Harris. So, but in the
all were
primaries, do not coalesce around corporate candidates. That is a giant trick. It's a propaganda trick by mainstream media. So that's what happened against Bernie in 2016 and 2020. I've been dead set against that. So your point is, why not just go independent? Why not just get rid of these? Can't stand these. If you can't stand these corporate Democrats, I've been fighting these corporate Democrats my whole life, right? So when you tell me about how you go to Harvard and everybody hates money in politics, oh, thank God. Finally, thank God. Right. And by the way, again, I know some on the left won't believe this, but the thing that,
as I said, like, anytime, especially like with a band like that, where it's like you've been waiting to see them, yeah, I gotta get a shirt.
right-wing actual
Glad your
voters
friends got you one.
hate the most
That's dope.
is money in politics. And you're going to say, well, no, but they love Elon and they love this and that. Yeah, I get it. And Elon set up a giant propaganda machine on X. But whenever I go on any right-wing show and I go, the donor class sucks and they control all of our politicians.
Yeah, because they hear donor class equals George Soros, not the people you're thinking of. This is where you refuse to like actually frame it the way that like they're thinking about it. You want to frame it like in this rosy way.
PAC does, the drug companies do, the oil companies do, etc. All I get is yep, 100%. Then I say, remember, Elon's a donor. They're like, but okay, I hear you. So at least we planted that thought. But anyway, my point is we're getting to this wonderful place. But unfortunately, our system is so rigged against third parties that it is just, unless you're a billionaire, it's near impossible to pull off a third-party victory. But what I would tell you, Sabby, is on the other hand, winning a Democratic primary, it's been so frustrating in these last 3 cycles. But is it impossible? It's not even close to impossible. Bernie almost did it twice. And in fact, Bernie could have done it if he was just a little different. He's too nice. If he had actually made an aggressive case against Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden, I think he would have won those primaries. But he just refuses to attack any other Democrat. And as much as I love Bernie, it's so frustrating that he thinks that those corporate Democrats are his colleagues. They're not his colleagues, they're his opponents. And they're his most effective opponents. But look at what Trump did to the Republican Party. He snuck in as a celebrity candidate, said the things that were super popular for that side, by the way, one of which was drain the swamp, anti-corruption. I know he didn't mean any of it, and he never did any of it, right? But that was an effective campaign strategy. So he wins over the Republican primary, and then he bullies the establishment Republicans. Now, in his case,
little Marco,
he did it.
Little Marco, he can't even get a word out
just for himself.
Ted Cruz, look at you, Ted. You got an ugly wife, Ted.
Right? But if we had a progressive...
I love that Shane Gillis pointed that out. It is one of the funniest damn things that ever happened in politics.
Populist candidate that wins a Democratic primary, which
ugly
is
as
enormously possible in 2028.
He said that.
Right? That candidate would get to remake the whole party, so then we don't have to be a billionaire to take over a party. We just do it in the primary. So please stay with me in 2028 and do not vote for. And Sabby, one of the things I'm worried about for folks that don't agree with me on the left is, oh no, culture wars are the most important thing. So if Kamala Harris is a black woman, then
nobody said that. Nobody said that.
That's it. I'm voting for her, and I'm voting against the progressive.
Nobody said that. Nobody fucking said that, especially this election cycle. This is the most disingenuous shit that I have heard from Cenk about the election. This actually really pisses me off.
Because I'm doing culture wars.
Come on.
No, don't do that. You see what I'm saying?
Well, you're not going to find...
You coward. You effing coward. You were trying to blame it on the fucking Palestinian support and the fact that they were abandoning her. No, you don't get to fucking rewrite history like that.
Find that on this show. I think we were very critical of that, but I do want to bring up this issue.
And now he wants to act chummy like, I was always there with you guys. It's like, no, dude, that was like one of your first capitulations during that election cycle. What are you talking about?
You as well. I did speak to a number of...
The only time that I agreed with you was when you were getting mad about the Liz Cheney bullshit.
Of Black Americans prior to the election.
Oh, God. That...
And I did roundtables in person as well. And then, of course, post-election. And I did try to...
I legit got, I got deuce chills from that. That was...
Sound the alarm to people that I think a lot of Black Americans are going to stay home. They're going to sit this election out. And I was right. Kamala Harris did lose the Black vote when you compare her numbers to Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden. And of course, nobody has the numbers that Barack Obama has. Significant.
Yeah, but she also lost the middle American white vote too? That nobody wants to talk about because she didn't pull the numbers that Joe Biden did during 2020. This needs to be the number one thing that is like just overstated at this point.
Significant amount of Black Americans are tired, Cenk. They're tired. And one of the things that has been discussed multiple times on this show was that Black Americans want to know why we are the base of the Democratic Party. They can't win without us. But these candidates don't even support reparations for American descendants of slavery. They are putting every other group before Black Americans. And I really do, from what I heard from the people, I believe that's why a lot of people stayed home, because they're tired. You look at the rallies, the handoff rally that were the anti-Trump rallies that happened all across the country. Not many Black people out there. Like, people are tired. And so what do you
She actually does make a good point there.
say to those people? Because it's just so much time has gone by, and I can't say, well, they're wrong for saying that no reparations, no vote. I honestly can't say that, because it's well overdue. And some of them want something different. They want a new party that is going to answer to the issues that the Black community is having to deal with. This oligarchy tour right now that AOC and Bernie Sanders are doing, they're not even going to Black communities, Cenk. Why aren't they in Flint, Michigan?
Actually, I have the answer to this. They're focusing on red districts right now because they're trying to get they're trying to prove a point that this is disenfranchising the Trump voters. And this, I have a feeling that's next. She needs to. This is one of those situations where it's like, okay, now you're looking for something to be disappointed in before this even wraps up. I would actually save your criticism until they wrap up the tour, because you may end up with egg on your face. Until then,
again, Detroit, Baltimore, Jackson, Mississippi. Who are they talking to? And I just continue to see the same pattern.
Wait.
Repeat itself.
Holy shit.
So I'm curious, your take about that. Do you feel that's something the Democratic Party?
Everybody's just looking for their, it's like you're looking to be fucking mad at them. What the fuck?
Is not the best.
This is the shit that gets me.
So look, we could agree or disagree on some of the specific issues, and should they campaign on them? Should they not campaign on them? Should they agree with that? Should they not agree with that? But I think the overall point is that Blacks, Latinos, and a lot of our coalition is splintering, disintegrating, etc., because we haven't delivered for them. You could say we didn't deliver for them on reparations. I'm not sure that that's the main driving force, but that's a viable reason why. I think probably a bigger reason why is we didn't deliver for them on wages. We didn't deliver on healthcare. We didn't deliver on jobs. We didn't deliver on so many of the things that we promised them, right? So at some point they go, yeah, but a great example is we said that if we win those two Georgia seats, Ossoff and Warnock, that we were going to do voting rights, right? And the Voting Rights Act was H.R. 1. That was the most important priority for the House. And I said on the Young Turks, they're not going to do it, guys. They're in that bill is ending gerrymandering. All of their districts are gerrymandered. They love gerrymandering. That's what got them into power, right? And then Clyburn famously gerrymandered South Carolina to help Republicans have an extra seat just so he can keep his seat, right? And super safe. Clyburn is one of the worst corporate Democrats in the country. Can't stand that guy, right? So we've got to actually deliver for these voters. If we don't deliver for them, of course the coalition is going to disintegrate. And who doesn't deliver for them? It's not Bernie and AOC. They're trying their best. And I have my own critique of them, as you do, right? And our critiques might be similar in some ways and different in other ways. But they're at least trying, right? Whereas they're not the problem. They're not the blocking agent. The people that are blocking that change is all the corporate candidates. So, for example, $15 minimum wage. So Biden says we're going to do it. It's easy. It's one of his first priorities. He gets into office. The very first thing he pulls out of the first bill is $15 minimum wage. And so Bernie introduces an amendment, and 8 corporate Democrats voted against it. So why did they vote against higher wages for all those groups? And does that disproportionately affect Blacks and Latinos in this country? Yes, definitely. And that is a material impact in their lives. Do I have more food on the table for my family or don't I? So when those corporate Democrats betray us, that's when the Bernies of the world have to call them out and use their spotlight, use their microphone to me, that's one of my strategic disagreements with Bernie, which is that he doesn't. He says generally oligarchy, generally Democrats have an issue too, right? But name Chris Coons, say Chris Coons, nope, won't ever do it. Say Joe Biden, won't do it. Say Hillary Clinton, won't do it, right? So you see how we're trying to attack the same problem just from a slightly different angle.
I get that, but I don't know. I try to look at the bigger picture, and when I talk about a movement, I'm not just looking at like electoral politics, right? So it's not.
Can I just say it is refreshing to actually see him at least engage, and like this isn't going like into the drama thing. Francesca, and she was definitely coming from a point of view where like she was trying to do it gotcha, and she did. This one is giving more of like a, hey, this, I am what you say that like you disagree with, and I feel like you're being unfair with your framing, and she's doing a good job of representing it, like our side on this one. I hate to be like, well, it's our side.
Just third party. It's organizing. It's all these other pieces to the puzzle that I feel sometimes are overlooked.
Oh yeah.
A lot of these progressive policies have passed.
God, I wish the people of the Bikini Atoll would get 1/100th of the attention that the transatlantic slave trade got
on a local level. You live in California. California is a ballot initiative state. So like my state, Massachusetts, ballot initiative.
I'll just agree with the fact that they totally like they buried that in history.
We've passed progressive,
which strangely enough, like Godzilla did some good coverage. Like the Godzilla show Monarch, like did a pretty decent coverage on that
policies locally, right?
And like, but bringing up the fact that this was fucking over so many people.
This is why it frustrates me when so many people stay home. They're not even going to vote.
Jeff, that's one of the best like peace outs you've had. Peace all got shit to do
for that. They're not.
All right, peace.
They're not voting for those ballot measures that will directly impact them in their state. So that's one thing. Ballot initiatives, mutual aid. I do mutual aid. I wish more people were donating money to mutual aid organizations instead of to political candidates. Like we're spending millions.
Hey, if you look at this room, you think I might know a little thing or two about Godzilla.
Dollars on presidential candidates, and we're not taking that money and putting it into communities. We could have built clinics. We could have done so much more for, I think, a lot of the lower income communities. And then there's the protest, right? A couple years ago, we had marches for Medicare for All in the U.S. in over 50 cities in the U.S. And I got to tell you, even back then, it was frustrating because a lot of the large left media wouldn't even allow the organizers to come on to promote it. I didn't understand because Biden was president. I don't know, but I thought we all agreed on Medicare for All. That's another thing. So we need people like you. We need people like you guys are way bigger than us. Okay. So we need people like you. We need people like even like Majority Report, all these people. When these actions take place, we need those channels to promote it. Now, those marches were great, but we could have had more people. And then some people.
Yeah. Hold on. Savvy. Like that's implying like, number one, TYT definitely promoted the marches, but not like, I'd say not as ardently as you would appreciate, but.
That said they didn't know. Cori Bush was the only squad member who came to the March for Medicare for All. She was the only one. All of them were contacted. So they can't just fight when Republicans are in power. They also have to fight when Democrats are in power too. So I want to get your perspective there about organizing, because I feel like I keep hearing people say we have to organize. We did. We organized the marches for Medicare for All. We organized, obviously, the pro-Palestinian protests, which are still happening. And I know you're not a fan of this one, but also Force the Vote. We've been organizing for 10 years, but it's the politicians that are not.
I got to disagree with her on that one.
Not showing up.
Yeah. Look, Force the Vote was just off by a little bit. It's just jumped the gun. It was strategic.
No, it jumped the gun and also had idiots like Jimmy Dore being the mouthpieces of it.
I disagreed with it strategically, but not in terms of its goals, right? So in the same.
Never thought that would have actually been something that mattered, but it did.
With the marches, I love the marches. I love the goals. I want to take those goals and strategies and turn them into practical wins.
How's it going, man?
So we could actually get these policies that we've been fighting for decade after decade, right? So look, you say you're small and we're big, and I hear you, but I'm here and I'm doing this because we need the small, the big, the far left, and the middle left, and the independents, and we need all of it to pass Medicare for all. That is going to be extremely difficult, and we've got to build a very large coalition to do that. So what I want people to do is like support, like your show doesn't agree with my show on a couple of different things that we discuss here. So what? People should subscribe to your show. People should subscribe to the Young Turks. They should subscribe to all these shows and listen to these shows. And and hold them accountable on things like this. So what have the Young Turks done over the last 20 years, right? We're the oldest show in internet history. We're the first YouTubers. And so we...
Oh, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate that. Hella sausage.
Built this platform where we featured hundreds of progressive candidates, hundreds of,
I say it like a Texan,
progressive organizations. And then we created dozens and dozens, it might be up to 100 now, of progressive hosts that have gone on to do different things. And so, I mean, if anyone
that is indeed
is in favor of building a movement,
I made it myself,
and a strategy to win on these things, it's us at the Young Turks. And so a spectacular example was the Just Democrats. So I was one of the co-founders. We launched it on the Young Turks.
Oh yeah, this is the 420 friendly. Actually, this is the 420 fun half of my show. So usually the way it's structured is I'll have like news, politics, and I'll go through like segments, and then 420 fun half is a free for all. We kind of watch like a debate or whatever, and just all kind of enjoy whatever the hell we want to enjoy. So
Ro Khanna came on and said, yes, as an incumbent, I'll join the group, which was amazing. He did that on the Young Turks.
Yeah, see, there you go. Enjoy a apple mint flavored hookah.
And then we featured this little known candidate, in fact, not known at all, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. We put her in 34 videos.
What? My cat broke my hookah. That sucked.
And got her over 1 million views.
I had it on my the top of my dresser, and I didn't realize that I left my closet door open that I had it in. Dude, I was just chilling watching a movie, and I just heard the loudest crash, and dude, there was glass all over my closet. That sucked so bad.
We raised $2.5
on top of the fact my hookah
$1 million for Justice.
4-person, dude. It was so nice.
Democrats in that first cycle. And that led to these miraculous victories. It's not the only thing that led to it at all, but at least helped, right? And our audience, I keep saying they're open-minded and open-hearted. And this is what I'm talking about. To give that amount of money to these folks, and the result was that AOC victory was one of the most stunning political upsets in American history, literally, right?
No, it was.
And so we all did that together. Now, you've got some frustrations with the squad and Just Democrats, and so do I. So that, we parted ways with that organization, but I don't hate them. I let them keep going, let them do what they do, and hopefully they'll join up in the right place with us. And I wish that they had challenged the corporate Democrats more, and that's what we set up the organization to do. And by the way, Sabby, very soon, I'm going to launch.
I see this like a mining game where it's like, you start like trying to chip away towards the center of this giant rock, and eventually like you have to kind of scale down and like you keep losing people as it goes when you scale down, but then they start chipping away, and eventually you're all chipping towards the same goal, but you just might be at different places,
launch a new effort, and that effort is going to be,
it's a damn good analogy,
a similar theme, which is, in this case, we're calling it a populist takeover of the Democratic Party, so that they finally do all the things that we're talking about here. Deliver for the average person, higher wages, better health care, end the wars, get money out of politics. So probably my biggest frustration with the Just Democrats in the past was the number one issue is corruption, money in politics. You all should have focused on that like a laser beam. Instead, they didn't focus on it at all. At all. True. Why? Because it would offend their beloved.
It's true, but it wouldn't have gone anywhere.
Colleagues. So this new group is going to have an attitude of, no, we're doing a takeover. And yes, that will offend some of your colleagues. We've got to win the Democratic Party back to what it's supposed to be, serving the average person.
So
yeah, see, this is where they're at odds, because you can already tell that she's just like, I don't even think that the Democratic Party is like salvageable at this point.
This is so similar to Justice Democrats.
Yeah, this will be a new effort similar to Justice Democrats. But this time, I think the country,
we're just not going to lose them, you know.
The Democratic Party is ready for it. So last time we won some spectacular victories, but we couldn't take over the whole party with Bernie or any other of our, side progressive candidates winning. But this time, I think a progressive populist candidate can win the 2028 primary. But what we got to show you, like we did last time, is can we get electoral victories in 2020?
The thing is, it has to be like when you say populist, but it has to be someone that's popular. Like, this is something that I hate to say it. Ideology or like they get too idealistic is what I'm trying to say. Like, where it's like they kind of miss the fact that it's like if they run people who are unpopular, it's not going to go anywhere. People who support Jill Stein, that's like they have this problem where it's just like they don't see it. They don't see how uncharismatic she is. They don't see the fact that people just don't give a shit. Like, but they're always just like, but you need to listen. If you only listened. Whoa, shit. What happened?
Can we win in red districts?
I just realized YouTube reset.
Purple districts, blue districts. Can we win everywhere? And that gives you the leverage to be able to win at the presidential level and take over the party and bring it back to the party of FDR.
So this is the type of candidate that I'm looking for. My producer launched 11 demands for real democracy, fix big money in politics and government.
11 demands. Okay.
Healthcare for all, a minimum standard of living for everyone, end the wars, respond to the climate emergency, racial and criminal justice.
I can already tell you the problem is you have 11. Like, this is too much. This is too much expectation to actually get done in. Like, focus on one issue and then move on that issue. Like, this has kind of always been my issue, like my personal issue with people that argue for all this change, and then when they can't get the one thing out of 11, they give up.
Justice reform that
that's bullshit. Like I'd say take 3. Really hammer those, but take one and make that your priority issue. And then we can move into a new cycle, get some new blood kind of running through Congress. And then we can also hopefully get some more support for these issues. Like this idea, if you present this just as is in this system that is what it is, it's not going to go anywhere. It's the same bullshit that keeps happening.
Lose reparations for ADOS, reject censorship, immigration reform, an election system we can trust, which includes ranked choice voting.
Like, the other thing is you have to be so aggressive with this, you would have to institute it like Project 2025, which, like, morally, they would just not allow themselves to do. They would find the thing where it's like, can't do it.
Revamp taxation and funding.
It's like, nah, because we're not Republicans. We can't just, we can't force feed these people.
And last but not least, democratize the enterprise. This is something I think, like, when I talk about building a movement, I just don't want people to feel like their only option is electoral politics, right? So and I know the majority of Americans don't vote. And people are just like, I'm done with all of this.
Yeah, but the majority of people don't get politically active because they feel like they're being condescended to, or they get bogged down in what would you call it? Concern issues, where it's just like they try to weaponize like concern for things, for 11 different issues right there. Like, if you were to man on the street this and just be like, "Excuse me, miss, would you be interested in hearing my 11 points for what I would like for the left?" Whatever she said. Sorry.
I do. I feel like it has to be fought on two different fronts, right? Like, I feel like some people are going to feel like their fight is.
I'm too worried about not starving to death rather than being engaged in politics. See, that's most people. And I try to sell people on that.
The ballot box, but we got to give something to those other people who feel like this
is kind of my gig. Like, I made this my thing, so
ship has sailed.
I am engaged in politics,
and they want something else to do. And
not just for the gig. Let's be real. I was doing this well before I started streaming.
I feel like that's where the movement on the outside comes in. But when we have those movements, these politicians, like the squad members, when we contact their offices, as we did before in the past, they got to participate. Like,
yeah, but you're also not immediately you're getting mad that they're not participating in whatever you're saying you wanted them to participate in, but you're also ignoring the things that they did well. Like, that's my problem, is like they always just, they don't take the wins. It's the second, because also, you want to talk about like that whole, oh, we just won. Okay, on to the next. Like they just, there is no enjoyment there.
It just, like, these things will be elevated.
It's kind of like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Turtles in Time, when you beat a boss and they just throw you right into the next level. It's kind of like that.
You know, enormously. Like the pro-Palestinian marches, all of them should have been out there. Like, this was a no-brainer to me. I don't understand. Medicare for all, they all should have been out there. Like, it can't just always be Bernie Sanders. Just like I said, for the Green Party, it can't always
but now what are you going to do? Shame people? And like, does that work?
be Jill Stein. And now you see Butch Ware is kind of, you know, taking up those reins there.
Good luck.
But I think
good luck. Yeah, he was
I think this has been like a interesting conversation,
man.
But I think we both agree that something does need to change. I think we just may have disagreements about how we need to go about it.
Yeah, but you see, you're contributing exactly to what we're like. Ironically, what Jake is kind of talking about, and what I talk about a lot, is this is how you like. This isn't even psyop shit. You're doing it yourself. You're putting up these like weird blocks where you're just like, yeah, but I can't really associate with you based on that.
By the way, that's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with that, right? So what I say to folks who disagree with us is, great, wonderful, build something, right? And that's the point you're making. Build a movement. And whether,
again, 11 points though, I'm being completely real. That's too much.
Whether it's, you know, electoral or not electoral, you know, set up something that you love and rally people around that cause.
Personally, I've lost all trust in the political process. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, hella sausage. We are at this point with Trump and everything that is going on, and the fact that people are so money aware and like so class conscious at this point. Like, Luigi really was that turning point where it's like everybody kind of like looked at each other like, yeah, this is fucked up. It was like a glitch in the Matrix that finally made us go, oh shit, our healthcare sucks.
And
so,
one of us is going to have the right idea.
Stories about people like Warren Delano Jr. have contributed to that,
and is going to be able to build a winning coalition.
I don't know that one.
And
but I'll just say, like, as easy as it is to get disaffected or like get out of the like political process, at the same time, I'm trying to say this: we are very close to a revolution. Like, period. Like the way that like everything is going, it's gonna force everybody into. And I'm not talking like this could go well or this could go very, very bad. But either way, the boiling point's coming. So
that's what we need. We need all of us to be.
That's where I'd say for people that are not like into politics to maybe start paying a little more attention specifically. And I would sell it as like, yo, if you're self-interested in like the way that you watch your stock portfolio or just anything like your kids' soccer games or whatever the fuck, try and watch politics with the same amount of like, oh, this is going to affect me.
Fighting really hard. So as I look at that list, it
was the grandfather and great-grandfather of the Roosevelt president.
Looks pretty good. I mean, obviously you ran right through it, right? And I didn't get a chance to look at all the specifics.
Delano. Yeah. Got it.
And so, but whether I agree or disagree with every single thing on that list is not important, to me at least.
No. And honestly, this is actually fair from Jake.
And I hope it's not important to you. Like, generally, you got to be along those lines.
Yeah, see, the way, like, oh, man, because questioning whether she should even abandon one of those principles, she's already locked in that if she doesn't get all 11, then fuck you. Like,
but do not eliminate people because they didn't agree with 3 things on a list of like 40 things.
11.
Policy
11.
priorities, right? That's what I would ask of people. So we could build that coalition. Otherwise, we're going to have tiny coalitions of people who agree 100% on everything.
Oh my God, Jake is saying the thing.
That's just too small,
I said
right?
this.
We need to broaden it, etc. But broadening it doesn't mean, oh, we broaden it to the point where they don't do.
No, you're not wrong.
Do anything.
One nasty chess game, yeah, you're not wrong.
No. The point is to actually pass the bills because that's the only thing that affects your lives, right? You're the voters' lives, the viewers' lives, etc. So So that's what we're trying to build. And
Yeah, but again, like I want to see her response to this, because like if she's not willing to capitulate on just even a few of those issues, then here we are.
look, your frustration
I'm only 20 years old and I'm wrong and oblivious about a lot of things. Hey, you're still learning.
about those,
Fortunately, I'm doing my best. Hey, you're already like leagues ahead of others. Trust me, man. Hey, your natural curiosity.
politicians,
I'm 38 years old, so I'm enough of your elder to be like, good job.
I'll leave you with this. There's a virus in the air in Washington. Okay, it's a mind virus, and once they get in there, they really, and they get so offended when
That's about your age when I joined the Occupy movement.
I say this, but I gotta say it. I gotta be honest. They then begin to feel subconsciously, not consciously. They're good people, but they start to feel what's in the air, which is we're the elites, and
wait, who do you say that about?
Elites don't talk to non-elites. Why would they talk to someone organizing a Medicare for All rally? Why?
Hold on, sorry. I don't usually rewind, but I missed who he said that about.
It's a mind virus, and once they get in there, they really, and they get so offended when I say this, but I gotta say it. I gotta be honest. They then begin to feel subconsciously, not consciously. They're good people, but they start to feel what's in the air, which is we're the elites, and the elites don't talk to non-elites. Why would they talk to someone organizing a Medicare for All rally? Why would they talk to Savvy? Why would they even talk to us? They don't even talk to us. Our network is freaking gigantic.
Here, you know what? I'll link the Discord. That's where I do links.
Right? It's that Media Matters chart came out. We're about a third of the entire left-wing online media, right? TYT as a network. And they won't deign to come on our show because we've disagreed with them strategically from time to time.
Consider this a special invite.
Well, I mean, I apply the same standard to them that I do to my friends in the radical left. Somebody's got to be able to disagree with you 5 to 10%, and you still come on their show, for God's sake, right? You still have the same policies and stuff, but they get to Washington and they forget about the rest of us, and it's super frustrating.
Depending on what it is, I have a general channel, but if it's politics related, fine. I got memes, and you can go through it.
And so I share that frustration with you.
But if you want to share your first one through general, it's fine.
Hey, as Bernie says, the struggle continues. So we all go, well, let's all fight in the right direction. And please, for God's sake, fight towards our shared goals, right? But if you don't want to,
that's cool.
You just want to attack Sabby or me or someone.
No, it's just a general rule I have where I'm just like, nah. Too many people come into the chat just trying to link shit. I'm just like, yo.
Other guy on the left.
At least with Discord, I know I have a level of protection, and like it kind of lets me like preview the link. So
after person, well, what am I gonna do? It's a free country.
Plus, you get to join a kick-ass community.
So, but if you can, subscribe to Sabby, subscribe to the Young Turks.
Because I'm left leaning, but honestly, man, we have people from all realms of politics. Just nobody is like strictly MAGA because they don't like us.
Watch us whenever we are,
because they ain't like us. Oh,
VODs, our live show 6 o'clock, etc., and keep the conversation going. Also within the left.
Cenk Uygur, thank you so much.
Really appreciate you.
Ah, she didn't act. Oh my God. Now, see, I want to interview Sabby so I can ask, like, do you agree with what he said about like letting a few things go to like, the word capitulation, it's an evil word, but like, what would you move on as far as like, then making it our main issue. So 20 years old. Let's see how I was really into politics though. I was like a weird kid. Like, I was into current events like by the time I was in 8th grade, so yeah. All right, here we go. By the way, how's it going? Here you go. Good to see you. All right, Warren Delano. Oh, thank you. This is an American merchant drug smuggler who made a large fortune in the opium trade in China. Yeah. Yeah, see, I was, actually, funny enough, I was about your age when I was, like, really into the Rockefeller, conspiracy. and like how it was like the robber barons. We have an inside joke here about robber barons, but he was one of them. Yeah. And then they like had their little like it wasn't the Illuminati, but it was essentially like the first Illuminati. Yeah, first railroads and factories were built on his money. Yeah, they funded the Pinkertons. Yeah. See, I only know a lot of this because I was into like Western history. Dude, okay, so one of my funniest my dad, when I was a kid, and I wasn't like a kid, I was like a teenager, but for some reason I was really into Deadwood. Like, the show Deadwood was not out yet, but I was into the history of Wild Bill Hickok, and I was like, you know what? I would love to go to Deadwood, and he was like, really? I'm like, yeah, I want to go to South Dakota. So I made my dad go to South Dakota. Yeah, it was the year where he's just like, where you want to go, kid? I could have chosen California, anywhere. Literally anywhere. Disney World, nope. I wanted to go see Deadwood. Deadwood was cool, man. I gotta say, like they had the West, like the Western reenactment town for everything. That was used in part of the Deadwood series, if you must know. Then they completely rebuilt that town. It is like I love that series too, but yeah. Then we went to oh god, what was it? The Black Rocks? Crap. It was the sacred site. The Black Hills, I think that's what it's called. And then we saw Mount Rushmore. The most underwhelming thing I have ever gone and done. Dude, the St. Louis Arch legit made that, like, the St. Louis Arch was a party compared to that. It was so fucking boring. And it's tiny. It's the forced perspective thing. You're just like, oh, it's really not that big. Yeah. Oh, I did see the International House of Corn, or the museum, like the Corn Museum. It's literally a building made of corn. It's, God. Yeah, I never said I was the smartest kid. I hear about it, but I never watched it, unfortunately. It's really good. If you're into, like, Western stuff, and it's, like, pretty historically accurate, according to pretty much everybody that has studied it, give it a shot. It's one of the better HBO shows. Especially, like, the acting is top tier. The guy who plays Al Swearingen, the guy who essentially ran the town, he ran the main brothel. Oh my god, such a character. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah. Deadwood. Just, I gotta say, because people are always like, "Yeah, watch The Wire." I'm like, I'd recommend Deadwood over The Wire, just because it's better, in my opinion. It's easy. There's only 3 seasons, so it's way easy. There's 2 seasons? I think there's like, it's short, and then they have a movie to wrap it all up. So that's my kind of stuff right there. It's the same way I watch anime, where I'm just like, nah, I love me some Dragon Ball, especially if like I'm watching the weekly episodes, but like every One Piece, even Naruto, I gave up, like, and I watched that from the beginning when it like started. From like, we would get the bootlegs from Japan. That is Naruto desu. But yeah. I like my nice little 27 episodes. You give me 27 episodes in a movie, like Cowboy Bebop. That is how I am. I'm happy with that. But again, going back to Cowboys, which is so weird. Like, I wasn't that big into like Cowboys until like I learned about like the history of them. Like when I was well into, or well past the age of just playing, Cowboys and Indians. What do they call them now? Is it literally cowboys and Native Americans? Like, oh boy. Because it's still insensitive to think it's just like, yeah, it's a bunch of... like, think about this. How is this played? Also, completely random, but I do it here for fun. Pokemon card time. I have... I'm lucky enough to have saved some Pokemon packs from Christmas. So I've been opening 1 pack per stream. So let's see what I get. As I said, this is the fun half, so. All right, let's see. Nimble. Yamask. Oh, shit. Spinda. Oh, yeah. Needed that. Ooh, I also needed this. Tinkatink. Gator. I want to rip this card up. Technical Machine Evolution. I have so many of these. Damn, I collected Pokemon cards as a kid. I'm not a scout. That's the funniest part. I'm actually into this shit, and I still build decks and, yeah, still got a collection worth thousands. Hell yeah, dude. Congrats. Fuck yeah. I mean, if you're not into it, sell it. Velenu. Ooh, Vanillite. Oh, shit. Hell yeah. I got a full art Dottler. Fuck yeah. And then I got Allagash, who I actually needed. Fuck yeah. This was a good pack. X-Rocket returns. Oh, shit. Are you serious? You got the Rocket return set? No shit. Yeah, that's a good one. Oh, that had some... Oh, such good cards. Man, the Giovanni card in that set was so fucking cool. It's just the art on it alone. Like, it's worth it. Yeah, here. Shit. Alright, that's Poke Collector. I do know this one. Dude, yeah, you got the Dark Dragonite. Hell yeah. I actually have him too. Hell yeah, man. You actually just kind of inspired me to go find that. You know what? I'm trying a new meta. Listen through YouTube. Chat via only Twitch. Nice. Yeah, somebody said it yesterday that the nice part about Twitch is that it can mini player. Where YouTube, you have to have YouTube Premium. So that alone... just as like on the consumer side of this, I would do that. But yeah, YouTube has the better audio. I'll say that. Also, actually, yeah, here. And as far as dono links go, here's the main dono link. Guys, can you let me know if you have tried this recently? Did it try to make you create a Streamlabs account? Because if that's the case, then I need to make some changes. Because I'll be honest, when I created my Streamlabs account, that was never a thing. It would just do like a straight up like PayPal thing. And that was just the option. Which... Full disclosure, guys, this is the best way to support the channel, especially right now. I'm trying to fund my mom's memorial. She passed away suddenly, so I can hear the bass in your mic on YouTube. Sounds so thin on Twitch. Oh. That's weird. It just makes sense to fill in a username, no account required, note for donating. It wants me to pay through PayPal, and I can't use PayPal. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, my main link is a PayPal link because that's who Streamlabs uses. As far as like the percentages and all that, but yeah. Hey, look at who shows up. You're here to save my soul, I see. Well, at least you care. I appreciate it. Thanks for caring, buddy. Why not glorify positive things instead? It is positive. What are you talking about? I glorify the glory of the Jah Almighty. I don't know. You guys got any recommendations for... Because somebody was like, yeah, do you use Venmo? I'm like, not really, but... Man, I feel like I can't win with some of these because, I mean, YouTube is... Man, they really do kind of got me because doing, like, the super chats and all that, it helps immensely on the channel. And it really... It's one of those things where, like, even doing, like, kind of paying into YouTube is... Do you do anything but complain unrepentant? Unrepentant man! He's the unrepentant. Sounds like a personal issue. Oh, bro. You're new here. Yeah, Hella, you're new here. This guy, he hate watches my stream, and he is not doing a bit. He legit is like, he's trying to save my soul from, or save me from corrupting the other people's souls from smoking weed. He thinks that smoking weed leads you to the devil. I'm pretty sure that's where he's coming from. Which, by the way, buddy, I gotta smoke me some weed, so hold on. Seems like he causes... Yeah, he does. I wasn't kidding, by the way. I'm just like, nah, you know what? I'll take a little smoke break. What's of the earth of the greatest worth? Happy Earth Day. I've been doing hard drugs and alcohol since I was 13. Weed saved me. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. You actually, that's crazy. I have a friend that's like very much in your, or like lived your situation where, dude, by the time he was 14, he was in rehab for his second time. I was just like, bro. And like he'll tell stories to this day. And again, we're damn near 40. So it's kind of funny when he's just like, yeah, you know what? When I used to go hard, and I have this literal image of him as a 14-year-old where I was just like, but it's true, man. God. Jesus loves him some burning bush. Yeah, he does. Listen to the host story. Drugs cause misery. Those pesky drugs. All right. Well, here's the pitch of it. I am on YouTube, so I have to go and do this off camera, but perhaps you will hear it. Perhaps you will not. We'll see. Ugh. Oh shit. Ooh, I did shit. Congratulations. Jeff, I'm proud of you. I'm glad that you got your stuff done. The glucose in cereal is more addictive than THC. Any addiction can cause misery, like being addicted to hate watching and shoving anti-pop propaganda down people's throats. Sylvie, take the reins. I appreciate that. Look at you. I don't even have to fight for myself right now. Hold on one sec. I gotta reboot this. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that. And 500 feet above my house. Huh. All right, sorry. I'm kind of I just went back to this tab that I opened earlier about how the airspace above wherever you're, like if you own a home, you own 500 feet in the air above your home. So they have a new law where if you catch a drone that's flying way too low, they're saying that you can take it out, and it has to be lower than 500 feet, which, trust me, you'll be able to gauge that once you understand how far 500 feet is. My thing is, how is Florida going to institute that? Because, like, literally, they said reasonable force, and I'm like, well, don't they have stand your ground laws? Like, isn't that just a, like, qualified reasonable force? I don't know. I don't know, guys. I think that there should be something like the video game jammers, or like the, like they got those, like, they look like guns, but they're, EMP, like, they shoot EMP bolts. Is that only in video games? I'm pretty sure that's real, right? Right? Please don't make me sound stupid. I don't hate the host, and I don't hate anyone. I hate things. No, not people. I hate the act of not. I hate the act of smoking pot. You know what? One of these days, I'm just going to end stream early over on YouTube. Stick around just to take a nice, big Twitch TOS friendly hit for Mr. Repentant Man. Oh, never. I'm sugar free. All right. Well, there's that. All right. Now, I've got the song to play because I made a promise. And I really, really want to hear it. So I hope you guys are ready to hear Kirk's new banger. He said it's a very personal song, so yeah, I'm pretty interested to hear it.
You hurt me so fucking bad, and I don't know how long it's gonna last. Was wondering if you ever even loved me, or you played me for my cash. Cause this life ain't worth a second if these hoes gon' do me like she did. I'm better off just chewing pills and driving my whip in a ditch. No, I'm a little off the task.
He was not kidding.
Thinking me and you gon' last. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Left a nasty ass taste in my mouth about you, and now I'm jumping on a chance to get rid of him. Crying now, I'm pulling back a bottle till my brain gon' die. And I'm so lost and know me cry. No forgiveness, no more lies. Left me broken, left me blind. No more hope and no more trying. You hurt me so fucking bad, and I don't know how long it's gonna last. Was wondering if you ever even loved me, or you played me for my cash. This life ain't worth a second if these hoes gon' do me like she did. I'm better off just chewing pills and driving my whip in a ditch. And I'm so lost and I'm so lost and I'm so lost and
Damn, Kirk. Fucking A, man. Wow. I wish he was here so I could just be like, damn, bro. Like, fucking A. So yeah, if you are not aware, that is our resident Kirk here. The resident Kirk. That's what I should just call him. What's his nickname? Oh shit. Are you serious? No way. Hold on. He got buried. I gotta fix that. Ooh, he's almost 900. That's a very pretty song. Yeah, it was. Here we go. Guy Christian rock. Actually, if you like ska, Five Iron Frenzy is really good. I mean, POD. Does that mean it's the end of stream? Not necessarily. No. I'm not. I'm gonna go till 11. I promised him that I was gonna play it. And I wanted to make sure that I got to it. So it's one of those situations. Not necessarily gonna do the whole... Because, I mean, come on. How am I gonna end stream when we got Repentant Man here to save my soul? Unless, Sylvia, you're just like, please. Please, just end the stream. Wait a minute. Hey! I just kind of was like, is that... That almost makes too much sense. They stop out. Oh my god. Potheads drop out of society and stop being productive. What the what? Your song, video from Hang Your Hate called Pity Party. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, May 2nd. Okay. Well, I will look out for doing a debut for that. They will, well, of course, he's cool with it. Processed American food is basically weak-ass crack. Oh, you mean like my, my guilty pleasure snack of Andy Cap's cheddar fries that somebody literally in chat was just like, yeah, you ever had Andy Cap's? I'm like, yeah, I have. You know I haven't had in a long time? Andy Caps. That happened. Trust me, I know. I'm not as bad as a lot of people. Yes, your Andy Caps are weak ass crack. I know. It's weak ass crack, but god damn. Every once in a while those cheddar fries when you are, you know, nice and ripped, it's just like, They taste so good. They really do. Dude, my dog is literally hanging off his bed. I'm just wasting time on you. I think you're going against the teachings of Jesus. Well, I mean, he doesn't drink. That right there, it's actually not, like, against Jesus to drink. You do know that's, like, the only thing they had to... excuse me. That's, like, the only thing they had to drink because, like, water was so just nasty and, like, made you sick. So... they would have to ferment things, and beer and wine were two of the biggest things. Tingle my brain, dopamine. Sylvia, you work? I thought you smoked pot. See, see, this is where I'm starting to think it's like, I think this is a bit. I think it's a bit. I think it's a bit. Pot for legitimate. Like, I'm literally a medicinal user. I use it for my migraines, but I also happen to use it before I used it for my migraines. So, Matt Foley living in a van down by the river. That's what he thinks. Everybody, yeah, he literally thinks that. If it's a Starliner, then I straight up won at life. Like, if you're down, like, by the river in a Starliner, that's beachfront property with a fucking, like, it's like the yacht of vans. Like, are you kidding me? I can turn water into wine. Give me a couple weeks. You're just like, and grapes. I need grapes. Alrighty. Don't glorize pot smoking. What are you talking about? Glamorize it. That's all I'll do. It's one of the best things ever. You know how, like, relaxed I feel? Do you know how, like, many times it's saved me from, like, going into severe panic attacks? Do you know how many times it's saved me from having ocular headaches? Which my my little circular light, that would cause that. Like, if I didn't get high, that's what would happen. So, like, I use pot for my rheumatism and anxiety. So, fortunately, people like it, man, don't know what they're the beneficial. Yeah, no. Again, it's like you saw the South Park episode. It's like, you don't have testicular cancer. Just like, hold on, I gotta go find my microwave. I come downstairs bouncing. All right, I do have to pee, so give me 1 second. Okay. Oh. Man. Gateway drugs, anyone selling? Eventually turn. Oh, it's scratching. Sorry, I scared him. All right, guys, let's find a fun video that we're in free-for-all mode right now. This is the, I love doing this. Where it's like a wild card. All right, let's play a little roulette. All right, voters explode. Elon Musk is done. Okay.
Can we laugh at Tesla profits crash?
Let's do this one. Elon Musk crashing out is fun, so let's do it. Oh, what happened? Oh shit, it didn't work. Oh, you know what? Here, I have to reset this. Give me 1 second. You know what? While I do that, there we go.
Crashing? Oh, yeah, we will. Terrible quarter for the Cybertruck, says Joe Weisenthal of Bloomberg's very own Odd Lots podcast. While deliveries of the Model 3 and Model Y were down 12%, other models, the bucket that includes the Cybertruck, were down a whopping 24%.
24%.
That far outpaces the decline in
used
production
market has definitely increased. So
of 16% for Model 3 and Model Y for 18% for other models.
Nice. All right. As I said, it was really short. It's one of those. It was a short. It was a short. Elon Musk should pay me $5 million. I can carry him in Diablo 4. Nice. You should offer up your services. I mean, I'm not sure how much he's trying to be cool right now, but Fox News fail. No, don't care. Hold on. Oh, here
They
we
had
go.
gone deeper than.
Here we go. Fun video. All right, so I know a lot about this because I've gone down some random YouTube rabbit holes where cave splunking was something that I, for some reason, became very interested in just on the peripheral. I never want to do this, but holy shit, it is interesting. So let's take a look at some of the worst cave diving. What is cave splunking? Here.
Anyone else had before. Wayne Russell Jr. and his two buddies, John Wilcox and Danny Self, were on a dive that seemed impossible.
It's essentially cave diving.
From the start. They squeezed their bodies and their gear through tight, jagged passageways, pushing further into an underwater cave that felt like it could swallow them whole. The water was thick with silt.
Hell no.
Their lights barely cutting through the murk. But then...
My dad is a diver and used to do this.
Reality.
Yeah, as I said.
Hit.
This is something that I can just watch people do and be aware of what's going on, but no, I would never do this.
Oxygen supplies were running out. It was time to turn back. As they swam upward, the passage widened into a rocky chamber.
Still.
Where the water cleared a bit. Enough for Danny and John to realize something was wrong. Wayne wasn't with them anymore. It's hard to say if Wayne knew in his last moments that he wouldn't make it out of those dark, suffocating tunnels. What he probably didn't know was that he wasn't the first to end up as another story for this cave's grim history. But he would be the last. Just an hour outside Austin, Texas lies a natural wonder that's captured imaginations for generations. In the heart of Wimberley, Hayes County, you'll find Jacob's Well.
Yep,
and
Jacob's Well.
Artesian Spring.
Yeah, this one's famous, but...
Fed by the ancient Trinity Aquifer.
Hey.
For hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, water has flowed from this underground reservoir, making it one of Central Texas's most remarkable geological treasures. Jacob's Well's crystal clear waters flow directly into the nearby Cypress Creek, a lifeline for the surrounding ecosystem. The area where the spring feeds the creek is teeming with wildlife, from reptiles and amphibians to birds and woodland mammals, as well.
All right, if I just saw an armadillo, I would follow it and just
as being the
I'd be with my phone just like, come here, armadillo. Come here, do something. Roll, armadillo.
source of Cypress Creek, though, one of the things that makes Jacob's Well so
Can we just admit that armadillos are cool?
legendary is that it's
They're
also
like
home to an
nature's little transformers. They're cool.
extensive network of underground chambers. The Trinity Aquifer is replenished each year by rainfall, with surface water filtering through the region's limestone rock. Over time, this natural process has carved out a network of caves and channels deep beneath Jacob's Well. These underwater caves are now filled to the brim with water from the spring. A quick glance at Jacob's
It's weird. I've watched enough of these to actually know the layout.
Well reveals the evidence of its hidden depths. Just beneath the water's surface lies a dark cavernous opening, the well itself. It stretches so far into the earth
This and cave divers, like, why? This is
that
not
it's
good.
obstructed by not just the water, but the shadows. But there's also
I like how you're just like, this is not going well.
a grim secret hiding down there in the dark. For decades and through many
No, for real. This is like, when you said nightmare fuel, you nailed it.
scorching Texas summers, Texans and tourists have come to take a refreshing dip in the spring's waters. The temperatures within Jacob's Well tend to stay around 68 degrees Fahrenheit all year round. It's not exactly icy, but when Texas summer temperatures soar, even a few degrees cooler can feel like a welcome escape. But as inviting as the crystal clear waters might be, there's an unseen danger lurking below. Over the years, countless daredevils, both professional and amateur divers, have been drawn to Jacob's Well, eager to explore its mysteries. The cavernous entrance just beneath the surface is especially tempting, leading to an intricate network of underwater caves that stretches over a mile into the depths. To some bold-hearted travelers, exploring the hidden depths of Jacob's Well is the trip of a lifetime, and they might be right, just not in the way they intended. The cost of getting there can be a lot higher than just the price of plane tickets and renting scuba gear.
A refreshing dip into hell.
Venturing into the
All right. We are so lucky that I didn't get into making these as like videos where it's like I just
Waters
started
of
recycling like horrific stories like Mr. Ballin.
Jacob's Well
I mean, I respect Mr. Ballin, but
can literally cost a person their life. You see, this popular swimming hole is actually one of
he literally just takes other stories I've seen on other YouTube channels.
the most dangerous dive sites, not just in the US, but in the world. The Houston Chronicle have reported that as many as 12 people have died.
Genuinely, this is my worst fear. I'd rather be eaten alive than sharks than die like this. Yeah.
After diving into Jacob's Well.
No, I'm right there with you.
Maupin had been a seasoned diver and would often talk about his
Yeah, I'm also into like shipwrecks and stuff like that. And yeah.
aspirations of diving
So,
into the
it's kinda
tunnels
the same
below
thing, where it's
Jacob's
just like,
Well. Beneath the surface of
I've got
Jacob's
my
Well
ways.
lie 4 distinct chambers, each more challenging than the last. The 4th chamber is the most perilous. Its narrow passageways and hidden hazards have claimed the lives of those unprepared for its depths. Mark Brashear, a San Jacinto College student, assistant instructor, and
smart dad,
part-time employee at a dive shop, was a friend of Maupin. Both of them 20 years old when they decided to take their fateful trip to Jacob's
Your dad's nuts.
Well. Kent and
That's
Mark
fucking
joined a group
no.
of fellow divers from their hometown of Pasadena and set out for Wimberley, camping right beside Jacob's Well. In the early hours of September 9th, 1979, just past midnight, the two friends, along with a few others, prepared for their dive. The entrance to Jacob's Well is a crevice in Cypress Creek. Its crystal clear waters inviting and spacious enough for safe diving. However, deeper below, the cave system becomes far more treacherous. Accessing its lower chambers requires divers to squeeze through a narrow, rocky passage, one that's already claimed the lives of 4 explorers. Yet rumors persisted that just beyond the passage lay a vast hidden underwater chamber. Despite the risks, Kent was determined to go beyond the safe point and explore further, hoping to
Right
reach
there.
the chamber.
Right there. That's
However,
your- no,
he had not
come
done
on.
any preliminary planning,
Oh
and he
my
didn't
God,
have
he didn't map it?
the kind of specialized equipment needed for such a dive.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
No backup lights, no safety line, and eventually no way back. At the narrow passage, Maupin and Brashear made a split-second decision to go for it, fueled by a mix of excitement and the allure of reaching the almost mythical hidden chamber. Without hesitation, Kent removed his oxygen mask, carefully backing into the tight, rocky crevice while pulling his
Hell sausage, you mentioned that you have like an arthritic thing.
air supply behind.
If you're a gamer, I actually have something that just pay attention. Soon, I'll be able to unveil it on the channel. I have a partnership with some a gaming company that made controller extensions that are perfect for you. Like I've been using it. I have a little bit of arthritis in my hand.
Moments
So yeah.
Later, Mark followed suit, each move driven by impulse and the thrill of the unknown. Another diver by the name of Joe Moy watched as Mark disappeared into the tunnel. He was taken aback. Nobody had discussed this before the dive. Acting on impulse like this seemed not only wildly irresponsible, but also dangerous. Both Kent and Mark had steel tanks. Meanwhile, Joe's was aluminum, and it carried...
Yeah, unfortunately, mine's like... It's like almost exclusively right here right now, but I can, like, I've been told it's eventually going to just overtake this entire hand.
More air, and with the other two heading deeper, their air consumption would be increased. Using his light, Joe attempted,
or I should say genetics sucked,
to signal and get Mark's attention, but the other diver didn't respond. Instead, Mark was looking down at his tank as he pulled it into the darkness after Kent.
Oh my God, okay, I'm not even a diver and I know that's dumb.
Joe noticed his own air supply was running low and he was forced to leave, leaving his light at the entrance of the passage, hoping that they would follow it and find...
Wow, I have it in the exact same area. I think I know what it is and I won't say. Hey! Or you could just say it and I mean, and I can go to the doctor and get checked. Hey, Sylvie, what is it?
Find their way out.
Seriously, what is it? Like, because, yeah, I have weakness in, from my thumb to my ring finger knuckle. Like, yeah, so, yeah, like, right here. I have it right here. And then I have, like, see how it kind of bends weird? Like, this knuckle specifically is starting to, like, kind of get the, like, osteo thing. Like, I have a little bump in here. And then, like, it's starting to kind of move into this hand. Or like this this finger. I've looked into a lot of ergonomic gaming stuff in excess. As Sylvie, then you need to pay attention too.
As he swam back up, he banged on his tank with a knife.
For the Discord, for the people in the Discord, I will, or you know what? I might do the members only thing with it. I don't know.
To alert the other two and get them to resurface.
See, now that's the thing. Like, I kind of know why I have it. I have hockey injuries because, like, what the way I used to hold my hockey stick, and I got I took a really nasty like check into the boards where, unfortunately, my hand like bent up and my stick it jammed into my fingers. And instead of breaking my fingers, it just essentially like severed the tendons where it was just like just sat there in a hellacious pain.
There was no response.
Dude, every movement of my finger hurt.
Moments after Joe reached the surface, the crystal clear waters of Jacob's Well darkened to a murky brown. It could have been a gravel...
Wait, Sylvie, no, don't just... what is it? What is it? What's going on?
...slide deep below, or the desperate movements of two panicking divers...
Now you've got me, like, panicking a little bit.
...stirring up silt. Whatever the cause, it became horrifyingly clear that the two missing divers weren't coming back. A wave of realization hit Joe. Kent and Mark had likely died down there. Jacob's Well is believed to have been discovered by early settlers around 1850, but its history stretches back much further. Many Native Americans likely knew of the spring for centuries, possibly even holding it in reverence. Naturally, they didn't call it Jacob's Well. That name wouldn't emerge until the 19th century. The first written mention of the spring
we have coined the term Jacob.
Appears in a book by Jacob de Cordova, one of Texas's earliest land agents. Some believe the spring was named in his honor. Others believe the name comes from the biblical story of Jacob, an Israelite who dug a well that never ran dry. Similarly, Jacob's Well in Texas was renowned for its constant flow of water, driven by the pressure from the Trinity Aquifer. This pushes the water to the surface, and it did so at quite a considerable rate for a number of centuries. In the first half of the 20th century, Jacob's Well was less of a tranquil spring and more of a natural fountain.
Oh, it's talking about what the item can be.
The water surged to the surface with such force that diving into it was nearly impossible. When the well was first discovered, the pressure was so intense that water reportedly spouted as high as
I appreciate that.
5 feet into the air.
Yeah, I actually, I'll just say this much. I ran into, like, they were at Comic-Con and they were selling their stuff and it was a match made in heaven.
Early settlers couldn't dive into it as many do.
He just said legit. He's just like, hold off.
today, but instead they relied on Jacob's Well as a local drinking fountain. Then they later used it to power a sawmill. So why isn't Jacob's Well still gushing like a fountain, spraying 5 feet into the air at 170 gallons per second? Well, the answer lies in its source, the Trinity Aquifer, a massive underground reservoir of water stored within layers of rock and sediment. Spanning much of southwestern Texas, The aquifer feeds Jacob's Well and many other natural springs. However, extensive development in the area over the years has reduced the aquifer's pressure, which is why the well no longer spouts water with the same dramatic force it once did. While there's no fountain visible at Jacob's Well anymore, the upward current of the water is still going strong, and it can be witnessed as a ripple on the surface of the water. In the years since the waters at the well became calmer, the change not only attracted more wildlife to the spring, but also locals looking for a dip or a dive. Calmer waters made for easier diving conditions, although while that might have enticed some would-be divers, it is likely what drew them into a watery trap. While most visitors to Jacob's Well prefer to lounge around the edges of the spring, relaxing in the cold, crystal-clear water isn't all that exciting. Some are there.
Ooh, Pep Docu-TV today?
For thrills. And what?
You know, yeah, because this is like me having legit just the fun half where I'm letting you guys in on a little bit of the stuff that I just watch on my free time.
What could be more exhilarating and terrifying?
I don't know why I'm into like cave splunking and like shipwrecks. I have really odd interests.
Terrifying than a head-first leap into the well's deep, dark cave opening. The nearby outcroppings provide the perfect elevation to free dive in the slim opening of the cave beneath the water's surface, some of them reaching as deep as 100 feet down against the upward current. Diving from the outcrop into the depths of Jacob's Well might sound like a thrill, but it's important to remember that this is one of the most dangerous diving spots in the world. Over the years, it's claimed the lives of at least 9 divers. While that might not seem...
We actually have some, we have a spring not too far from us. I know there's a few in Wisconsin, and then there's one in, oh my God. Fuck. I forgot the name of the national park.
Seem like a staggering number, considering the sheer number of visitors to the area. It's remarkable that most haven't met the same fate. One such fortunate individual was Diego Adame, who came terrifyingly close to losing his life in Jacob's Well.
It's the Bellsmiths Spring in Ozark, Illinois.
July 2015. Diego, a 21-year-old from San Antonio, was free diving deep into the well when he suddenly lost one of his flippers. Panic set in, and the strain of diving without proper equipment quickly caught up to him. Struggling to breathe and running out of time, Diego made a desperate decision. He cut off his weight belt and ditched it, kicking toward the surface with every ounce of strength he had left. Miraculously, he broke through just as his breath gave out. Reflecting on his death-defying ordeal, he later said, "For a split second, I thought of death and myself dying that day." Even up above the water's surface, Jacob's Well can still prove dangerous. The well itself, as in the entrance to the underwater caves, is about
Diego looks like he's not right.
12 feet in diameter. It's surrounded on all sides by rocks.
Poor cartoon Diego.
And diving headfirst into it is a quick way to get yourself a nasty injury. There are plenty of tourists who visit the well having either not heard the gruesome stories associated with it or who simply don't scare easily. And even though the rules of Jacob's Well as implemented by the city of Wimberley forbid people from jumping off the rocky outcrop overlooking the opening of the well, many people still willfully ignore those rules. Even if you manage a perfect dive and avoid the jagged rocks, you are still plunging headfirst into a powerful upward current. Unless you're prepared for it or strong enough to fight against it, that sudden push in the opposite direction can throw you off balance, putting you at a serious risk of injury. Of course, there's getting a sprain or even a bad...
I learned this when I was learning how to whitewater raft.
...bone break from trying to do a flip off the outcrop, and then there is drowning in the deep, dark caverns below. One of the biggest issues with scuba diving in Jacob's...
One thing that was cool about Christian camps was we did a lot of whitewater canoeing and whitewater rafting.
Well, is just how narrow its passageways
are. I don't know what the obsession was, but we always did that.
...are beneath the surface. Some of them are so tight...
Brown Bear Lake, or Brown Bear Creek River.
Divers are forced to remove their oxygen tanks in order to squeeze through. Navigating the narrow passages of Jacob's Well's underwater cave system is a challenge reserved only for trained divers. These underwater chambers have spelled disaster for untrained explorers.
Even if you survived the dive, you'd probably still pass out due to carbon monoxide poisoning and drown.
And even some experienced scuba instructors haven't made it out alive. But we'll get back to that in a moment. Ever since the initial discovery of Jacob's Well, the underwater cave system below has been mapped by cave divers working for the Jacob's Well Exploration Project. Their exploration has revealed that the caves seem to consist of 2 principal conduits. One of those passageways has been measured at approximately 4,500 feet in length and reaches a maximum depth of 130.
I I'm assuming they're using like remote equipment for this.
7 feet. Meanwhile, the second only extends to around 1,000 feet in length from the point where it diverges from the main conduit. Over the years, divers have successfully explored the first and second chambers beneath the well. The first of these chambers consists of a straight drop going down about
all of the bends.
About 30 feet, and
I'm well aware of the bends.
Then angling off for around 55 feet. This part of the cave is much brighter, illuminated by sunlight filtering through the clear water above. The light has allowed algae and other forms of aquatic life to thrive in this area, creating a stark contrast to the darker depths below. The second chamber, a long funnel stretching about 30 feet, features an opening that leads divers into the third chamber. However, the second chamber is where one of the more treacherous features of Jacob's Well can be found. Leading off to the side of the second chamber is a false chimney, around 8 feet below the surface of the water. This upward shaft appears to be a way out of the well, only to lead to a dead end. And this false chimney has trapped and claimed the life of at least one diver. Back in 1983, Richard Patton, a Southwest Texas State University student, drowned after swimming up that false chimney. Patton had hoped the chimney would lead back to the surface, only to realize too late that he wouldn't be making it out. And he was hardly the only victim lost to Jacob's Well forever, as a diving team in 2000 would also discover. The third chamber of the tunnel system is a small room with a floor of unstable gravel. In order to properly navigate their way around the chamber, divers must inflate water wings without stirring up silt or dislodging the gravel in the chamber. Kicking up silt or gravel doesn't just obscure a diver's vision, it can also pose a serious risk to their safety by damaging oxygen tanks and critical breathing equipment. The fourth chamber is perhaps arguably the most dangerous. Accessing it involves squeezing through a very narrow stone passageway. For
this seems like a Mario level that I would never want to do.
years, it was believed that Kent Maupin and Mark Brashear,
I mean, the Sonic like underwater level from Sonic 2 was already like traumatizing enough. Like this, why do you need to do it in real life?
the two young Texans who
Crash Bandicoot? Ooh, yeah.
drowned in 1979,
Good pull. Good pull.
lost their lives after becoming
That shit is hardcore.
trapped in one of Jacob's Well's underwater
dude.
caves.
After playing that remake, I was just like, I was good at this? How the fuck?
Possibly at the tight entrance to the notorious fourth chamber. The theory remained little more than speculation until 2000, when an eerie discovery was made entirely by accident. In October 2000, divers Dan and Kathy Misiasek, along with their teammate Jim Price from the San Marcos Area Recovery Team, ventured into the elusive fourth chamber of Jacob's Well. Their mission was to capture video recordings of the area, a feat that few had accomplished. Once inside, they
This all just seems like a bad idea from the start. Yeah, right?
described the chamber as an untouched wonder.
Me and Bloodstone would just like anybody that was like in this community that's like, yeah, I would do that. Me and you would just be like, have fun.
With stunning limestone formations and a floor entirely free of gravel.
coming back up?
While they didn't head down there looking for human remains, each of the diving team knew there was a possibility they might find some. Still, surely the bones of all the people who drowned in Jacob's Well were washed away years
The cave is literally telling people to go away. I mean, with the upward current, you'd think.
ago, right? Well,
Oh my god, it literally is.
yes, sure enough, the remains of Mark Brashear, one of the
Upward current, bones, skeletons. Nah, keep going.
divers killed in 1979, had washed out of the well
Dude, the audacity.
back in 1981 during an intense flood. However, no traces of Kent Maupin, his diving partner, had ever been recovered. That was until a little over 20 years later. During the dive in 2000, Misiasek spotted the first signs of what was left of Kent Maupin. Peering through a keyhole opening in the floor of the fourth chamber, more than 100 feet below the surface, he noticed what looked like a pair of human femur bones. Making his descent into the tiny keyhole-shaped tunnel, Misiasek could see a heavily corroded scuba tank with its various hoses still attached, as well as a wetsuit. Nearby, Misiasek also found a human skull. There was one definite piece of evidence that pointed to the remains being those of Kent Maupin, a patch from Neptune's Locker Diving Association based in Pasadena, California, Maupin's hometown. Maupin and Brashear weren't the only ones who faced the perils of Jacob's Well back
It's a bunch of like cave channels.
in '79 either.
They're all connected.
Don Dibble, a local dive shop owner with more than 40 years of diving experience, almost lost his life while attempting to retrieve the remains of the two young Pasadena divers. While leading the rescue team, Dibble became buried past his waist in the gravel at the bottom of the well's third chamber. Both his arms were pinned, and he couldn't pull on the safety line tethering him to the team above, nor use his oxygen tank to make noise and attract attention. Worse still, he only had 10 minutes of air left. Desperately struggling to free himself, Don Dibble faced a horrifying realization that he was moments away from running out of air. As the crushing weight of panic set in, his body began to spasm, his final involuntary movements. But in a twist of fate, those spasms caused him to lurch free from the gravel, offering a miraculous chance at survival.
These are the curious teenagers in horror movies.
However,
they all go on to be like curious divers. Oh no.
When being rescued by the other divers, Dibble took the regulator of a spare air tank and inhaled, and he accidentally swallowed some of the tank's air. It became trapped in him, and as he resurfaced, the air expanded, causing him extreme pain and rupturing his stomach wall. Still, having been moments away from dying, it's honestly amazing that he made it out, especially knowing that not everyone who ventures into Jacob's Well did. There's still a considerable amount of these underwater tunnels that are yet to be properly explored, as if the numerous diver fatalities
Or just send, I don't know, a robot.
These weren't already a major deterrent to further exploration. The challenges don't stop there. With an average water depth of 120 feet and the well itself, along with the surrounding 80 acres being protected land, venturing deeper into the caves is made even more difficult. Despite the challenges and dangers, Jacob's Well holds a unique allure. It's believed to be the second largest fully submerged cave system in Texas, a remarkable feat in itself. And let's be honest, it's absolutely stunning to look at. Of course, its beauty is overshadowed by the haunting history of the lives lost within its depths. Speaking of that, brings us back to Wayne Russell Jr. and his two fellow divers. At 7:50 on February 26, 1984, the trio of divers entered Jacob's Well. Not all of them would make it back out. Wayne Russell Jr., 36 years old, was a member of the NSS cave diving section and had 12 years of experience. However, he wasn't a certified cave diver. His companions, John Wilcox and Danny Self, were both diving instructors. They were heading into Jacob's Well as part of a quick mapping dive to record the overall dimensions of some of the chambers and the caves below. But crucially, the three of them were also trespassing. They hadn't obtained permission from the landowner at the time, and so their ordinary preparation and planning may well have been hurried, without taking the time to make the necessary precautions. Relying on their collective experience and equipment, the three of them began their descent under the cover of night. A guideline was placed and secured 25 feet down, right at the bottom of the vertical shaft that led into and out of the underwater caves. The further they went, the more guidelines they secured on their way, using their knowledge of diving to try and plan ahead in case the worst should happen. Reaching the fourth chamber, they checked their air pressure. Both Wayne and John began preparing the next line to venture into
Just go back.
the fifth chamber.
At that point, if you have like extra equipment, go get your this is always what bothers me. Why don't they have extra air tanks?
That's right, Jacob's Well goes even deeper. The fifth chamber is a narrow passage that appears to lead to a larger, more open sixth cavern. However, no one has ever made it that far. Certainly not without highly specialized
A dead-end room with nothing in it. Ooh,
equipment.
Sorry.
The group proceeded toward the sixth chamber, John gathering up several pictures while Wayne used a 100-foot survey tape to measure these unexplored lower chambers. Knowing they wouldn't have much time or oxygen left, along with the worry that the air pressure would only get greater as they traveled deeper, Wayne signaled to John that it was time to go, so they proceeded to swim back toward the fourth chamber. It was only when Danny and John reached the third chamber that they realized Wayne was missing. When Danny signaled "Where's Wayne?", John responded by pointing to the tunnel behind them. He assumed that Wayne was either still working with his survey tape or putting his tank on after the narrow squeeze that leads from the fourth chamber back to the third. After all, Wayne had been right behind John when he returned to the fourth chamber. The pair assumed the experienced diver would catch up with them, but their rapidly dwindling air supplies wouldn't allow them to stay
No save points.
behind and wait. As John and Danny ascended to the surface, they paused at intervals for decompression.
Do you think that they hear as I said, going back to the music from Sonic 2, the
But there was still no sign of Wayne. Once they reached the surface, they waited anxiously, scanning the water for several minutes. Still nothing. At 9:15, realizing the gravity of the situation, they decided it was time to contact the local sheriff's office. The following day, Wayne Russell Jr.'s body would be recovered by a dive team from Wimberley. He was found in the 5th chamber, lying on the safety line with his oxygen tank completely empty, having drowned alone and trapped in the dark. Soon after, diving into Jacob's well was eventually deemed so dangerous
Wayne's fucked.
it was sealed off,
Oh my god.
with a metal grate placed around 100 feet down to prevent any further entrance
Well said, Jeff.
into the underwater caves. Today, Jacob's Well remains owned and operated by the city of Wimberley, and several measures have been implemented to protect those who decide to visit. There's a strict limit to the number of divers permitted to enter the well at any given time.
God.
The city of Wimberley has also kept the well closed to diving during certain times of the year, both to allow aquatic wildlife to spawn and reproduce there, but also to prevent any further misadventures or drowned divers. Swimming in Jacob's Well is still allowed, although at the risk of the individual, and only between the hours of 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. Additionally, those hoping to swim in the well are now required to make reservations ahead of time, and these can only last for a maximum of 2 hours. Oh, and for those of you thinking of renting out some oxygen tanks and masks, hoping to head down Jacob's Well yourselves, recreational scuba diving is no longer permitted under the city of Wimberley's rules. The cool, clear waters of Jacob's Well remain a major draw, but for thrill-seeking daredevils, the spring carries an almost sinister allure. Free divers still gather around the opening, pushing the limits of their courage, even though a grate prevents access to the underwater tunnels below. Many descend several feet hoping to catch a fleeting glimpse of the shadowy caves. Even licensed veteran scuba divers, those who ventured deeper as part of the Jacob's Well exploration project, describe the well as a challenging and unforgiving environment, where every dive
People haven't heard of swimming pools?
tests skill and nerve. What's considered to be a spot for summer fun and relaxation by some, a place for lounging in the cool water at the edge of the well to escape the Texas heat, is considered a gateway to a risky lifestyle for others. Jacob's Well is one of Texas's most fascinating yet dangerous natural wonders. Would you take a dive into its waters, or is this one natural wonder you would rather admire from a safe distance?
That's one. Yeah, that's yeah. That's an easy one. That's a big hell.
Let us know in the comments.
Hell to the no. Hell to the no, no, no. All right, let's see. One more fun video from the infographic. Let's see. We did that one. The most haunting disappearances that's still 50 insane facts about ancient Egypt. Here we go.
Elite police baboons, the mysterious death of the eternally unlucky King Tut, and even ancient Egyptian erotica. We'll be revealing 50 insane facts about ancient Egypt in today's episode of The Infographic Show.
This YouTube video is sufficient for me. Oh shit. No!
Fact 50. Historians love to fight over whether King Tut was killed by a hippo. The only thing we know for sure about the sickly King Tutankhamun's death was that he had a devastating leg injury, which led to him later dying from infection. But how did he get that busted leg? That's the kind of mystery that turns a room full of historians into a
He had a similar injury to Bob Marley.
WWE SmackDown. One strange theory is that King Tut fell foul of a very hungry hippo while hunting. Paintings in his tomb showed him throwing a harpoon, which were often used in big game hunting back in ancient Egypt. Egyptologists are free to argue about this in the comments. Fact 49. Shepherd of the Anus was a real ancient Egyptian job title. That was the literal translation for what Egyptians called proctologists. Herodotus documented Egyptian
Can we just go back to calling them that?
doctors specializing in certain medical fields.
I'm just kidding. Yo, Doc.
Fields
Shepherd of my anus.
as early as the year 450 BC.
Sorry.
While visiting the nation, he observed eye doctors, stomach doctors, and even doctors of the tooth, which we'd know better as dentists. It doesn't seem so special now, but medical practitioners specializing was just one
Yeah, but if they were called doctors of the anus, then that's fine. But shepherd of the
more thing that made
the shepherd part that makes it.
ancient Egyptians so shockingly advanced for their era, though some ancient Egyptian medicine was a little more insane.
Fact 45, Cairo didn't get eradicated because they supplied the Roman Colosseums with hippos and crocodiles.
We'll get to that later. Fact 48. Cleopatra wasn't even an Egyptian. Despite being one of the most famous figures of ancient Egypt today, thanks to a certain obscure British playwright named Bill Shakespeare, although Cleopatra VII was born in Alexandria, she was Greek Macedonian and the descendant of one of Alexander the Great's best buddies, Ptolemy I. From 323 to 30 BC, the Ptolemaic dynasty ruled Egypt and installed their leaders there. While Cleopatra wasn't culturally Egyptian, she did make history as one of the first rulers in the dynasty to actually speak Egyptian. Way to go, Cleo! Speaking of women in Egypt, fact 47. Ancient Egypt was a great country for women's rights. Unlike the decidedly anti-women culture of the ancient Greeks, who were sometimes so misogynistic, they just decided to be gay instead, ancient Egyptian women were able to serve on juries and legal
I don't know. Did you guys catch a vibe there where he kind of said that in a weird way?
contracts, make wills, and buy and sell property. And while not all women worked outside of the home, those that did had equal pay to men.
No butterfly effect.
Take that, Greece. But wait, there's more. Ancient Egyptian couples were able to form prenuptial agreements, and women were allowed to divorce and remarry with compensation if they brought their own money into the marriage. And that's not even the only way that they were insanely ahead of their time. Fact 46. Ancient Egyptian laborers were the first ones to ever go on strike. Millennia before Jimmy Hoffa rose and then mysteriously disappeared, Egyptian laborers knew how to apply the pressure to get the pay they felt they deserved. During the 12th century BC, under Pharaoh Ramses III,
that's a new level
the
of
laborers
patriarchy.
building the royal necropolis at Deir el-Medina put down their tools and occupied the nearby mortuaries until the pharaoh agreed to give them the payment in grain that they demanded. This is particularly impressive when you remember that the pharaohs were literal gods to their people. Fact 45. Ancient Egyptians loved board games. Just like every millennial hipster insisting on Settlers of Catan at parties, pharaohs and even everyday
No, we're playing Eldritch Horror.
Egyptians were all about their board games. They had collections stacked with classics like Mehen, Dogs and Jackals, and the OG classic, Senet. There were elite board gamers all the way back in 3500 BC, and there are even paintings of Queen Nefertari playing Senet. Sadly, historians lost the exact rules of the game, so adding it to our collections is about as likely as finding a mint condition Atari in a pyramid. Speaking of the pharaohs, though, fact 44. A lot of the ancient Egyptian pharaohs were fat. It's hard to imagine, especially when you picture the preserved tomb paintings of the civilization's mighty rulers. They were always pretty svelte. But given pharaohs lived large on Egyptian luxuries like beer, wine, bread, and honey, real pharaohs were a bit less Rami Malek and a bit more Homer Simpson. Many of the pharaohs, including Queen Hatshepsut, literally had diabetes. Fact 43. Slaves did not build the pyramids. When you picture the Great Pyramids being built, you probably imagine thousands of imprisoned workers being whipped by brutal Egyptian taskmasters. But that was actually a myth started by the writer Herodotus, the ancient Greek king of spilled tea. Most historians agree that the pyramids were actually made by paid construction workers, and they were so proud of their work that a lot of them even signed their nicknames of their crews on the site with graffiti, including Friends of Khufu and Drunkards of Menkaure. So yeah, construction workers haven't changed much in 4,500 years. Fact 42. Ancient Egyptians made one of the first ever peace treaties. One of the biggest enemies of the ancient Egyptians were the Hittite Empire, who occupied what's now modern-day Syria. The two civilizations duked it out for over 200 years, including in 1274 BC's Battle of Kadesh, with no decisive victory between them. So while their mutual enemies amassed greater strength, the two ancient superpowers did something unprecedented. They grabbed some parchment and came to the negotiation table. Back in 1259 BC, Pharaoh Ramses II and Hittite King Hattusili III
take that.
signed a
take that, historical lefties.
peace treaty, agreeing to back each other up if any wannabe conquerors came a-knocking. This treaty is such a big deal, it's actually posted above the entrance to the United Nations Security Council chamber. Fact 41. Ancient Egyptians loved makeup, and this was true regardless of gender. Why? Because they just wanted to look fabulous? Well, yeah, but it's also because they believed wearing makeup would give them protection from the gods Horus and Ra, like some ancient celestial RuPaul's Drag Race. Ancient Egyptian makeup called kohl was made from ground ores like malachite and galena and applied to their face with a variety of ivory, bone, and wooden utensils. And while we can't say if they really did get benefits from Horus and Ra, it's believed that a lot of the lead-based makeups helped reduce the rates of eye infections. Don't get too used to happy endings, we got some insane stuff coming. Fact 40. Egyptians loved domesticating animals. Most people know about the ancient Egyptian culture's reverence for cats, believed to give them favor with cat-like goddess Bastet. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. They also loved baboons, hawks, lions, ibises, and dogs, and were often used by Egyptian policemen, a kind of precursor to modern canine units. Believe it or not, baboons were used to help catch criminals too, which we think would be an amazing premise for a buddy cop show. The ancient Egyptians were so obsessed with their pets that they had them mummified and buried alongside them. Basically the ultimate ride-or-die commitment to make sure that Fluffy joined them in the afterlife. Speaking of ancient Egyptians and animals, fact 39. Egyptians never actually rode camels. While camels may seem—
This is why I have all my pets' ashes, and I will be literally like, we will be one big pile.
Like the quintessential beast of burden for deserts of the ancient and modern worlds, they didn't come to use in Egypt until after the age of pharaohs. So, what did they use instead? The humble donkey. Based on this, we think the pharaohs probably would have loved Shrek. Fact 38. Not that many ancient Egyptians were actually mummified. We know, it's shocking, especially considering that mummies are one of the most enduring symbols of the entire civilization. However, it was an incredibly involved process, and so it was most often reserved for the most rich and powerful people in society, pharaohs and their inner circles. Most of the Egyptian peasants were buried in large collective death pits, which isn't quite as romantic an image as the classic mummy. But that wasn't the only weird thing that the ancient Egyptians did with their dead. Fact 37. The ancient Egyptians liked to dine with their dead. Thinking about dead relatives doesn't usually spark an appetite, unless you're a cannibal. But the ancient Egyptians loved a meal with their dearly departed. Families would bring snacks to the tomb chapels and offer up treats to the Ka, or spirit of their loved ones. Nothing says family bonding like a feast with the undead. After the food was symbolically consumed by the deceased loved one, the living relatives would then eat the food. This practice was particularly common during the Feast of the Valley, an annual religious festival honoring the dead and celebrating life. Fact 36. It was actually pretty rare to write in hieroglyphics. This is another enduring symbol of ancient Egyptian civilization, but these sacred scripts were reserved for the important stuff, decking out temples, tombs, and detailing the epic tales of royals and gods. Only the VIPs of texts got the hieroglyph treatment. For day-to-day writing, scribes used a simplified writing system called hieratic, which lacked the more detailed and time-consuming pictographic elements. But even that was still pretty rare. Only around 10% of the ancient Egyptian populace was even literate. Fact 35. In ancient Egypt, a woman could be a king. Their king wasn't an inherently masculine term, and the closest word in the ancient Egyptian language to queen means king's wife. Sobek Nefru, Hatshepsut, and Tausret were all technically female kings rather than queens. Speaking of important women in ancient Egypt, it's time to revisit our old gal, Cleo. Fact 34. Cleopatra might not have actually been beautiful. Sure, beauty may be kind of a relative concept, but the image of Cleopatra as one of the greatest historical hotties is possibly another modern
pyramid at best.
invention. While Hollywood gave us a bombshell in a black wig and eye cap makeup, coins featuring Cleo's face that were minted at the time show she might have had more, let's say, striking features. But whether this was a true reflection of Cleopatra's face or of the skills of ancient Egyptian coin makers is just another thing lost to history, much like our next sexy Cleopatra fact. Fact 33. Some historians think Cleopatra invented the first vibrator. While it may be apocryphal, like a lot of history's sauciest facts, it's often been said that the Queen Cleo may have invented the world's first vibrator. This was a hollowed-out gourd filled with angry bees. High risk, high reward, right, ladies? Now let's get back to the other most famous ancient Egyptian ruler. Fact 32. King Tut was the product of incest. We mentioned earlier in the hippo fact that Tutankhamun was a notoriously sickly king, and this is likely because his parents were siblings. Yuck. Royals keeping it in the family was all too common for preserving power and wealth, but like the infamous Habsburgs, this strategy often created rulers who belonged in the ICU, not the throne. Tut was frail, had scoliosis, a cleft palate, one flat foot and the other clubbed, and some mild necrosis in his extremities that indicated either Freiberg disease or Kohler disease. Poor kid. Fact 31. Ancient Egyptians invented a weirdly effective pregnancy test. These days, a trip to the pharmacy is all you need to get yourself an easy pregnancy test. You can even buy digital ones. But back on the Nile, you needed to do it the old-fashioned way. They would pee on a pile of wheat and barley seeds, and depending on whether they grow, they'll be able to determine whether they were looking at a pregnancy. It seems like typical primitive folk medicine. But an expert in the early 1960s revealed that the test was actually accurate 70% of the time. It's a pretty impressive track record for a method invented a few millennia ago. And that's not the only sexual health measures the ancient Egyptians took. Fact 30. Ancient Egyptians invented their own weird methods of contraception. Women of the time would try to avoid pregnancy with crocodile dung or dough placed in their vagina. Gross. In addition to seed wool, acacia, dates, and honey, some of which had spermicidal properties, but clearly this wasn't all effective and they needed to use their own forms of Plan B when the first line of defense failed. An herb called silphium was taken to terminate pregnancies, which wasn't considered all that taboo in ancient Egyptian culture. Speaking of ancient Egyptians getting busy, fact 29. Ancient Egyptians invented their own primitive version of Playboy. Back in 1500 BC, some ancient Egyptian mad lad created what would later become known as the Turin Erotic Papyrus. It features two sections. One is the erotic section, which features 12 sexual vignettes between men and women. The other is the comedy section, which features animals doing tasks that humans would normally do. This strange mixture of erotica and satire was ahead of its time, with some historians referring to it as the world's first men's mag. Yet another amazing Egyptian innovation. Now let's do another gross one. Fact 28. Ancient Egypt had the world's grossest toothpaste. These folks were using their own form of toothpaste as early as 5000 BC. But believe us when we say you would not want this toothpaste going anywhere near your mouth. The most popular mixture was believed
humans be horny no matter what era
to be myrrh, oxen hooves, water, pumice, and eggshells, which would be rubbed with the finger onto the teeth and gums. We'll stick to Colgate, thanks. Fact 27. The River Nile allowed ancient Egyptian society to flourish. Whether it's real estate or starting an iconic historical kingdom, one rule remains constant: location, location, location. And the River Nile, the longest river in the world, was the wellspring of life for an entire culture. Most Egyptians lived along the Nile, taking advantage of its water for both drinking and irrigation, and planting their staple crops in its rich soil. It even provided water for the Egyptians to flush their toilets. Fact 26. Sometimes the ancient Egyptians' love of animals was used against them. You're probably wondering, what does that mean? Well, you have to ask Polyaenus, a Macedonian historian who chronicled the first successful Persian conquest of Egypt led by Persian king Cambyses II. According to Polyaenus, quote, Cambyses ranged before his front line cats and whatever other animals the Egyptians hold sacred. The Egyptians immediately stopped their operations out of fear of hurting the animals, which they hold in great veneration. Cambyses captured Pelusium and thereby opened up for himself the route into Egypt. Cambyses might have pulled a total jerk move, but hey, it got the job done. Which of these facts has shocked you so far? Let us know in the comments before we dive deeper. Fact 25. The ancient Egyptians saw lettuce as a sacred sex symbol. Personally, when we think of lettuce, we don't think sexy, but we're not ancient Egyptians. They associated lettuce with the fertility god Min and saw it as an aphrodisiac because of its apparent similarity to a phallus, which does make us wonder what kind of lettuce the ancient Egyptians were eating. Fact 24. One pharaoh had his own personal duo of gay chief manicurists. Khnumhotep and Nyankhnum were overseers of an elite group in ancient Egypt who were permitted to physically touch the literal god among men that was the pharaoh. Because otherwise, how would they have given King Nusere such wonderful nails? The duo were found in a tomb together next to a large mural depicting them embracing. intimately touching their faces against each other. They also had an inscription above the door of their tomb reading, "Joined in life and joined in death." While both men were married, being buried in the same tomb was unique, and this has led to fierce speculation among historians. It seems that Khnumhotep and Nyankhnum's close relationship might have been a little more than brotherly. Fact 23. Ancient Egyptians used crocodile dung to perform exorcisms. It's a well-known fact that
them in the crocodile crap.
ancient Egyptians loved magic almost as much as TikTok astrology influencers. A decent portion of this magic was geared toward warding off or driving out evil spirits, which were believed to have been behind a large number of illnesses and inconveniences of the time. Egyptian magicians believed that evil spirits were attracted to disgusting things. They would try to use lures made of dung to draw these demonic presences out of the bodies of possessed people.
Don't worry, they were just good friends.
Conversely, sweet things like honey were believed to ward off demons, and that is why Winnie the Pooh has never been recorded as being possessed by Satan. Can you prove it?
Oh, little did he know that I've been sitting here plotting the return of Satan for everybody, but nobody suspects the little cute bear.
What's wrong there? Fact 22. Ancient Egypt
I rubbed 666 on the...
had a
Wait.
forgotten femboy pharaoh.
I made a pentagram out of honey. Did you know what that's created? A monstrosity, I tell you.
Until recently, King Akhenaten, better known as Nefertiti's lesser half, was practically erased from history. He dared to mess with tradition by pushing a monotheistic worship of Aten, which made him a major headache for the religious establishment. But that's not the most interesting thing about King Akhenaten. Due to a rare genetic condition, likely caused by all that incest in Egyptian royal bloodlines, he had a misshapen head and a feminine body, including wide hips and breasts. However, he also had a penis and testicles, and he was highly virile, fathering 6 daughters over the course of his reign. He's now looked back on as a rare but interesting example of a prominent intersex historical figure. Fact 21. Ever want to learn how to curse your enemies? Ancient Egyptian style? Though voodoo dolls didn't come from voodoo, curse dolls were an ancient Egyptian go-to. If you wanted to hex like an Egyptian, you'd craft dolls from clay and papyrus in your target. It's like
it was common law. I told you it was common law.
And then let the bad vibes do the rest. Crush it, stab it, just take out all your aggression on it, then fill a bucket with your urine and dunk the remains of the doll into it, letting it dissolve. Yeah, it is weird and gross, but putting a hex on someone probably shouldn't be easy, just for ethical reasons. Fact 20. Cleopatra and Mark Antony had a
here you go.
secret drinking club. As we mentioned earlier, Egyptian pharaohs loved to drink, hence all the beer guts. But none of them were quite as big a booze hounds as our old gal Cleo. She loved to knock 'em back so much that she created an elite club called the Inimitable Livers for people who liked to party hardy, Andrew WK style. Some historians have theorized that this was Cleopatra paying tribute to the Greek god of debauchery, Dionysus. But it's just as likely that she and Mark just loved drinking. Fact 19. The ancient Egyptians invented sunscreen back in 3100 to 3000 BC. Today, sunscreen is all about UV protection, but for the ancient Egyptians, it was more of a beauty hack. They loved light skin, so after bathing, they'd slather on rice to block UV rays and jasmine and lupine to keep that prized light skin glow. Whether this resulted in fewer rates of sunburn and skin cancer back in ancient Egypt, we will sadly never know. Fact 18. King Tut was buried with an incredibly badass dagger, specifically an iron-bladed ceremonial double-sided dagger. Why was this special? King Tut lived and died during the Bronze Age when iron was incredibly rare, and researchers have recently concluded that the dagger's blade was likely made out of a meteorite. And if you don't think that's cool, then we just don't have anything else to say to each other. However, a dagger wasn't the only long, hard thing that King Tut was buried with. Fact 17. King Tut was buried with a raging boner. When Tut
No!
was first excavated,
Oh, fuck off. That was...
he was found with his penis sticking out at a 90-degree angle, his skin covered in black oil, and his heart removed. Why did they let the god king of Egypt have such a humiliating final rest?
That's fuck.
because all of these modifications made him appear more like the god Osiris, which they hoped would help stop a religious revolution that Tut's own father had started. Sadly for this would-be Osiris, his dong was accidentally broken off not long after the explorers started grave robbing. Man, King Tut just cannot catch a break, can he? Fact 16. Philadelphia has its roots in Egyptian incest. Yeah, you weren't expecting that one, were you? Incest among ancient Egyptian royalty has sadly been a running theme in this video, with queens often marrying their brothers to keep their bloodline, quote, pure. This was so common that the ancient Greeks developed a nickname for them, Philadelphoi. This later inspired the ancient city of Philadelphia and then the modern American city. Philadelphia, of course, meaning the city of brotherly love.
This makes a lot of sense.
Yikes. Fact 15. The iconic ancient
Those Flyers fans, I tell you.
Egyptian pharaoh beards were fake. And no, we don't mean that they were a historical myth made up later. Pharaohs are often shown with long, braided beards, but they were usually clean-shaven. Those beards were actually fake, worn to imitate the god Osiris. It was such a power move that even Hatshepsut, a female pharaoh, rocked the fake beard like a boss. Fact 14. The Great Pyramids of Egypt aren't actually the world's biggest pyramids. That honor goes to the Great Pyramid of Cholula in Mexico, which covers a significantly larger surface than the Great Pyramid of Giza. Egypt does have the height advantage, though. The Great Pyramid is 71 meters higher than its Mexican counterpart. Fact 13. The Egyptians never actually enslaved the Israelites. While this myth was popularized by the Book of Exodus, like many mythological stories, it isn't supported by any meaningful historical evidence. The consensus among scholars is that it's just an origin myth rather than an account of history. However, this doesn't mean that there weren't slaves in ancient Egypt, so the pharaohs can't be entirely let off the hook. Sometimes captured enemies in wars were rendered into slaves. Poor families would sometimes sell their children into slavery for extra money. And in emergencies, the pharaoh did have the right to conscript peasants into mandatory labor forces. Fact 12. Ancient Egyptian interrogation
not so basic.
Was brutal. While rights were advanced in some areas, they weren't really in others, such as treatment of suspected criminals or even witnesses. Egyptian law enforcement had a one-size-fits-all approach to interrogation. Beat the hell out of them with a rod until they told you everything you need to know. Fact 11. Ancient Egyptian artists working in the royal tombs developed a
I can't look at that city's name anymore without thinking of the city of brothers of a whole new level of icky.
Weird illness. Archaeological digs in the village of Deir el-Medina, home to many artisans who decorated the
As someone who's always been kind of like against them as like a hockey team, this is a little bit easier.
royal necropolis, revealed a strange finding. Many of the craftsmen had osteoporosis in their
that is wild.
ankles and knees, but not in their hands and wrists, as you would expect from people doing manual labor all day. What was happening here? The strain on their bodies turned out to be from carrying their tools up the hill from the village to the necropolis every day, rather than any of the actual work. Speaking of medical maladies, fact 10. Ancient Egyptians had a major dental problem. Despite the organic toothpaste we mentioned earlier, or maybe because of it, a study of 4,800 ancient Egyptian teeth showed that 90% were ground down so badly the centers were exposed. This dental disaster led to cysts, abscesses, and even jaw osteoarthritis. This was because the Egyptians had an almost impossible task in keeping sand out of their food. Over time, the grit of the sand itself caused irreparable damage to the teeth of everyone eating it. Ouch! Fact 9. The ancient Egyptians were extremely progressive when it comes to disability. Archaeological finds from Deir el-Medina revealed that people born with disabilities like missing limbs or dwarfism lived long, fulfilling lives in roles adapted to their needs. Unlike later societies that stigmatized disabilities, ancient Egypt seemed refreshingly inclusive, centuries before eugenics cast a dark shadow. Jobs available to people with disabilities that prevented manual labor included artisans, entertainers, and overseers. Fact 8. Almost everyone was bald in ancient Egypt. It turns out it wasn't just the beards that were fake. You've probably seen the classic tomb paintings depicting countless workers with shaved heads and bald pharaohs with elaborate headdresses. This wasn't just a chic fashion movement, it was a decision of necessity. Lice was such a huge problem in ancient Egypt that going bald was more of a practical decision than just trying to treat all the cases. Even most of the women just wore wigs out of practicality. Fact 7. Ancient Egyptians used laxatives with concerning frequency. In order to stay slim and healthy, it was common for Egyptians to use a laxative made of castor oil 3 days out of each month. And because this was in the days before plumbing, it was sadly an extremely messy affair. For reasons that are hard to
I didn't know this.
understand, they even used laxatives to treat diarrhea, which isn't so much treating it as it's just speed running it. But we digress. Even that isn't as vile as our next fact. Fact 6. Ancient Egyptians thought that men menstruated too. Schistosomiasis was one of the many extremely common illnesses that circulated around the nation, which caused nausea as well as blood in the urine and stool. This was so common that they didn't even know it was a disease. They just assumed that men had periods too from all of the blood in their urine and feces. Fact 5. The kingdom of ancient Egypt was so enduring
that is most unfortunate
that Cleopatra was born closer to the modern day than to the building of the pyramids. Fact 4. The ancient Egyptians thought that the heart did all the thinking and the brain was useless. This is why when bodies were being mummified, the heart was one of the most important organs kept within the body for use in the afterlife, while the other organs would be placed into sacred canopic jars. The brain, on the other hand, was just skull filler. It got mashed up with a hook, yanked out through the nose, and then tossed aside like yesterday's trash. Fact 3. A lot of ancient Egyptian currency was based on bread, grain, and beer. Bread and beer weren't just staples, they were the backbone of Egypt's economy and religion. When Nile crops thrived, bread and beer flowed. Paydays were sweet and offerings to gods and
I'm not sure. I think I like the bread part better.
ancestors piled up. It's kind of a miracle that anything got done in an economy where the beer flowed so freely. Fact 2. We mentioned canopic jars earlier. How did these vital little pieces of the mummification process actually work? There were 4 different jars, each one of them representing a different direction, protected by a different goddess and modeled after one of Horus's 4 sons, Hapi, Duamutef, Imseti, and Quibisenewef, each of which was designated a different vital organ to protect. Hapi is the baboon-headed god protected by the goddess Nephthys and representing the north. The lungs would be placed into this jar. Duamutef is the jackal-headed god protected by the goddess Neith and representing the east. The stomach would be placed into this jar. Imseti is the human-headed god protected by the goddess Isis and representing the south. The liver would be placed into this jar. And Quibisenewef is the falcon-headed god protected by the goddess Serket and representing the west. The intestines would be placed into this jar. Fact 1. Egyptian women were given a few days to decay before they were embalmed. Why? Because authorities didn't trust the embalmers with a fresh female corpse. Yikes. Which fact was the craziest? Got one we missed? Spill the ancient tea in the comments. Now check out real reason ancient Egyptians went extinct. Or watch this instead. A black triangle.
One more. We're gonna go one more. This one's different.
Streaks silently across the uppermost edges of the atmosphere, moving at hypersonic speeds. To an observer on the ground, it's completely invisible, except for the brief moments when it blots out the stars above, tearing through the skies at over 3,800 miles per hour. This Mach 5+ intruder is now entering some of the most secure airspace in the world. The object was first detected by air defense cruisers patrolling the Pacific Ocean, but only as a faint, rapidly moving radar echo. Sensitive radar struggled to maintain a lock, picking up only sporadic returns. As it drew closer to the mainland, more ocean-based air defense ships attempted to track it. With the decreasing distance, radar operators finally pieced together enough data to estimate its speed. Nearly Mach 6. Nothing they knew of should be moving that fast. Across air bases in southern China, fighter jets scramble, pilots rushing to intercept an unseen intruder. Despite China's vast air defense network, they have no firm fix, only predicted flight paths based on fleeting radar echoes. But then the object maneuvers, shattering any doubts. This isn't a random anomaly. It is intelligently controlled and built to be untouchable. The unidentified flying object is no UFO, though. It's an American hypersonic bomber, the first of its kind. It's not just fast like other hypersonic bomber proposals under design around the world. It also features a breakthrough achievement,
Damn it, I gotta pee again.
hypersonic stealth. Normally, stealth materials are too fragile to withstand more than a
Be right
brief
back.
supersonic flight, as seen in aircraft like the F-35 and F-22, which are limited in their ability to sustain high speeds for extended periods. But this new bomber defies those limitations. It can maintain extreme hypersonic speeds while remaining virtually undetectable, thanks to cutting-edge metamaterials, a revolutionary advancement that reshapes the very physics of stealth and speed. The outer skin of the bomber is infused with carbon nanotubes, creating a surface where incoming radar signals become trapped. As those signals bounce around inside the nanotube structures, they lose energy with each interaction, drastically reducing the amount of radar reflection. By the time any remaining signals escape, their trajectory is completely unpredictable, with most of the wave being deflected away from the originating radar source. This not only makes detection incredibly difficult, but also disrupts radar signal integrity, ensuring the aircraft remains nearly invisible to even the most advanced tracking systems. The materials used in the bomber's construction also offer exceptional heat resistance, ensuring that neither the pilot nor the payload are cooked alive at extreme speeds. Flying at altitudes over 85,000 feet, the bomber benefits from thin air, which significantly reduces friction and heat buildup. This also makes it far more difficult to detect via infrared tracking, as the aircraft generates less thermal signature than a lower-flying hypersonic object. The bomber is equipped with a state-of-the-art electronic warfare suite designed to confuse and degrade enemy radar systems. Its own radar is so powerful that it can function as a high-intensity jammer, overwhelming the target systems of any missile or aircraft that manages to get within threatening range. Ultimately, though, the craft's speed is its best defense. Its ability to sustain hypersonic speeds and achieve great fuel efficiency means that unless a launching aircraft is very, very close, no air defense missile in the world can catch it. But while many of its capabilities are new, this is really just old hat for the US Air Force, which fielded the fastest aircraft in the world all the way back in 1964 with the SR-71 Blackbird. This isn't just an evolution of the famous spy plane, it's a brand new world of air superiority. Not only is this new aircraft more than 1,600 miles an hour faster, stealthier, and smarter, it can do something the SR-71 never could, something that's going to spell disaster for its Chinese targets. The bomber makes one last banking turn, careful not to overstress the airframe at such extreme speeds. This means that each turn takes over 100 miles to complete, but it's worth the cost in fuel in order to confuse enemy air defenses. Because in the world of hypersonic warfare, it's not just about being fast, it's about never being where the enemy expects you to be. The target is finally coming into range, a massive new defense complex built directly into the mountainside. Similar to America's famous Cheyenne Mountain facility, this installation is even more ambitious. In fact, it is 10 times larger than the Pentagon and serves as the beating heart of the Chinese military, coordinating strategic operations, intelligence, and national defense. Buried deep under tons of rock and located far inland, the facility is designed to be virtually indestructible. Under normal circumstances, only a nuclear weapon could pose a real threat to its reinforced command structure. But tonight, something far more precise is coming. The US will do it with just 2 aircraft. Hot on the heels of America's hypersonic intruder is a sister ship, following a different flight path with the same ultimate goal. The attack has already caught China completely off guard. While Chinese intelligence was aware that the US was developing a hypersonic bomber, they never expected it to be operational this soon. What shocked them even more was the unprecedented speed of development, the ability to convert prototype aircraft directly into fully functional combat-ready models. This breakthrough shaved years off the
Okay, shit. I don't want to look it up. What's the movie with John Travolta and Christian Slater that was about this?
Expected timeline, allowing the US to field a weapon long before China believed it was possible. This represents yet another leapfrog in American aerospace technology. Aggressive use of realistic 3D modeling, thanks to increasingly powerful supercomputers, means that
Broken Arrow. It was Broken Arrow.
engineers can test an aircraft in ways never possible before.
Well, like
Typically, a new weapons program
No, Broken Arrow. It's one of those, like, so bad it's good movies.
such as a new fighter or bomber aircraft would require years of development and the building of a prototype.
It's about John Travolta's character, like, turning bad and stealing the prototype Blackbird, and then Christian Slater's character was like his co-pilot, and I'm not sure if he's like on the. I'm not sure if he's on it or not.
It would then go through years of rigorous testing of
haven't seen it
ever
in a
more
long time.
advanced prototypes as capabilities
It was
are
like Face Off with a Blackbird.
added on, scaled up, or scaled down, depending on the test results. Most of this can be achieved digitally now. cutting development time down from the usual 20 or so years to less than 10. This is the secret behind the rapid development of America's latest non-hypersonic stealth bomber, the B-21 Raider. Unlike traditional programs where prototypes serve purely as test platforms, the first B-21 prototype is expected to be combat-coded and eventually join the fleet as the first operational bomber of the program. America's new hypersonic bomber doesn't just catch enemies off guard with its speed. It catches them off guard with its speed of development, leaving them with no time to develop proper counters or defenses. The two bombers, codenamed Medusa 1 and Medusa 2, approach their target from different directions, just 20 miles southwest of Beijing. The sprawling military complex covers 1,500 acres and features offices, garages, and even shopping centers and restaurants. Everything senior military members and their staff need to live on site as long as possible. Deep underground is the heart of the facility, though, the very nerve center of the Chinese military, from where the nation's armed forces can be coordinated in times of both conventional and nuclear war. Beijing Military City, as it's known, is supposed to withstand a direct nuclear strike. The U.S. will be putting those claims to the test. When it was first developed, the SR-71 was originally envisioned as capable of carrying both air-to-air and air-to-ground weapons. This would give the U.S. Air Force the capability to rapidly engage incoming Soviet bombers carrying nuclear weapons far from U.S. shores, and having a Mach 3 capable bomber would allow American forces to rapidly respond to targets of opportunity with limited engagement windows. However, deploying weapons from a Mach 3 aircraft posed significant challenges, and those challenges became even greater when attempting to launch a weapon from an aircraft traveling at over 5 times the speed of sound. The technical hurdles were so immense that many experts originally believed it to be impossible. The basic problem is that any hypersonic aircraft would have to carry weapons internally. Even sleek missiles would introduce drag and aerodynamic forces on the aircraft that would threaten its safety. When you're flying at over 3,500 miles per hour, the air in effect becomes a blowtorch, scorching surfaces to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This means bombs and missiles would need to withstand those temperatures for hours. But an even greater danger for the aircraft is the turbulence created when its carefully engineered hypersonic shape is disrupted by protruding ordnance hanging from the wings or belly. Then there is, of course, the stealth consideration. The only option is to carry weapons internally, and for a long time that's exactly what made the concept of a hypersonic fighter or bomber impossible. The moment that a hypersonic aircraft opens its bay doors, it's immediately changing the way air flows over it, with potentially catastrophic results. Not only is flight stability an issue, but the air can also enter the bay and damage internal components like sensitive electronics. It could even act as an air brake if there's no way of allowing the air to pass through the bay. This would lead to disastrous results for the aircraft. Have you ever tapped the brakes for a moment when going down the freeway in order to cause your buddy to lurch forward uncontrollably? Imagine that, but at Mach 6. First, the bay doors themselves need to be constructed out of material that is not just strong enough to withstand extreme heating, but also the brute force of suddenly changing airflow. If the doors are too weak or experience melting, they could simply be torn off. The result would be a catastrophic redirection of airflow across the body of the aircraft, causing it to tear itself to pieces. The shock of being lowered into the hypersonic airstream means that the bomb bay doors need to be one of the strongest parts of the aircraft.
I just have a lip on the bottom of the aircraft to kind of protect that door bay, so like when it opens, it doesn't fuck with the airflow.
But the doors and the bay itself also need to be specifically designed so as to properly manage a shift in airflow. It's easy to build a shape that can tolerate hypersonic flight. It's a lot harder to create a...
I've always had the dream of being that guy where it's just like everybody's thinking too hard about something and I'm like, why don't you just add a lip?
Craft that can change shapes at hypersonic speeds without destroying itself. Even with the bomb bay problem solved, simply firing a weapon at hypersonic speeds is yet another migraine-inducing set of problems. The most obvious problem with this is that you're having to take an object,
no, for real, like so right here,
bomb or a missile that's sheltered from...
You put a lit, and then you end it here. So you don't really, you're not cutting any aerodynamic, like, you're not really creating any drag or any of that, and you're protecting this area
from hypersonic wind, and then suddenly introduce it to a hypersonic airflow. If you tried to drop a bomb the normal way, simply detaching it and letting gravity pull it out of the bomb...
Wouldn't the bomb bay doors be on the top and to the rear? You would just let it kind of slide out and then fire it up.
The results could be disastrous. But even if the weapon successfully enters the airstream, the unpredictable turbulence at hypersonic speeds presents another major problem. The bomb would be violently tossed around, likely spinning out of control.
You're telling me movies lied to me? No.
Breaking apart midair or being thrown so far off course that by the time it regains stability, it would be completely
How could Hollywood do this?
useless as a precision weapon.
It's almost like
the
nothing's
solution
real,
that
guys.
American designers came up with all the way back in the 1960s was simple and yet ingenious. They simply introduced the bomb or missile to the supersonic airstream while still under control of the aircraft. To achieve this, they developed a trapeze-like system that would extend a weapon out of the bomb bay and insert it into the airstream. This allowed the weapon to enter the airstream in a controlled manner and to remain under control until it's released. A powerful rocket engine would then push the weapon away from the aircraft and put it en route to its target. The trapeze system was developed as far back as the 1960s and proved so effective that the US considered integrating it with a nuclear-tipped air-to-ground missile. This concept would have allowed a variant of the A-12, known as the YF-12, to neutralize Soviet air defenses long before conventional nuclear bombers reached their targets. It was also envisioned as a high-speed interceptor, carrying a loadout of AIM-47 air-to-air missiles, giving it the ability to destroy Soviet bombers and even fighter aircraft before they even knew what hit them. To date, a trapeze launch system has only been successfully used at Mach 2+ speeds, far below the Mach 5+ conditions that DARPA's new hypersonic bomber is designed to operate in. It seems, however, that DARPA's engineers are confident it can in fact be done. Medusa 1 and Medusa 2 approach Beijing Military City from different vectors, sowing even more confusion among the Chinese air defense forces. Still within several hundred miles from their target, the bombers begin their attack run. They slow down by a few hundred miles an hour, still well above Mach 5 and out of reach of Chinese fighters desperately trying to catch them. Noting the gravity of the danger, several of the Chinese interceptors have completely exhausted their fuel in a futile attempt to catch the American craft. They're either forced to eject or try to glide to a safe landing at an alternate field nearby. 200 miles away, Medusa 1 and Medusa 2 open their bomb bay doors. The shock of the bay doors entering the hypersonic airstream sends a shudder through the aircraft, and yet they hold. Now though, the bombers are at their most vulnerable. They're moving slower than usual, and the open bay doors means their radar-defeating properties are hugely compromised. This is the best chance a Chinese fighter or air defense battery is going to get to shoot one of the American intruders down. Several missiles begin screaming toward the bombers. Hot on the heels of the bomb bay doors opening, a specially designed trapeze system lowers 2 large missiles into the hypersonic airstream, producing a shockwave that causes the aircraft to shudder. Small fins on the missiles help stabilize the bombs, and after a series of internal checks by the onboard computer that take less than a second, the missiles are released. The missiles are powered by scramjets, a unique type of engine with no moving parts. Instead of relying on turbines or compressors, scramjets use the shape of the engine itself to compress supersonic airflow as it moves through the system. Once the highly compressed air is mixed with fuel, combustion occurs, generating a powerful thrust without the need for traditional mechanical components. While simple scramjets have been tested as far back as the mid-1950s, they have historically had limited practical use due to one major drawback. They only work at supersonic speeds. That means they need to be launched from an already high-speed platform to be effective. The hypersonic bomber itself utilizes scramjets, though it's fielding a new type of engine altogether. Known as a turbine-based combined cycle or TBCC propulsion system, the bomber's 2 engines physically transform in different flight regimes to operate at maximum efficiency across different speeds. On the ground, they work much like a conventional jet engine, which uses turbofans to compress air before igniting it. But once achieving supersonic speeds, they transition to scramjet mode by physically transforming themselves while at full operation. The missiles are lighter than the bomber and need to survive hypersonic speeds for less time, so they lurch forward and within seconds they're screaming along at Mach 12. The big boost they get from starting their launch at Mach 5+, though, doesn't just allow them to save fuel, it adds directly to their lethality. Each missile is fired simultaneously to avoid an unbalanced airflow that would destroy the launching bomber. However, the missiles themselves are programmed to fly at slightly different speeds. The lead missile reaches its target at speeds in excess of Mach 12, using its scramjet and gravity to propel itself. The second missile reaches its target at a fraction of a second later at a slightly lower speed. The weapons are so precise that the second missile actually enters the crater caused by the first missile. The first missile impacts the ground but doesn't detonate. Rather, its extreme speed propels it hundreds of feet into the earth. The inner core of the missile is constructed from extremely tough materials, designed to withstand the immense forces of hypersonic impact. Its purpose isn't just to survive the initial strike, but to penetrate hundreds of feet into the earth before
bunker buster.
Detonating with its full payload. The first explosion is not meant to destroy the target outright. Instead, it loosens and destabilizes the ground, weakening the layers of rock and reinforced defenses above the bunker. A fraction of a second later, a second missile follows, taking advantage of the weakened structure. This one plows even deeper, detonating just dozens of feet from the deepest point of the Chinese bunker. The resulting shockwave is specifically designed to collapse underground structures, creating a man-made earthquake. But the attack isn't over. Missiles 3 and 4 are precisely targeted to exploit the earthquake-like effect triggered by the first two strikes. Arriving just a second later, they hammer into the weakened ground, compounding the devastation.
Oh my god! Oh my god, we're going full overkill.
Roars as the second wave of impacts sends shockwaves rippling through the underground complex. The sheer force of the blast collapses the tunnels, buries command centers, and kills hundreds of senior Chinese military officials. While the bunker isn't completely destroyed, its command structure is crippled, leaving what was once China's most secure military facility in ruins. As a warning to Iran, the United States carried out a real-world attack using conventional deep penetration munitions against Houthi underground bunkers. The exact methods remain classified, but under former President Biden's orders, B-2 bombers...
Is that what we have to shout when those extra four missiles get fucking fired? America!
Destroyed 5 underground facilities storing weapons, rockets, and supplies. The message was clear: Iran, which has built extensive underground facilities,
each one comes with its own guitar solo
for its aircraft and missiles, is not untouchable. The U.S. demonstrated that even heavily fortified, deeply buried targets can be neutralized.
I'm not even kidding. That's wild.
The attacks are a success. Medusa 1 and Medusa 2.
So yeah, we're gonna do a man-made earthquake. Then we're gonna go we're just gonna incinerate the top half, and then just for good measure, we're gonna send in 4 more.
To accelerate past Mach 6, streaking out of enemy missile range before China's defenses can react. To further confuse,
I know people I have played Call of Duty matches that are more charitable than that. That is insane.
And evade Chinese air defenses. Both bombers take separate escape routes. Medusa 1 heads north en route to a friendly airfield.
Are we trying to kill a fucking horde of vampires? What the
field, while Medusa 2 veers out to sea, making its way toward the U.S. base in Okinawa. The revolutionary nature of these aircraft is not just their ability to carry out strikes anywhere in the world at extreme speeds, but the ability to sortie out again with a short turnaround. Whereas aircraft such as the B-2 bomber require a lengthy turnaround time for maintenance, these new hypersonic bombers can be put back into the fight much more quickly. This is partly due to advances in materials technology, but also thanks to the simplicity of the scramjet configuration.
Each missile has a MAGA
that the 2 engines operate in for most of the aircraft's mission, rather than waiting days or longer.
Each one is also scented like cheeseburgers just cuz.
For redeployment, Medusa 1 and Medusa 2 are ready to return to the fight almost immediately. This capability revolutionizes modern warfare. Targets that previously had only a few-hour window of vulnerability are now within reach at any moment. The U.S. can hold any enemy at risk anywhere in the world at any time, without warning. What do you think about the U.S. military's new hypersonic bomber? Could this game-changing technology reshape modern warfare, or will other nations develop countermeasures just as quickly? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
It's MAGA with a stutter. MAGA!
Now check out the B.
I mean, it's appropriate because it's hypersonic, so you have to go fast. MAGA! Oh my god, that actually works. Oh, fuck. All right, guys. It's been it's been fun. I did 8 hours. I think that I need to go and eat some lasagna. That's what I got upstairs waiting for me, so. Oh, boy. It's going to be microwave. Oh, crap. I did it again, guys. I missed dinner. Well, if you guys enjoy the stream, I appreciate you. I also, here, over on Twitch, I'm going to raid... Oh, Honeybee's live. Let's go, raid a friend. Well, I was just waving goodnight, but hey, made me laugh too. Hey, dude, I'm glad that I, add to the joy of your life. That's why I'm here. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Honeybee. All right, let me do that. And then I'm Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Thank you. Jesus. Thanks for the stream. Good night, guys. Night, Bloodstone. Here. Let's get this thing going. And then let's get this thing going. Let's get my ending theme. Yes. Yes, I have an ending theme. It's pretty cool. I think she is off mic. So. All right. Alright guys, have fun over with Honeybee over on Twitch, and yeah, you know what?
Canada, it's time for a wake-up call. Looking at the polls here, it looks like Canada
she's actually
is
watching
leaning
some
towards this
Canadian
guy,
politics.
which actually looks a lot like this guy, but is probably a lot
Bro,
more
hold on.
like this guy. Let's talk about this.
I gotta say, that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, guys, if you haven't already, check out Honeybee
Ladies
over on
and gents,
Twitch.
welcome back. We've been talking
She
about undue
does some pretty
influence for some time
cool content.
now.
She's
There's been the
not,
inquiry,
she doesn't have a mic tonight, so
flowing
it's gonna be
inquiry
like
into Chinese
watching some
interference
videos
in
with her.
the
But
Canadian
hey.
elections. But where is the influence really sitting? This is where we gotta dive into this now. Perhaps many of you have seen this clip on the internet. This is a clip of
and then
the
here,
World
let me
Economic Forum leader
do
Klaus
this real
Schwab
quick.
talking about his undue influence and penetrating the cabinets. But let's have a look at this in case you haven't seen it.
All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all. I will see you all tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Oh, wait. I think I might have a guest tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? All right. Well, pending his work situation, I might have a guest. Oh my God, what's going on?
So yesterday I was at a reception for Prime
All right, y'all. I will catch you all tomorrow.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's
These
eradicate
guys want to run the
flu.
world. They can't run a soundboard. We're
I'm
not that
literally
noise. This is the reality of this situation. We're going into.
Who the heck is
going
Pep
into a
Talks? They
time
want
where
our women.
Mark Carney will become the Prime Minister.
They want our
of Canada.
children.
And let's
Sometimes
look at
no
that
means yes.
penetrated
Grab
cabinet.
them by the
This is the cabinet.
Grab them by the Marco
Penetrated
Rubio.
in this
Obama
case.
is a racist.
Well, it turns out it's
I'm literally
not
coming.
much different.
I'm literally coming.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.